Well, 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 it's time. Are you gamers ready? Are you ready? You better be ready. No, there's no drops anymore. Drops are gone. It's time. Prepare for the nuke. Are they live yet? They're not live. They're live in 10 minutes, I think. Well, yeah, there is a balanced preview coming up. There's a stream. Yeah, it's balanced preview stream, Snap. It's going to be good. Hole in the shirt? Yeah, there's a hole in the shirt. In fact, there's multiple even. It's not just the one. Okay, let's do it. VOE story. It's fairly yap light. It's much faster paced than Janthir. It's over for Ritualist. I think it's about to be over. Well, I'm actually not sure. I think they'll do a mixture of nerfing stuff that's still OP and also buffing old stuff. Yeah, I'm working on that, Lynn. Conduit 30k DPS? Yeah, maybe. It could be, you know, it could be rough for the Conduit soon. Goodbye, improved lag. Yeah, Chrono nerfs are very likely, I think. 100%. Chrono nerfs are likely. Just forget about it. Well, I want it done, to be honest, Lynn. I want it out of my mind, out of my head. But it is what it is. I want to keep the gold. Maybe we just should. Maybe we should keep the gold. Chrono and Commander and War Sword. Yeah, that's, I think, pretty often the meta. And a big part of it is exactly that. Yeah, you're, like, unkillable on Chrono. Very tanky. So you can survive as the com. Be the last gamer standing. How long until the preview? 7 minutes. They should be going live any second. A Char salvage kit? Ooh, nice. Eldoa is coming. Onion rings? Yeah. I mean, we know that Roy is into onion rings. That is a pretty well-established fact at this point. Thoughts on Where Winds Meet? The game has few single-player ARP, co-op, and MMO in one game. Future for any new MMOs coming out? I mean, maybe. I think that it's an interesting take on it, but, you know, at the end of the day, isn't it kind of... I mean, yeah, I don't... Maybe. Who knows? I think the thing is about MMOs, though, people still like the idea that you just see people around a lot. So I think that component won't go away, but it's an interesting idea. Because, you know, the weird thing about MMOs is that I feel like unless you force people to play multiplayer, they just won't. Like, multiplayer is, you know, inherently a point of friction for people to engage with. Deleted the Ellie command? I shouldn't have done. Like, they should all, wait, what was it supposed to say? The command should still work. Unless we deleted it. Who knows? Maybe we did. Maybe we did. I can't use the imp on my highest level character, though. I'm basically my first 20. Ah, okay. Ah. Well, there you go, then. Getting a 2-for-1 deal. Where Winds Meet is very good, but it does have its issues. A lot of aspects new MMOs can take out of it, though. Yeah, I mean, that's always good stuff. You know, some new ideas. Viable Ellie build detected, nerfs erected. Oh, I don't think we deleted that. I don't know why it's not working then. Maybe we'll put it back. They make a game for people who like multiplayer, unashamed about it, and people don't like multiplayer to say it's cool, but this game isn't for you. Yeah, see, that actually is based. That is incredibly based. Think you're going Mesmer and learning it by doing stories so I need to do thoughts? Oh, sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Stream is live. Okay, let me get onto it. Here we go. It's going live in 4 minutes. Bear in mind, guys, this is hosted by Roy. Trig and CMC are also in play. Here we go. This is gonna get big. This is gonna get spicy, guys. Wait, 720p? Huh? What kind of scuffed ass quality is this? Who's running this show? Anyway, 3 minutes. Roy hitting the gritty. He's hitting the gritty right now. Kermit Gape. Dude, look. Some of you are about to be Kermit Gape and Frogwide combined. Because things are not going to go well for everyone, let me tell you that. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Shout out Scott, also. Shout out Shirt Holes. Yeah, I really like this piece of artwork. The colors are really nice. And this is like a really cool, you know, character wielding the legendary spear, right? And charging into the mystery with the skimmer. Very cool. Old Man in Despair, tier 1. You gaped your computer room. Will you have a big, like, clean out or what? Honestly, that feels good when you do it. Like, when I gave myself more space in my stream area here, it feels good. CMC, Roy, Gale Shot, Water, Zojagar. CMC, Trig, Bard, Ghost of Ascalon, Luminary, Zojagar. Newt to couch. Oh, that's good, actually. Having more space, even though it doesn't really change anything, it feels good. Because I did a really big clean out when I got the new desk in here, and oh man, it just feels so much better. I have more room on my left than on my right and behind me, and you know, it is very, very nice. Here we go. 1 minute 45 seconds to go, guys. Balanced preview with Cal, Taylor, and Roy. Shout out Roy. Who do we think's getting nuked? That's the big question. Mech? How is Mech getting gaped? Like, of all the things that could be nerfed, like, Mech is low on the priority, I feel like. I think Chrono might be in trouble. Chrono could be in trouble here, guys. Evoker, yep. Bladesword getting weapon swap. I mean, dude, look, warrior buffs are likely, I think. Particularly in PvP. Paragon could become God Comp. "30 seconds. Here we go. Paragod, indeed. Prepare yourself for content. Look, I feel like the volume just went up. All right, let's do it. It's time. Oh?
And welcome.
Oh
back,
no,
everybody!
My
to
left
an episode
ear.
Of Where have their eyebrows
Dude,
gone?
it's only left ear.
My name is Roy Marks. I'm going to.
Do you guys wait? Do you guys hear that? It's only left ear.
In fact, to talk about the upcoming January.
CMC's only right ear.
Doing well. I'm going to be joined today by the Skills and Combat Balance Team Lead, Cal CMC Cohen. Cal, how you doing today?
This is God tier. We are mono audio.
Good, Roy. It's good to have you back running the stream.
No, CMC's both ears. It's only Roy left ear.
Ooh, apparently I have mono audio.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's all right. You do the intro. I will fix that real quick.
Sure, I can do the intro. So obviously we're here to talk about some balance changes coming early next year. The year is almost over. It's a little bit crazy when you think about it.
It is.
So I try not to. Hope everyone's done their holiday shopping, as I have not quite yet. But that is okay. We're here to talk about balance. Something to keep in mind is that the notes that you're seeing today were finalized basically early last week, week and a half ago. So there's no consideration for what happened with the recent update on last Tuesday. You know, we made some balance changes for the VOE Elite specs. And we're expecting that, you know, some additional changes for those may be coming in the January update as well, but those will not be included for this preview today. This is entirely going to be other changes that were, as I said, finalized before last week's patch went out.
Okay.
Something to keep in mind is that this update will be a little bit on the smaller side. You know, we are coming hot off the heels of the expansion launch and then the update to the balance update for all of the elite specs. But we have tried to include some interesting reworks for a lot of the professions. You know, maybe there's a smaller number of changes, but we're going to see a lot more trade adjustments or some touches to some weapons as well. We have some really exciting changes for sure. So the quantity might be a little bit lower, but we're hoping to make up for it with the quality or excitement.
I'm a bit sway about tuning then, because I think we do need some number changes.
Hopefully my audio
guys, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to be 50k DPS.
Channels left and right. Chat, feel free to let me know if that is not correct. Yes. And of course, we are also joined by Taylor Trigg Brooks, another skills and balanced designer. Taylor, how are you doing today?
Hello, doing pretty good. Yeah, as Cal mentioned, we have a smaller update, but you know, these changes should be
way fucking louder. Holy shit.
You know, more impactful than just number changes. A lot of them are like small reworks or adjustments to how things function. So
which non-VOs do damage though?
The spiciest.
Well, I'm assuming they will do. They're not going to do like zero tuning on VOE.
What time frame do you want to put on this, Taylor? Because I'm trying to think how far back we can go to cause the spiciest change in recent memory.
Oh wow.
Recent memory, pretty easily say that. Maybe almost a decade. As far as how sweeping
Wow, that's ambitious. I don't think I remember every patch note for the last 10 years, so...
Taylor's got a big brain.
Someone go look this up after the stream and see if Taylor is right.
Yeah. All right. But I think we can probably start getting into the patch notes itself. Feel free to
Mesmer
mention the audio
from
stuff.
the
I have
game.
changed the settings around a little bit, so hopefully it'll sound a little bit better. I've boosted my volume a little bit, but feel free to let me know if it still is too quiet. But yes, we can get right into it.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, let's do it.
Moving on to the actual notes, we're going to be starting off with a general note.
Yeah. I guess the last thing I've heard to say is, as always, we will be posting the preview notes after the stream. So if you miss something, that's totally fine. It'll be on the forums.
Yeah.
General notes. Okay, general note. General note.
We are only streaming on Twitch right now, but we will be uploading a VOD of this stream to YouTube in the future. Yes, as always, go check out the forums after the stream. We'll have notes posted there. Go give us feedback, yada, yada. We'll do that at the end of the stream as well. But yes, all right. Starting off here, we've got a little bit of a general note. This is obviously just a game-wide change, not specific to any class. Taylor, if you want to talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, so this is kind of like not really, most people don't even know this, but defiance damage when you deal to a breakbar enemy in PvE, if it's below 1 second of crowd control, it'll round up to 1 second. This was done a long time ago because of skills like Headshot on Thief before competitive splits existed, where it was important that they had a small CC duration but wanted them to be useful.
Wait, what's the motive for
now
this?
In the game, you know, most things that we want to deal proper defiance damage are over this, so this is
well, no, Headshot has good duration
kind of a prelude
in
to what we're
it's not
going
a
to be
bit,
talking
not a
about
huge
when
deal.
we get to Chronomancer.
Oh
the
shit!
Biggest skill this affects is time sink, which is a half-second daze, which is
over.
Up to a
It's
second
over.
for all of them. So you get a lot more CC out of that skill than you should.
Here comes the nuke.
So this is just a small change. We'll talk about it more when we get to Chronomancer, but Yeah.
Cool.
Chrono Nuke.
And we are going to be going in mostly alphabetical order. We might have a couple swaps here or there, depending on certain things. But first class we'll be starting with is Elementalist.
Elementalist,
mostly alphabetical.
Yeah, mostly alphabetical. Kyle, please take it away.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we have a few different things going on for LE. These are a couple of the core LE kind of mini reworks that we have going on. We'll also have some updates to Weaver and a fun little rework to the Catalyst.
This is like fresh air buff oriented.
At the end here, but kicking things off, we see these are a few skills and traits that are a bit underused. We see Ether Renewal. We've reduced the cast time of this skill so many times over the years, and it's still not quite where we want it to be. And rather than reduce the cast time even more, we decided to put a little bit more value on top of the skill because it's definitely something that you can cover with stability or maybe cover with like an arcane shield. We want it to be more of that high risk, high reward
quickness and damage on bountiful power.
On top of
that's again kind of a fresh air oriented one.
You're also going to be getting some endurance back.
So you spam attunes,
amount to about a full dodge,
and then you can just proc the quickness,
maybe a little bit less because
do big damage.
The number of pulses is not perfectly a divisible number into 50, but it will be a pretty good amount of endurance. So now if you do maybe play with Rock Solid or other stability sources, or have someone give you stability, or have Arcane Shield to cover your Ether Renewal, or you just find a good opportunity to get that channel off, it will be a pretty powerful skill. And we're hoping that this does see a little bit of play on maybe a couple builds here and there.
Yeah.
Inscription, this is the glyph trait. It gives boons when you use a glyph, and it had previously given resistance on every glyph, but we've seen a little bit of difficulty with actually utilizing this trait because some of the glyphs have longer cast or longer cooldowns. They're not really conducive to those on skill type do something triggers.
Yeah, I mean that's a big fresh air trait.
Shorter cooldown, but it's hard.
You do have to trade damage for that, but the high resistance of them is going to be nice.
That functionality out. You'll still have the boon on glyph trigger, which is going to be based off your attunement. Then the resistance component of this trait is going to be coming when you swap to air. Notably, if you do have fresh air equipped, this will be a lower duration, basically how we handled one with air to prevent it from being too powerful. But this will give you a nice little. 3 seconds of resistance as you enter air attunement if you play Inscription. So it does hopefully make it a more competitive option alongside the other air traits, and it gives you a little bit more of that resistance availability as opposed to being super reliant on glyphs to get that. Then we have a nice little rework to Bountiful Power. This is a trait that is, it's a damage bonus, but it's a little on the less interesting side, and this is something that we try to avoid with Grandmaster traits these days. And as we look at traits to rework in Grandmaster traits especially, we want these to be definitely the most exciting traits in the trait line. We have Evasive Arcana in the same slot. We have the Arcane.
Yeah, Bountiful Power is boring,
trait, which has got a nice little rework in the past year or so. I forget exactly when that change happened, but fun change for Arcane builds. So Bountiful Power, trying to get a little bit more flavor into this trait as well. It's still going to be a damage bonus, but it is going to function kind of like Kinetic Battery does on
it's basically LE Kinetic Battery, right? That's what it is.
The charges here will come from switching attunements.
Elemental Battery.
Once you hit that 5 charge threshold, you'll get a burst of quickness and a burst of strike damage for a duration. So it gives you an opportunity to kind of set up your fire burst, set up your air burst. Just a bit more of a controlled moment, and a lot more powerful in modes where you don't have, super high boon uptime.
All right, very cool. Moving on, a lot of Weaver changes here.
So we're just buffing the dual skills,
changes.
I think.
These are the dual skills for Land Spear for Weaver. We've seen a lot of feedback around these since they got introduced to the game, where
it's actually getting dual skills.
Side, and we were really leaning on the idea of the mechanic that allows you to kind of bypass the Weaver cooldown by getting to your dual attune state.
It actually has them now.
Theoretically played nicely with the spear mechanics, but those skills ended up being a little bit low impact, so we wanted to take a second look at those, and this is kind of that second look where now they're going to behave. They're still going to have that same functionality that they do right now, but on top of that, they're going to give you a buff, kind of like a single hit Venom, essentially, which is similar to kind of the other mechanics of the 3 skills, which will augment your next 3 skills, or your next spear skill. These will just affect your next strike of any kind, just to keep it a little bit simpler. But it will create essentially an AoE strike around the next target that you strike.
Okay.
And you see a number of different effects here, whether it's applying some conditions.
Colony removal.
Some of them will just be damage. The fire air one is going to be the highest damage, but it's not going to inflict any conditions. Water earth, we're going to see a little bit lower damage, but that's also going to heal you. We see a little bit of self Condi removal in here as well. So a nice little spread of different effects, but they all will have that kind of extra AoE strike as well, which notably will trigger the Weaver trait that cares about striking someone with a dual attack, which previously these skills could not.
Could not even trigger. Yeah, of course.
Cool.
So we're hoping that this is. Spear is pretty much that AoE weapon already, so adding a little bit more AoE to that really fleshes out its identity and makes the Weaver kit a little bit more exciting for this weapon.
Indeed. And some Weaver changes continued on the next slide, but obviously feel free to drink some water.
Good
Stay
choice.
hydrated, everybody.
Yes, definitely hydrate. So a lot of these are a little bit more competitive focused. Weavers, something, especially like Condi Weaver is kind of the focus with these changes. It's something that we haven't seen a whole lot recently, and part of that
more
is
damage
because
on
just
sword,
seen a lot of
Condi Weaver
nerfs over the years, because a lot of the ways that Condi Weaver especially deals its damage is a little bit unhealthy, kind of in the way that it happens. Primordial stance, just pulsing burning is a big, kind of a big problem. Obviously, you get a little bit of that from the lava skin as well. What we're trying to do here is put a little bit more oomph, a little bit more power into like specific moments, as opposed to like those pulsing effects that just feel like they happen and there's not really counterplay to them. So the big one is here with Pyro Vortex.
Condi Weaver, bear in mind, guys,
be
very oppressive build right now.
Amount of burning on that initial strike. So previously this was so reliant on landing a CC and then getting like the full value of all the ticks of the Pyro Vortex. There's still going to be value in locking someone in those extra ticks, but we see that a lot of the
it's
damage is being shuffled into the initial strike.
It's a buff.
So as long as you're landing that, or as long as you're dodging that on either side, that's going to be more of the moment of power of this skill. So we see something like that. Twin Strike has a big chunk of burning on it. Shearing Edge, we're kind of buffing up the damage a little bit there. Natural Frenzy, making it a little bit more accessible. These are kind of the main big moment, big damage skills that we're expecting and we're hoping are like kind of what allows Condi Weaver to do their damage. And again, becoming a little bit less reliant on stuff like Primordial Stance, which is not a mechanic that we're super happy with. Maybe it's something that we look at reworking in the future, but that's something that we'll think about a little bit further down the road. Also, Riptide, kind of getting a nice little 3 seconds off the recharge. We did this with the Earth skill as well. Earth and Vortex brought it back down from 18 to 15. Just a slight defensive addition to Weaver, because we are hoping to see a little bit more of this, and we felt that 3 seconds, not going to make or break. We'll probably never see this skill at 12 seconds again, but we'll try it at 15 and see what happens.
Seems good.
So obviously with these changes being mostly competitive focused, the spear changes on the previous slide were of course game wide, but are we feeling that Weaver's kind of just not really in a good place in competitive modes right now, or are these changes kind of aimed to bring it into a certain role?
I'm pretty sure Weaver is dog shit right now. What's the odds are going to be?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Condi Weaver is something that hasn't been like super relevant for a while, and it is kind of one of the most natural builds. Probably like one of the more original builds that came to play with Weaver as a profession.
It's a classic, yeah.
Power Weaver of different flavors, especially Lightning Rod, is something that we have seen a little bit as well. But I think Condi Weaver is the one that probably needs a bit more help at the moment. So that's kind of where these changes are focused.
Very cool. All right, that is going to wrap up the Ellie slides for us for now.
That's Ellie.
That's not actually.
That is not going to wrap up the Ellie slides for us.
Misinformation.
I'm sorry, I'm actually just forgetting. I'm joking. It's a trick. We have one more.
We do have one last trait here.
Actually, the most exciting for Catalyst.
It's a fun little change. So Staunch Auras,
that
this is
actually
a
kind of
trait
is a
that
big
obviously
change.
gave stability when you.
This was so toxic in
yourself.
PvP.
Very powerful.
So now they can actually make it better again.
Nerfed a lot in competitive modes. Just the critical mass of auras that are available to Ellie, but also just Catalyst especially, made it really difficult to find the right balance for this trait. You'd either have way too much stability or not enough stability.
This is actually a good change, I think. It was
just
very toxic. They had to nerf it into uselessness
sources that you always
because of how oppressive it was.
Really, something that's really hard to get right. So as we're looking for fun, exciting reworks to do, we really wanted to do kind of a combo-focused Grandmaster trait, because Catalyst very much is the most combo-focused of the elite specs. We already have the trait that says gain an aura when you finish a combo. Obviously, you have a combo field available pretty much all the time, so having the combo Grandmaster trait kind of felt very natural, and it also gave us a way to make this stability a little bit more controlled. So we do see that you still get stability here. The way this trait works is Whenever you finish a combo, you'll get a little bonus effect based off your attunement. This will be a once per 10-second interval, exactly how the aura trait works on the
that's actually kind of hype. This is pretty hype, guys.
But so when you're in fire, you'll get extra might stacks. When you're in water, you'll get a little bit of healing. Air, you'll gain some endurance back. And earth, there's that stability again. So it's a little bit more of a controlled trigger. It's something that we can put a little bit more duration on. And feel a little bit more confident that this isn't going to cause a ton of problems.
That's a lot better design. Way better
to that stability fairly regularly, as long as you're able to combo well in earth attunement.
All right. Now that'll wrap up Ellie. And I may not be able to count, but I do know my ABCs, and so that does tell me that Engineer is going to be next. And with Engineer, we're going to have Taylor talk about that class. So what we got going on here. Even though I think the first note is something that Cal is super excited about personally, but...
Yeah, for Engineer, we have some super small changes on this page, and then later we'll get into some trait reworks. I think we're talking about firearms, some... specialization, wide changes there, and then also touching some grandmasters on alchemy and tools. But for these couple, the first are just kind of quality of life
is kind of funny actually, because it already hits pretty hard.
Right now, it immobilizes when you use it on someone that is crowd controlled. That wasn't really a great trigger we've seen, so we're putting it just, it's always going to immobilize no matter what. Removing the ammo, because immobilize on ammo wouldn't be the best, but hopefully it feels a bit more usable. Pry bar, hitting
guys,
some
heal
targets,
chrono's done.
You know,
they are gonna
cleave, use it in
they are gonna bring the hammer on heal chrono.
Pry bar already hits pretty hard, so just hitting more targets with it seems pretty good. Net shot and overcharge slot, we're increasing their missile velocity, I believe, by about 20%. Sometimes these skills had trouble actually hitting their targets. They're pretty good when they do land, but when they don't, they're not. So hopefully they land a bit more. Those are the small changes. So we can go to the next page. These are going to be some firearm changes that we talked about. These are going to be a trait shuffle. We're merging some traits and moving some things so that in the end we're going to add
modified
2 new
ammo
Grandmasters.
is GM minor now.
The first thing that's happening is serrated steel. This is the Grandmaster minor that just increased your bleeding duration. It's being merged with the minor trait that caused you to bleed and critically strike. So you're going to be 1 trait. And in that minor slot,
that could be that's crazy. No,
modified ammunition was a Grandmaster trait that we feel like wasn't really worth being a Grandmaster.
Just get that for free?
Deadly Arts on Thief has this as a passive already as their minor trait. And as a trait, it was good in PvE when you always have like conditions on bosses, but in competitive game modes, it really had no value.
That's modified ammo now. Yeah, so you have
Inferno. We can add some new Grandmaster traits.
You basically just get that on top of modified ammo, right?
Reaction. This is a new trait that from the June patch that we added that we like what it does, but we feel like it maybe wasn't the correct place for it to be. So we're moving it down to the alchemy line, so it can be optioned there, and we're deleting purity of purpose. We'll talk about that in just a second. But if you've been following the shuffle in the map, we have 2 new Grandmaster slots.
That's
the first
massive,
one
guys.
is going to be Sharpshooter. It's basically going to be Bleeding Inferno. Inferno was another trait we added in the June patch for
Trig's Unchained.
And it was
Trig is Unchained.
Pretty interesting. A lot of build options opened up. So we're going to try that with Engineer. We felt like it was natural for the line.
That is absolutely massive. He's Unchained.
When bleeding skills off power.
Finally.
Engineer have some... You know, it synergizes with the new serrated steel.
Trig's Unchained.
And then also we have other bleeding sources like shrapnel grenades. And explosive lines, the shrapnel trait there. And then the next Grandmaster is going to be Heavy Metal. This one's going to be more of your generic power DPS bonus. It's Executioner, but instead of just a flat bonus, it's going to give you both critical strike damage and critical strike chance.
It's kind of fat.
So the lower people are,
pretty
the more
spicy GMs, guys,
you have against them to create a more interesting damage profile for Engineer.
Execute on
be able to get that crit chance that Firearms is really good at.
Yeah.
So hopefully the goal from this line would be more options and more ways to play with it, because before it was a pretty static line where you just took the same traits and it didn't really change your play style, but we're hoping with the new Grandmasters that, you know, be more interesting, more things to play around and think about when making a Firearms build.
All right. Indeed. Moving on to the next slide.
Yep, and these are going to be both the alchemy and tools changes I talked about. Backpack Regenerator. This trait was not very good, and then we also realized we don't want it to be good. It was pretty passive, so we're deleting it and creating a new trait called Blast Zone.
Very nice.
It just creates a blast finisher when you use
why
your
is NG's getting fat changes?
Some healing cobalt skills create like a field automatically, so if it's a water field one, you're going to blast the water field automatically, but if not, you can blast might, blast stealth, what have you.
AoE barrier.
So just some extra synergy there with things alchemy already wants to do.
These are pretty spicy for basically every NG build.
This trait is getting Fury in PvE only. Fury was sometimes a rough spot for engineer supports. Mechanist was able to cover it, but if you wanted to be like a scrap or an amalgam, it really wasn't something that was covered. So we're adding it there, so to open up some relic synergies potentially. And then hold on 1 second.
Wait, what? Dude, bro has to hydrate.
Gotta hydrate.
Oh yeah.
Going back, Purity of Purpose was being deleted for equal and opposite. Purity of Purpose was also a trait that was pretty not used in PvE, and then when it was used in competitive game modes, we just really didn't like the gameplay it had, so we decided to get rid of it.
Yep.
Equal and opposite should be a more selfish trait for the alchemy trait line for people that want boons. It gives pretty good ones.
Okay.
So that's what's happening there. And then the last change is chain reactivity. The third successful trigger is now going to grant barrier to allies at a reduced rate. So this was a selfish trait to begin with, but now the third trigger is going to get some team support. We wanted this to be a go-to option if you wanted team support. Now that Purity of Purpose is deleted, or you didn't need the Fury from HGH. So that's the purpose here. And then lastly, we go into some tools updates. Optimized activation. This is just quality of life for the trait. The Grandmaster Minor in the trait line gives you damage when you have Vigor, so this is just giving you more Vigor in PvE, so more uptime on that damage bonus by yourself. Kinetic Battery. This is a similar trigger to what Cal talked about in Bountiful Power and Elementalist. We're adding a damage strike bonus when this triggers. It already gives you super speed and quickness, pretty good. This is a trait that is very good on Hollowsmith because it procs when you go in and out of Hollowforge with your F5. And so I think something we're thinking about is splitting the effectiveness, like making it more effective if you're an Amalgam or a Scrapper because they can't proc it as often. That's something we're still thinking about for now. Right now, this is going to be, I give you that strike damage increase. So in PvE, the tools line already has some good damage mods. So this can be another one to give to make it even more competitive. Something to take. Then lastly, adrenal implants. This is getting a bit of a rework. Right now, all it does is increase your endurance regen rate by 50%, which is super strong, but it's also kind of boring. So we're reducing it to 25%, but adding an additional effect that when you dodge, the recharge of your toolbelt skills will be decreased, and that will create kind of a loop that you get where you dodge. You can use them. Optimized activation will give you more vigor, and you can dodge a bit more. You know, that whole feeding into each other. So hopefully the gameplay of the trait is more interesting than what it is now.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of trait updates and shuffles around. You know, are we kind of expecting this, especially, you know, from the previous slide, a lot of the DPS traits, are we expecting that to sort of increase a lot of the, I guess, you know, damage that DPS engineer specs are doing? And if so, are we, you know, what are we planning on doing about that?
Yeah, I think right now we're not trying to increase the overall damage of engineer. We just want to make how it deals damage a bit more interesting. So with these, we're likely to decrease some of the numbers. I think with modified ammunition and PvE, it'll likely go down to accommodate for the new damage increases that those Grandmasters are giving. We know in Worldly World that, you know, DPS NG is also super good, and so we're likely to make some downward adjustments on that end as well to make room for these new things.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you, Taylor.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to Guardian. We can have Cal talk about that.
All right, Guardian. So we're kicking things off here. There's obviously some changes to the Zeal trait line, and we'll see a couple more like quality of life improvements on the next slide. But the main focus of the update here is kind of this Zeal, a little bit of shuffle, a little bit of reworks here.
Acting Virtue F1.
Starting off with Zealot's Resolution. This is a trait that's just very difficult to actually utilize because it triggers when you are taking damage. When you fall below the health threshold and you are struck under that health threshold is when it creates the symbol. It's a little counterproductive to, you know, what you're actually trying to do as someone who is probably playing the Zeal trait line. You want to be that aggressive damage dealing guardian spec.
These are DH buffs.
So that's going to trigger when you strike an enemy that's under that health threshold, and it's going to be that same 75%. So you get a little bit of damage onto your enemy, and then that's going to trigger that extra symbol, and that's going to be, you know,
these are literally DH buffs, guys.
Damage, just working the way that you probably wanted to, and kind of the way that we wanted to, is just be more, I guess, intuitive.
You use your F1, summon a symbol.
But also just better to play with. Then we see kind of a
Dragon
similar
changes.
Grandmaster to Grandmaster Minor shuffle that we saw with Modified Ammunition with Symbolic Avenger. This is a trait that, again, is pretty basic in what it does. It doesn't have that symbol hook, but that is already kind of the core theming of the Zeal trait line, is that it has a lot of those symbol hooks. And so we thought it felt a lot more natural as the Grandmaster Miner, because it is a little bit more powerful than symbolic power as well. That is a trait that increases the damage of your symbols, which is good, but it is, a little bit less good overall, because it is just a very specific subset of skills that are maybe more difficult to land damage on in certain situations. So just having the more natural damage modifier in that slot, and it's still going to have that symbol hook, because it is as you strike enemies with your symbols, you get that damage buff, but that's going to be in your Grandmaster Miner right now. That opens the door for a new Grandmaster trait, of course. Yep. Furious Focus. This is a name that was used on a Master Tier trait, but it's getting a little bit of a rework here, shuffling into that Grandmaster slot. The way it's going to work, it does have a Fury theme, so keeping the Furious Focus made a lot of sense. Keeping that name made a lot of sense. The way it's going to work is that while you are under the effects of Fury, you are going to have increased outgoing strike damage and increased movement speed.
Yep.
It's not going to be a stacking movement speed. Fury is a little bit easier to gain access to. It's kind of inspired a little bit by Aggressive Onslaught over in the Warrior trait lines, where that is a trait that gives you move speed while you have quickness. That is obviously a stacking movement speed buff, because quickness is a little bit more difficult to have. This one's just going to be more like you have swiftness as long as you have Fury, essentially, but it won't stack with other movement speed increases. So it will be nice for Guardian, which is typically a little bit on the slower side.
That's true.
Unless you have, say, a movement trait in Dragon Hunter trait line.
Hunter.
As long as you have Fury now, you'll be moving faster, dealing more damage. And kind of the extra fun component of this trait is that when you activate Virtue Skill 1, you're going to create a lesser symbol of blades. So this is obviously the Fury symbol. That is going to do some damage, give you some Fury. That's going to give you the bonuses of this trait, of course. Do a little bit more damage. Trigger your symbol traits in this trait line. Should be pretty fun. There will be like a 10-second cooldown on that or something along those lines, just to make sure that it doesn't go
you can't spam
too
it
crazy
with
in World v.
Radiance.
World with something like Renewed Justice. But you will be able to get a good chunk of Symbol of Blades. And then last up, we now have that open slot in the Master Tier trait line from Furious Focus moving. This is going to be a more defensive focus trait, Renewing Splendor. Now, whenever you create a light field or a combo in a light field, you will heal yourself. So this obviously has a lot of synergy with symbols.
I like that.
Are all light
That's
fields.
good.
Some of you
Data
may recognize
Reminder Solar actively did not want any combo
the
interactions.
Greatsword trait in the trait line. It used to be
trades.
a combo in a light field.
Now our
heal
based
you.
kings
That got
are
removed
restoring
when
it.
the Greatsword trait became just more raw damage focused, but we do like the idea of having
Magras is DH buff,
defensive
dude.
option in Zeal. We've seen a lot of trait lines have success. A lot of the damage dealing trait lines have a lot of good success with more of that hybrid bruisery type of trait option that you can opt into.
He's here.
Obviously you can still go full damage, but then you can also have the option to get a little bit more sustain, a little bit more defense. And so kind of the natural fit.
Skill of
the
ICD, yeah,
symbol
10-second
trait line was
ICD
that
on
creating
Furious
a light field,
Focus.
comboing in a light field would be a nice little trigger for that. So obviously you can create a symbol, maybe you create a wall of reflection.
Good class to start. I just think whatever you think is cool.
Symbols.
And what's important to know, I'll tell you what, get in there and have fun. That's the important thing. Boom.
Field, you will get a little bit of healing. There will be a slight cooldown on world finishers, as we've done.
Warrior's getting buffed, guys. 100%. It's God. It's going to be God mode.
So that you don't get a massive heal every time you.
Trig's Unchained. He's going to buff Warrior.
Nice. Would you call this more of kind of an update to maybe an outdated or slightly outdated specialization line, or are we making these changes in order to kind of fill kind of a role that Guardian might be lacking in some modes?
I think there's definitely a lot of traits in this line that felt a little bit outdated. Furious Focus was a good example of a trait that just isn't super valuable. I think maybe there's even some other traits that we were considering adjusting in Zeal that didn't quite we didn't quite have like the right plans for.
Stuff like Zealots are just scuffed. I hope they do the Virtues trait as well, actually. The one that procs when you get CC'd.
Some of the Zeal traits felt a little bit outdated. Something like Zealot's Resolution, where the usability is just very poor, or having that very
Furious Focus seems pretty juiced.
Multiplier on the Grandmaster trait without any additional hook. Those are things that we're typically going to be looking at to update going forward, I would say.
It's funny, actually. Cool. It used to be Furious Focus felt pretty good in World vs. World, actually.
A little bit with some slightly quality of life changes.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
Dragon
just, obviously
dude,
Virtue of Courage, Shield of Courage,
nice.
these are both getting the stun break baseline. We've seen, this was something that we tried with the Luminary Courage, where it would just stun break for yourself, and you would not have to take Indomitable Courage to get that stun break component. And we've seen...
Shield of Courage,
this worked
Dragon
well.
Hunter.
We like the idea of reducing
DH wins
the
again,
reliance
guys.
on the Virtue straight line for, especially in competitive modes, that's such a important effect. And, the stability is good and the ally stun break is good. But for you yourself, the Guardian, especially a skill like Virtue of Courage, which the active is just grant Aegis AoE, so it's pretty mediocre. So much of its power level is...
It's crazy that that's considered mediocre, because that is actually a good effect.
But it's still going to be very good with the Virtue straight line because Indomitable Courage is such a strong trait. But we're hoping that this maybe opens the door just a little bit, that you can...
Yeah, dude, Tyrone is back. He's reinstalling.
So a little bit further away from Virtues if you so choose, especially in competitive modes. Symbol of Energy, then this is a nice little quality of life, usability improvement. The projectile didn't actually do anything other than create a symbol on the ground, so the question of whether it should be destroyed by projectile destruction, we've decided the answer is no. The strikes from the symbol will obviously still be blockable, but you will now be able to freely create your symbol of energy through the swarm of projectile destruction, commonly in World v World, but that does come up now and then in other game modes. So a nice little usability improvement, I would call it.
Absolutely. All right, great. Thank you so much. That's going to wrap up Guardian Force, and we can move on to Mesmer.
Oh, it's over. Ooh, holy
Mesmer,
shit! Okay.
Mostly for this patch,
ammo count, mental collapse, CC
back
down.
When Troubadour was revealed and we talked about it, we talked about how Heal Chronomancer is a very strong build, probably
healing mod,
too strong.
CC
so we're making
down.
Taking some measures to reduce it. Large majority of them are focused around reducing its Defiance damage capabilities, as you'll see here. First thing is Signet of Humility. We're reducing the cooldown, but also the amount of Defiance damage it deals. Should hopefully be a good option for Mesmer's wanting.
Wait, hold on a minute. Then we have Gravity Well?
Slot, but not as effective on Chronomancers. When Chronos are able to use it, especially with Continuum Split, it is a lot of Defiance damage that eclipses almost every other profession. So we're turning it down there. Phantasmal Sharpshooter is also getting its ammo count reduced, which is less CC. Mental Collapse, less CC, and then Illusionary Inspiration is getting its outgoing healing modifier reduced. We just want the total healing of Chronomancer.
Yeah, I mean, considers that Mo is broken, right?
To go down.
I mean, Chrono is kind of broken.
Troubadour has its own outgoing healing modifier, so if you feel like it needs to go up itself, we can do that.
That's obviously a big nerf.
Globally, for Mesmer, we
10% less healing mod is big.
A bit smaller. Then we can go into the actual specific changes for Chronomancer. The first one is going to be Well Precognition. We're increasing its cooldown from 30 seconds to 60 seconds, which is a very large change, but this is also a very strong skill, so we feel like it's warranted. It gives your team both stability and Aegis, so you can negate a lot of encounter mechanics in PvE with this skill. So we want to make sure that its use is well thought out when you choose to use it.
Trig's Unchained. Trig has dropped the
bomb.
bomb.
And Gravity Well are also getting their CC durations reduced.
Improved Alack is gone. Oh my god, it's over. Dude, Chrono's done. It's done.
I want to point out that Chrono probably still has a ton of CC. C-split. It's a very strong cooldown. You could use everything twice. So I wouldn't say that Chronomancers are going to be hurting for Defiance damage after this. Just more in line with other classes.
Chrono is rat water.
Gravity Well, specifically on competitive mode, should not change. We're reducing the knockdown duration everywhere, but there still shouldn't be a moment where people can dodge out of it. It will true combo into itself.
GG.
People were reading that and worried.
Time bomb.
But we want to get into the trait changes now. There's only 3 changes, but these are pretty impactful. A lot of them are coming off the feedback from the June patch when we touched Danger Time.
Oh, wait.
Some damage
it improved Alak's baseline now. What the fuck?
We wanted to make Danger Time a more appealing option, but
I didn't read the bottom part.
There was resounding feedback that people didn't want to take Danger Time because it meant dropping improved Alacrity.
Yeah.
Improved Alacrity contributes a lot to the actual gameplay feel of Chronomancer, and we feel like if something is that gameplay changing and people like playing with that much, it shouldn't be an option. So we're putting it on a Grandmaster Minor trait. Time Marches On is now going to increase the effectiveness of Alacrity on you. It's going to be 50%, just like improved Alacrity now. In competitive modes, it'll be decreased a little bit because we're also removing the drawback of decreasing Alacrity on you. So it'll be about 33% in competitive modes. Basically now, no matter what you choose in your Master tier, you will always have improved Alacrity.
Yep. That's actually a good design change because you'd always want to pick it. It felt really bad not to have it.
That it encouraged too many specific team comps and stacking it. It was good based on the slow you could apply yourself, but when there are everyone else applying slow, it's hard to get it to a right number where it wouldn't be too strong or too weak. So we're changing it now so that when you apply slow to an enemy, it grants you a bonus.
Good question, actually,
and it no longer relies
I assume maybe
on the
Chrono
enemy
still gives
slow.
itself some alack, maybe.
The last change is that there's going to be there's a slot open now that improved alacrity no longer exists as a master tier trait. And we're going to be adding a new trait called
losing the movement impairing reduction. I feel like it's actually relevant.
Hit
that
an
feels
enemy
bad
with
to not
time
have
sink,
that.
you're going to attach like a time bomb to them, basically. It's going to tick down over time, and in 5 seconds it'll explode. While the enemy you hit has a time bomb on them, you are going to deal increased strike damage to them. And so it kind of creates a moment of time where you're going to hit someone with time sink, they're going to get this time bomb attached to them. You're going to want to fit a lot of your damage into it, into a natural burst window trait, and then they're going to explode, hitting them and all nearby enemies.
Yep.
So time bomb is now going to be kind of the burst DPS trait we envisioned, and danger time is going to take the role as a more sustained damage increase trait.
Okay.
You mentioned the damage on time bomb when it explodes, it'll hit enemies around the person who's targeted with it. Is that damage dodgeable?
You can dodge the damage. If the person with the time bomb on them dodges, the damage will still go off. So people around them have to move away. The person with the time bomb should probably move out of their allies if they have it on them. Gotcha. But it is blockable, dodgeable. But
yeah, dude, the precog nerf is massive, and the CC nerfs.
Because a smart Chronomancer probably time. They know that a burst about to happen on them, so the person will want to dodge, so they can use their other skills around that.
Makes sense. Very cool. All right, thank you, Taylor. Moving on, it is everyone's favorite green class, Necromancer.
It's time.
And Cal is going to start us off with this.
Yeah, so starting off, we have some spite traits. I guess there's a slight blood magic adjustment here, but this is because of
less of the locust
trait line. So the first things first, we see Spiteful Renewal is moving to the blood magic trait line.
Oh, Blood Bond's gone.
Renamed because
that feels kind of bad. I kind of like that one.
Named Spiteful something if it's no longer in the Spite trait line. That'll replace Blood Bond, and this kind of started because we were thinking of, well, should Blood Bond actually be a Spite trait because it is a signet trigger? We have the signet trait there. It has a little bit of that, like life-stealing sustain. We want to get a little bit of that sustain into Spite, similar to what we talked about with Zeal. It's like a lot of the best damage dealing trait lines do have that option to flex into a little bit more defense as well. And the answer was that it probably didn't make sense for Signet of Vampirism specifically to be in the Spite trait line. So we've just ended up moving Spiteful Renewal, replacing Blood Bond. That trigger doesn't exist anymore.
AoE lifesteal.
Malicious Swarm is the new trait in that trait spot that is going to cast Lesser Signet of the Locust, which is a little bit more thematic for Spite. Signet of Spite is an option that we talked about.
Dude, Spite always has Awaken the Pain.
There are a lot of
That's juicy. That is
questions around what is a Lesser Signet of Spite anyway.
Locusts are notoriously known as the most spiteful of the insects. So.
That is true, actually. That is actually
should it apply all these conditions for just a shorter duration? Should it apply a subset of these conditions? It's probably still too many of the conditions that Signet of Spite applies, and we wanted to have like some of that defensive replacement as well anyway. So Signet of the Locust made a lot of sense. It has that Boon Rip. It's only going to be one Boon Rip on the lesser version, but that will give you a little bit extra Boon Rip, which is something that Spite really likes to do. So we felt that Signet of the Locust was a good fit. So instead of Blood Bond being in the Blood Magic trait line, we will now see Malicious Swarm casting Lesser Signet of the Locust in the Spite trait line. The healing will obviously be reduced as well, but it will be a nice little heal, some Boon Rip, heal based off enemy struck, heals based off Boon
Spiteful Fortitude,
so it can be a pretty solid
just make
of
every Necro power build just juiced? You're so tanky.
The next change is actually pretty big. Awaken the Pain moving to the Master Minor.
And that's getting rid of the downstate trait.
Is a great example of an outdated trait where this is a trait that
it made Necro downstate do so much damage, by the way, in PvP. You'd literally get annihilated by the little life drain
enemies. Pretty weak. Not something that you're really taking the Spite trait line to get. You're taking it to get other things, and it turns out you have Death's Embrace, and you probably didn't even notice that you have Death's Embrace. So Awaken the Pain, Spite is very much the might trait line. So having this super might
Roy does. He does actually subscribe to Bugs monthly.
is going to make a lot of sense.
That's a little known fact.
The downside of that, it's no longer going to reduce condition damage because there are situations where you are playing a Necro build that is a condition-focused build, but you are taking the Spite trait line because there are good things. Maybe you now want to get Lesser Signet of the Locust. Maybe you want to get...
Ooh. Well, the Might
Spiteful Fortitude
really
now, get some extra vitality, extra life force. So we didn't want to... reduce the effectiveness of all conditions builds that play Spite.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense.
You are just going to get the improved power on Might with From a Beacon of Pain and not get the reduced condition damage. And we'll still have that Might as you enter Shroud as well, so really good trait, but it is just core to the Spite trait line now.
Ooh.
That's getting replaced with Spiteful Fortitude. This is, again, going to be a little bit more of that defensive-focused Spite trait, so you could see a vitality conversion, power to vitality
Necro buff
conversion.
or nerf?
So
I'd say it's buff overall.
Vitality, which gives you more health, which gives you more larger life force pool. Pretty good for Necro. Then you're also going to be getting
dread change is kind of
a little bit of life force.
That's kind of
1% life force when you strike an enemy that's below 50% health with ICD. We've seen kind of the strength of this type of trigger in Reaper especially. Just getting that extra 1% life force every second if you are fulfilling that condition can add up over time, and it's a nice little sustain, a little nice extra fuel for Shroud for your survivability. So it felt like a nice little addition on top of the extra vitality. And kind of that striking low health enemies is also pretty thematic to Spite, so it felt like a really good thematic fit for the trait line as well.
Okay.
And the last change here, we have a small update to Dread. We wanted to make it feel just a little bit more powerful as a damage dealing trait. Obviously if we have Close to Death in the same
But the biggest fan of this.
It's supposed to be more of that executioner style of trait, but Dread's actually a pretty fun trait. We see a lot of players
I guess
playing with Dread,
this is
getting that
on
quickness.
top of its card
Fury is
effects.
nice too, but of course the quickness is nice. Now it's going to give you a little bit of a
Damage
very
as well?
short burst of outgoing strike damage.
Oh, okay, never
When you
mind.
inflict fear, very similar to Danger Time. We did talk about, well, should this trait just say deal more damage to feared foes? And, that gameplay isn't necessarily as good. It incentivizes certain compositions to apply a bunch of different sources of fear. So now it's just going to be that same...
That's actually a good call, but maybe it should maybe be
Danger
colony
Time
damage
is
as well, right?
why we're keeping this a little bit more contained, a little bit more of when you apply fear, you'll get a little burst of damage. So now that is going to be when you inflict fear, you're getting that quickness, getting that fury, getting that burst of damage. Nice little bursty DPS trait. And then we've removed the cooldown component of that.
Oh, that's a shame. I did like that. That was a fun component, but I guess fair enough. It would have been a bit overloaded.
You did mention, with at least one of these traits that you felt, maybe it was a bit outdated, and that's why we were making these changes or these swaps. But we do see Spite taken a lot, especially in a lot of World versus World builds. So are we kind of expecting these changes to just kind of change how those are playing? Are these buffs to those builds? Also, is the goal with these changes to maybe see Spite being played in other game modes as well as World versus World?
Yeah, I mean, definitely think that it has more potential, especially in PvP or these extra defensive options, or these maybe playing Malicious Swarm, playing Spiteful Fortitude. These are maybe a little bit more PvP slanted, where you want that extra self survivability, where you still have your support, but maybe you're hoping to be a little bit less reliant on your support than you are in World v World because you're not always going to be with them. So just giving a little bit more of that bruisery, a little bit of defense, but still a lot of offense type of Necro. Maybe we see it with Reaper. Maybe we see it with, maybe with Harbinger. Maybe some of the other elite specs as well. But Spite Reaper could be something. Taylor and I have been theory crafting the Spite Death Reaper for a long time now. You get Bitter Chill, which obviously you couldn't take Malicious Swarm, but taking Bitter Chill to fuel your Corruptor's Fervor to get all those extra Carapace stacks is an interesting concept. Maybe it ends up being real with these being able to take Spiteful Fortitude now and the little extra oomph from Dread as well.
Okay.
All right. Very cool. But yes, moving on, we've got some Greatsword changes as well for Necro.
Yeah, some pretty big ones, especially the second note, but we'll talk about the first note because it's the 3 skill and not the 4 skill.
On the Grass and Darkness, but
Spiral.
Nightfall is a new.
So this is kind of in a similar vein of thinking of, we want there to be a little more bruisery, a little bit of extra defense, a little bit more personal defense, personal sustain.
That's actually kind of cool. I like these changes.
And Greatsword is kind of that pretty slow, lumbering, weapon type that is generally pretty thematic to like that Bruiser type playstyle.
No life force on Death Spiral,
the big damage
though.
coming up from Gravedigger. We already have some CC on there with Grasping Darkness.
Ooh, but yeah, you got the life force on Nightfall now?
Just a second damage skill, but we already have Gravedigger, so we felt that there was room to... we see the damage coming down a little bit in PvP World v World because we wanted to add a little bit more utility. We'll see a little bit more utility on Nightfall.
That doesn't feel good, guys.
It's now going to life steal instead of getting life force. We'll see the life force back on Nightfall, but this is intended to be a little bit more of that. You know, you still get damage out of life stealing, but it's also going to be a little bit more survivability for you as the Necro. So really leaning into that more bruisery playstyle for a greatsword. Reducing the aftercast a bit as well, because the aftercast on this skill is actually really long.
It was actually. That is true.
Trying to clean up a lot of these cases over... I mean, it's been a few years now.
Reaper need more survivability in PvP. Reaper is free food right now.
Some skills that have like half a second.
Especially if you use Greatsword. Really like Greatsword, your paper on Reaper and PvP.
To use, for lack of a better word. So we'll go back and try to clean these up as we see them. With that out of the way, we can talk about Nightfall. This is kind of the biggest change that we'll see here. This is a skill that has been historically problematic, especially in World v World. The cooldown is significantly higher than it is in other game modes because it is that pulsing boon corrupt.
Yeah.
So as we're looking at this greatsword weapon, you know, we want Nightfall to have a little bit of that defensive utility as well. You know, it does have the pulsing blind already, but we wanted to add a little bit more as we are. I guess the important thing is that we've moved a lot of that boon corrupt onto the initial strike.
Okay.
So it's not going to corrupt boons anymore, but you still have that big moment of the initial strike's going to do that boon corrupt. It's going to do that blind. The blind move, because we sped this skill up a lot, it's going to grow faster and it's going to pulse faster. We see that every 1 second instead of every 2 seconds. Part of that is because now it's going to be pulsing life force to you if you are standing inside of it.
Yes, that's where the life force comes back from Death Spiral.
For 8 seconds to get the full value. Now it's only going to be like 4 seconds. Also get a little bit of protection while you are... Oh, that's actually going to happen on the initial cast as well. The idea is that you're kind of shrouded by the shadows, so a little bit of defense flavor in there as well. But this will, you know, give a lot more impact to the initial moment. Kind of what we talked about with like Pyro Vortex on Weaver before, where we want to have those more discrete moments of things so that the counterplay feels a little bit more natural instead of having to run out of the Nightfall to avoid all of the pulses. Now you just need to avoid that initial strike to get out of that boon corrupt. Yep. Obviously, it's still going to be pulsing the damage, and it's still going to be kind of an area of power for the Necro now, but it will have a bit better counterplay to that boon corruption and that blind. And last up, we have a fun little note here with Grasping Darkness. This is going to grant you quickness if you strike an enemy. This won't be per hit or anything like that, but if you strike a single enemy with Grasping Darkness, even if they don't get pulled because they have stability, it's just an on-hit trigger, you will get a burst of quickness. So that's obviously very fun with Gravedigger, which is kind of that intentionally slower casting time, that big sweeping strike, the big moment of big damage. Now it's a bit faster because you'll have a burst of quickness. You know, we'll be able to get a few skills off with this burst of quickness as well. So maybe you land Grasping Darkness, fire off your Nightfall, hit with Death Spiral, and hit with Gravedigger. And it's a pretty fun, you know, bursty moment for greatsword players.
Nice. So if you're old like Cal, you might remember that back before Secrets of the Obscure, greatsword was limited or locked just to Reaper.
Not
and
anymore.
Then once, you know, we unlocked that for other classes, we saw a lot of other specs taking greatsword. Obviously a very strong weapon, especially, you know, for maybe some more support options. You know, even though this is, as you mentioned, kind of more intended to maybe to be like a bruisery sort of weapon, you're still taking it on support just because of all the support functions. So are these changes kind of aimed to maybe separate that out of the support build a little bit, or potentially just, I mean, obviously, you know, you mentioned like usability improvements, especially in World versus World with the cooldown and Nightfall being so high. You know, was there a specific goal with this, or, you know, again, kind of just trying to touch up some outdated skills?
Yeah.
Really, the starting point was Nightfall.
Yep.
Well, I forgot to mention, because it's not on the slide, but we are reducing the recharge time back from in World v World from 40. It's down to like 25 now. The skill is just really, really problematic in World v World. And, you know, we kind of knew that we wanted to do some stuff with Greatsword already, but Nightfall was really the starting point of, okay, how can we make this, especially the boon corrupt, like we need to make this more controlled. We don't like this as an extra source of that pulsing boon corruption because it is so easy to flex into on support builds. And, you know, I won't really be surprised if those support builds are still playing Greatsword because you still have that boon corrupt and you still have like the pull on Grasping Darkness. But it was just so powerful that it wasn't really a choice. It felt, Greatsword was just the best option. And we nerfed the skill so much. We don't like nerfing the skill as much as we did, and we do it when it's necessary. But a lot of the time we will try to look and see if there's like a rework somewhere down the line to allow us to, bring that cooldown back down. And so that, like I said, that was kind of the starting point for the Greatsword changes.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, moving on from Necromancer, it's everyone's favorite green class, Ranger.
The Ranger.
And of course, our resident Ranger expert Taylor is going to talk about
numbers
these
are
changes.
happening.
Yeah, so on this slide, you'll notice that every single Ranger Greatsword skill is on here, and you'll be like, oh my god, wow, this is so crazy. They're buffing everything. This is us rolling two-handed training bonuses baseline. So a lot of these are just the cooldown reduction and damage you would get from that trait.
Shuffling
We're going to be
traits
talking
again.
about Beast Mastery today for Ranger, and some reworks to its straight line. So that would be the first part of it, is almost all of those bonuses are going baseline to the Greatsword. It was kind of a problem where a lot of Greatsword's power was in that trait, and so it felt unplayable almost if you wanted to be like a marksmanship skirmishing Ranger and use a Greatsword.
Makes sense. All right. And we can get into the Beastmaster changes.
Here we go.
Yeah, so Beast Mastery is a trait line that historically has been completely balanced around Soul Beast. It was really good if you were a Soul Beast because you get all the bonuses, but if you're not a Soul Beast and it's just buffing your pet, it was really bad. So we're going to try and adjust that so that's not the case. The first two changes, Pack Alpha and Loud Whistle, are getting increased, specifically when you're not a merged Soul Beast. So it's be completely to when you have a pet out. Okay. These bonuses are a starting number, might need to go higher, but that's kind of the goal of this, is to make your pet actually matter. Two-handed training, we talked about that. The trait is still going to be get boons when you disable a foe. The Fury on disable is pretty strong and has great synergy with Remorseless and the marksmanship line, creating, when you CC someone, you're going to get Fury, which gives you that opening strike proc again. So that's a pretty good synergy that we want to make sure it stays there. But now that it's not buffing your grade, so we're going to add a bit of might on it. So it's going to be even stronger in that regard. Natural Healing is moving to the Adept tier to make room for another Master tier trait, and Potent Ally is being deleted. Honed Axis was the Grandmaster trait. It is being moved to the Master tier because, similar to what we've been talking about, it wasn't really interesting for a Grandmaster trait. All it did was reduce your axe cooldowns and give you some damage.
Whoa.
We felt like reducing axe cooldowns and whatnot was appropriate for this compared to the Greatsword trait, because axe wasn't as needed to have these bonuses to be functional. But as it is moving down, we are nerfing it a little bit. This function that when you were merged as a Soul Beast, it double applied the base ferocity. This isn't really something that similar traits do, so we feel warranted in deleting it so that we could put a new Grandmaster trait that adds that damage back. As we talked about in Firearms before, the goal is to make these damage bonuses a bit more interesting, but not add damage on top of what you already have.
A lot of
hydrating Resounding Timber. This was the one that gave you swiftness and regeneration when you use the command. It's going to be reworked to now when you use the command, you copy boons from yourself to your pet. And when you're a merged Soul Beast, it'll slightly extend the duration of boons on yourself instead. A problem Beast Mastery had was that, as with most things in PvE, having boons means you do more damage. So Beast Mastery wasn't even a better line than, say, Nature Magic, just because it copied boons to your pet. We wanted a more active way to play with it, and we felt like this was a good trigger. So when you use your heal, when you press Sick'em, Strength of the Pack, all your boons are going to be copied to your pet. So it's a way that you can upkeep boons on your pet while also having some of that management and feeling like you're interacting with them.
That's kind of spicy.
And then we're going to have Go for the Throat. This is a new Grandmaster trait replacing Honed Axes. When you strike an enemy with a B skill, so your pet F2, you're going to cast Lesser Sick'em on them. So this is going to give a small damage increase to your pet. Lesser Sick'em is going to be about 25% for the pet. Soul Beast will be even lower, kind of how normal Sick'em is. There's not going to be a reveal, but this is a way to, again, be a more interactive damage bonus and try and get damage out of your pet from this trait line. And of course, Lesser Sick'em is a command, so it'll proc Resounding Timber. So you get a lot more of those boon copying. So you can stay on top of things and actually have those interactions that feel like you're playing with your pet to get them to do more damage. And lastly, we are reducing the cooldown of pet swapping a defeated pet from 60 seconds to 35 seconds in PvE and PvP.
That's actually big in PvP.
Change we did in World v World a couple patches ago.
This is very big in PvP.
And we felt like a similar change was warranted in the other game modes. For today's ecosystem and pets, they die very easily, and we wanted to make sure that pets were still killable, but maybe the punishment was just a bit too harsh. So toning that down a bit, not as far as we did in World v World, but we'll see how that goes.
All right. You mentioned at the beginning of the slide that mostly Beast Mastery taken on Soul Beast. It's very strong there, but not so much on the other specs. So is this kind of just aimed to make Beast Mastery, an attractive option, just kind of for general gameplay on other specs, or is there a specific role or sort of build type that you're keeping in mind or that you were thinking about when you're going through these changes?
Yeah, we think Beast Mastery has fallen just a bit behind in almost all game modes. So seeing it pick back up in PvP would be nice. In PvE, seeing it be used on something like a potential option for an Untamed build. Untamed already buffs your pet a bit, so having that synergy there to make this a more appealing damage trait line than some of the others would definitely be interesting and kind of the goal of these changes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Next up is not Revenant, believe it or not, because some of us... Not me. Don't know how the alphabet works, but
Thieves.
I just wanted to talk about Revenant, so we shuffled the order around.
It is his favorite spec.
We want to have two segments.
Antiquary changes
talked about by the same person.
Yeah, but here we go.
So we are talking about Thief here. I will be covering the Thief notes. Taylor will cover the Revenant.
These are actually good as well. Like 180 radius is pathetic.
First note here.
Ruined the whole stream. No suspense.
Spoiler: Warrior is coming sometime in these patch notes.
Dude, they're gonna drop a bomb on Warrior. Warrior's gonna get crazy.
Kind of the main
I think they're
focus
unchained. I think Trig's gonna unchain fully.
Really fleshing out some of the Antiquary support build. We've seen a lot of success with the Antiquary DPS build. The trait that gives you a bunch of artifact triggers for spending initiative. Very fun, very powerful. But the support build is maybe not quite where we want it to be. So we'll see a lot of notes here that are intended to really help that. But first off, the kind of keynote at the top here is that
I think there's some potential for Antiquary to be cancer with those changes
this is
at the
something
bottom
that we've been fixing up on a few. Essentially, most profession mechanics have this problem.
Honest, that could be cancer.
They're not explicitly told to. They will use the weapon strength of whatever weapon you have equipped. So if you have, say, a rifle equipped, that will result in more damage than if you have a sword equipped, because that is how weapon strength works in our game, that weapons have different strengths. Two-handed weapons are generally higher. Rifle, of course, is even higher than the other two-handeds because, rifles just have the highest weapon strength. But we don't really like that behavior where the damage of the profession skill is inconsistent based off what weapon you have equipped. We want to make sure that those skills deal the amount of damage that we kind of intend to and the number that we balance them to use. So this is just fixing that up. People
Antiquary stocks are up, guys.
Some skills in the past as well, and they might see some same note on some skills in the future if there are still some that we've missed. We'll actually see this note as we get into the Revenant section as well. But the general goal for profession skills that are not tied to a weapon is that they will always use the same weapon strength. So that is a very long-winded way of explaining what the first batch note is saying.
We're past the first note. All right.
Oh. Might need to take a water break.
Yeah.
But we do see some radius increases here on some of the artifacts. Exalted Hammer, Chalk Shield, these are getting some extra supportive tools. Like I said, we're really trying to flesh out that support Antiquary build. So Exalted Hammer going to be granting protection to nearby allies. Chalk Shield going to be giving barrier to nearby allies. The Hollow Dancer Decoy as well will be giving some boons here. Pulsing Might, and then giving Might and Fury on the explosion. Zephyrite Sun Crystal, this one is no longer going to be a stun break. I think we were a little bit unhappy with the kind of the level of variance that having a stun break on one of the artifacts introduced. But it will now blind enemies that it strikes and also remove conditions from nearby allies.
Okay. Very thematic.
Yes. And then here we see at the end kind of two updates, two traits to, again, flesh out that support build. We see Enterprising Aristocrat. This is going to be gaining the barrier when you use an artifact skill also going to be having reduced strike and condition damage while you have barrier and you have this trait equipped. And the kind of fun addition to this build is that Possessive Hoarder is going to be sharing the now barrier that's attached to Enterprising Aristocrat instead, and the barrier that's also attached to Magpie's Defense, so the one that when you heal or use your elite skill, that barrier will be shared with your allies when you have this trait equipped. So it does kind of get an extra level of barrier support coming out from the Antiquary, in addition to sharing boons and getting a few extra boons here on the artifacts. And a little bit of all those extra defensive components and these kind of traits that here at the bottom are really intended to solidify that support Antiquary build.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you, Cal, for taking Thief. And now moving on to the Lost Profession, Revenant. Tail, you can take it away.
Yep.
Do it.
This slide, these are all underwater Trident skills. Trident has a mechanic where it inflicts or does different things based on your equip legend. The legendary entity stance ones are now updated to inflict slow and ethereal combos.
All right.
That's crazy stuff, guys.
Yep. And the first change for release potential is the same thing Cal was talking about. Now damage will be consistent, no matter if you have a great sword or a sword on. So yay. Now we get into trait changes. Similar to the
classic bug, guys. Classic
I feel like Cal did a great job
bug.
explaining it.
Thanks.
Now, these are trying to kind of bolster up support Conduit, as we talked about Antiquary. Ventari is a core legend, so we want Ventari Conduit to potentially be something playable. Definitely don't want it to be forgotten. So, Boundless Knowledge, this was a trait that gave you boons to yourself when you reached the affinity threshold. It's now being reworked. It's going to grant boons to allies when you use a legendary entity stance, the Raza skills, to create more of a good synergy between Raza and Ventari when you have this trait equipped. Perpetual Wisdom, this was the trait that had your F3 be an upkeep skill. Is this getting completely reworked? It's no longer going to cause Cosmic Wisdom to activate indefinitely and be that upkeep skill. It's basically going to cause you to grant boons to nearby allies when Numinous Gift procs. It's going to keep the functionality where Numinous Gift will proc on Legend Swap. So this trait essentially says when you Legend Swap or use your F3, you're going to give boons to your nearby allies that'll enhance that support opportunity.
Okay.
Twin Moon Sweep, getting some small changes when Centaur stance is equipped. It's going to remove conditions from allies around you in the fragment.
So basically, they're making a support version.
This is so you can use that Twin Moon Sweep at range, and where the Raza image is, you'll also support allies over there instead of just around yourself. And then some small tweaks. Numinous Gift, the Grandmaster Minor, it's getting its boon swapped around. Instead of Quickness on Shiro and Fury on Raza, it's going to be swapped. So it's going to be Fury on Shiro and Quickness on Raza. Then lastly, a small change to Beguiling Haze, making it just a bit easier to lay.
Oh?
All right, very cool. Were we kind of feeling like support Conduit was maybe not where we wanted it to be, or are these kind of quality of life changes, or obviously a couple different sort of parts to this update?
Yeah, we felt like Raza itself just didn't have the tools to, branch into that support role. We feel like Ventari and even Jawless are pretty good for support as a baseline, but the secondary legend, you really want to have some additional tools for that to cover the gaps they might have, so this will do a better job in that. Makes
sense. Awesome. Thank you. All right, and finally, we have made it to the Warriors
time,
which we're very excited about. At least one of us is. Certainly.
Ooh.
And Cal, please.
I'm excited.
Cal is very excited.
Wait, oh shit, what are we doing here?
CM.
Staff rework?
As he's known.
I don't know if that's my warrior.
No Aegis in PvP and World Plus World. That kind of feels bad, actually.
So starting off, we'll start off with Blade Trail. This is kind of the worst skill on the Greatsword kit. A little bit dated. You throw
it moves. It's pretty juicy, actually.
As long as Rush is hitting, Rush is a good skill. Whirlwind, I see a great skill. 100 Blades, pretty good skill, assuming you lock down your enemy.
Yep.
Get that channel off. But Blade Trail, this is something
we
felt could
use
use
a
little
scuffed ability.
Kind of a mini rework here. You're still going to be throwing out a great sword to strike your enemies. It's now just going to immobilize them instead of crippling. So this will be a very short duration immobilize. I believe it's just 1 second on each hit. So you can kind of get that double tap, assuming that the range is correct.
No
it's going to cast a
block
little bit
on
faster.
5?
Again, a little bit of after-cast cleanup.
Huh?
Projectile is going to be much faster. Forget the exact number, but you've probably seen how slow the Blade Trail moves, and now it will move just
I guess they really don't want you running it unless you're a support.
Pretty powerful. You know, now you can throw Blade Trail, set up Rush. You can throw Blade Trail, set up Arcing Slice. Maybe
they better have some juice on the next page, guys.
Set up a full 100 blades.
They're going to need some juice.
It will really open the door for a bit more.
It will move on the way back, though, Will. That's right.
It will mobilize both outgoing and returning. So, pretty strong skill.
Okay.
Next, we have kind of a hot topic. These are some staff adjustments.
The thing is, you really wanted the block on support warrior so you can survive. You need to have
difficulty,
defenses.
I guess, balancing warrior around the existence of staff. You know, we've seen just so much power in this kit of the staff weapon that's mostly intended to be a support weapon. So we obviously have a good amount of healing. We have that high mobility because we want it to be that front line, you know, move to your allies and be able to support them. Those are thematically things that make sense on this weapon. Bullet Catcher being a channeled block has been a little bit problematic.
Yeah, no Bullet Catcher is crazy.
But overall, it is just
no block on staff is nuclear, guys. That is nuclear.
Probably a significantly more powerful effect of a hard defensive cooldown that we want on this weapon.
We need to see big buffs on the next page, guys, or it's fucking over. It's over.
A lot of warrior defensive mechanics working, essentially balancing around staff, but we'd rather see staff as an option rather than a mandatory pick, especially in PvP. And it's still going to be good as a support weapon, but we don't like having that block, and we decided just to rip it out. You know, Defiant Roar will still be there. It's not going to scale off number of blocks anymore. It's going to land somewhere in the middle.
Dude, I kind of like the scaling, actually, because you can get a bunch of blocks and get Giga Heal.
Still going to give that adrenaline, still going to do that healing, be that big healing moment.
Next page is going to be big, guys.
Identity a little bit further toward the support role and have less of that raw defensive.
No block on staff, boys. It's over. It's over.
Similarly, we see no more Aegis in competitive modes. We feel that's really important.
And no
PvE,
Aegis,
as a lot of our support builds do have access.
Staff
to
is
that,
done.
You know, key moment of Aegis application, but it's just.
I mean, can you even play this as a support paragon
too powerful and
in PvP?
And it's just something that we
without the
just
block, it just feels so bad.
Anymore. So you're still gonna have the high mobility. You have the leap on 2, the dash on 3. But a little bit less of that hard defense attached to the weapon. And we'll see a few defensive updates on.
Well, exactly, yeah, exactly. You need the block to live on the support paragon.
Back to what it used to be. We'd rather see.
But you also need staff for the healing and mobility.
Available to warriors and have them feel
guys, let's be juice
to staff and have us.
The next page. Look, here comes the juice, guys. Here comes the juice.
Other mechanics around the existence of staff.
Here comes the juice.
All right.
You know, it's going to have that strong healing power that's a little bit easier to balance than something like a hard defensive channeled block, which could end up getting the Nightfall treatment in Worldly World.
But what do you guys mean there's no juice?
Just unfun to use. And
this is not the last page, guys. There's going to be a bit of juice here.
The right move here was just to remove the block. You obviously still have the CC. This weapon's still incredibly powerful. We're not too worried about the overall strength of the staff kit, and we felt that the
here it comes, guys.
Was a little bit too much.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that Roy is not going to leak the next change like he did during
rehearsal.
But, have you seen the change that has gotten the most spicy change in the last decade, according to Taylor?
No, we haven't showed it yet. I thought you wanted to tell us.
Oh, dude, they're about to activate.
You haven't seen it yet.
They're unchained. Here we go.
That Roy should not reveal yet because it is.
Here we go.
Currently story time.
Dude, there's no way they're bringing back Arc Divider.
I'm going to tell a story about a trait that existed a long time ago.
Viewers, skip ahead 5 minutes.
Yeah, probably about 5 minutes.
Arc Divider is 10 spins. Arc Divider is infinite spins.
The game a long time may be familiar with the name Illusionary Persona. This is a trait.
We're adding Illusionary Persona to Warrior.
Yes, perfect.
Wait, hold on.
It used to exist in the Illusions trait line. It was kind of the iconic Grandmaster trait of the Mesmer profession. And
it buffed.
What it said is that you yourself
counted as an illusion.
Toward your shatters. So this obviously allowed you to cast
it's going to be a tier
0
burst
because you would count
tier 0 burst
a clone. You could cast Diversion with no clones up because you would count as a clone. Slightly less relevant for Mind Wreck and Cry of Frustration, but it was still that kind of extra addition on top.
Fast hands baseline?
What happened with this trait was that it was
it's happening, guys.
Fundamental to
how
it's
the
coming. Mesmer profession played.
Fast hands is baseline.
Because you needed that distort availability, you needed that diversion availability, that every Mesmer build started with the illusion straight line. You took the illusion straight line because you needed illusion.
Here it comes.
And the other traits in that trait line were fine. You know, they're good, but the main reason you're there is because you need illusionary persona to actually play your profession in a way that feels
it's fast hands.
cohesive and it feels good
fast
and it feels
cock.
fun. And that trait doesn't exist anymore because a long time ago it got rolled in as baseline functionality to the profession. And none of us were actually on the team at the time. You know, this long predates any of us even working at ArenaNet. But I can almost guarantee that the thinking at the time was that we don't want this reliance so heavily on a single trait line for a single trait.
Here it comes.
That just makes the profession play the way that we want to, you know, as developers. This is just how Mesmer should work. And so that got rolled in baseline, and you know that's a pretty big power spike for Mesmer at
Drop
the time.
the nuke, dude. Okay, I'm calling it now, guys. I'm calling it.
Straight line. You can
Slide 2
still
is
play
nuclear.
There's still good traits there, but now
there
you
it
have
is.
so much
I've made
more
the call.
flexibility
I made the call.
in how you build.
Warrior's getting turbo buffed. It's nuclear.
I think a lot of people may have figured out where I'm going with this.
Here it comes.
Because we are on the warrior
Here it comes.
slide.
Here it comes.
I still don't know what we're doing.
Go ahead, press the button.
Fast
Roy.
hands removed entirely.
That warrior profession will now always have a 5-second weapon swap cooldown.
Oh, there it is.
This is obviously a trait that exists
It's
in the discipline
baseline.
trait line called Fast Hands right now. It's going to do something slightly different. Now it's just going to give you swiftness when you swap weapons in combat. But
Swiftness still get the adrenaline.
you will no longer have to take discipline trait line to play
massive.
with Fast Hands.
That is absolutely massive, guys.
Similarly to illusionary persona, this is a trait that is just so fundamental to
and that means you can swap back and forth.
That you
can take an extra trait line, right?
Should be just core functionality.
You can basically drop a trait line on basically every
build.
build.
The trait line is still incredibly strong. You know, you still have burst mastery there. You still have burst cooldown reduction, warrior sprint, brawler's recovery. Like these are all traits that you still will consider. You still might want them for your warrior builds, but you are no longer completely tied to this trait line. Maybe you want to play strength defense with an elite specialization, and now you feel that you can.
CMC is unchained. He is unchained.
Cooldown. That is pretty iconic for warrior at this point, and it's similar to what I mentioned with illusionary persona. Like this is probably a notable power spike for warrior. And we're going to be keeping a really close eye on it. And there might be other things that need to be brought down as a result. But this is the direction that we felt is correct for warrior as a profession. And so this is now just baseline functionality for warrior. I feel like I was going to say something else, but I forgot. Taylor, do you have anything to add about Fast Hands?
Wait, did you say Dragon Hunter?
The general note is that Fast Hands is not the only example of a type of trait like this that we've talked about. And in the future, we will be reevaluating some other things in other classes. I think when we touched Guardian, putting the stun breaks on those F3s, that was a smaller example of this. So, you know, it's in our mind of there are examples of this in the game where traits are just so build defining that they're, you know, needed.
Yep, that's good. Good call out.
Did his blades? What if they give blades on weapon swap?
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you want to mention that obviously Fast Hands no longer being a trait is going to be replaced as a minor trait, or there's a new functionality for it. I should say.
It now grants you swiftness when you swap weapons, which obviously does play into the warrior sprint, which gives you bonus damage while you have swiftness and just a little bit more mobility if you choose not to play with warrior sprint.
Yeah. Notably, it's still called Fast Hands and not Fast Feet.
It is not called Fast Feet. That is correct.
Bit of a missed opportunity there, but all right. Finally, we can move off of this slide.
All right, here it comes,
and go to the next one.
Ooh.
Yep. So we have a few updates to elite specializations. These are all defensive focused. This is kind of coming back to what it felt like an eternity ago, where we were talking about staff and how it's supposed to exist alongside warrior defensive options. And so with the removal of that block, we were able to revisit a lot of defensive options for especially Berserker and Spellbreaker. We see Savage Instinct getting just a slight addition to that damage reduction.
Okay.
quarter
Nothing
second.
super crazy.
Obviously gets another extra quarter second if you have Eternal Champion equipped.
Resistance
Dead or
on full
Alive,
counter is
similarly
actually
getting
big
a
for
healing bump.
Spellbreaker.
Eternal Champion getting that stability duration increased just a little bit again.
That one's kind of annoying to take.
We feel a little bit more comfortable doing these changes
because you have to trade it for the adrenaline, right?
Adjustments that we made to staff. And similarly, we see Spellbreaker. Featherfoot Grace going to give you some protection on top of what it already does.
Can't take
slow
loss
counter,
aversion.
Not the most fun mechanic to slow and cripple enemies with your full counter. So now it's going to get the resistance component of Revenge counter is just going to be on that master tier trait now. And then Revenge counter getting a bit of a rework here to be more of that defensive focused Grandmaster trait. This is going to be called Resolute counter, and it's going to heal you and remove conditions from you when you trigger full counter.
Yep.
All right. Great. And I believe that will wrap things up, actually.
Wow, that's... Well, I was expecting... I guess they were conservative because of how strong Fast Hands being baseline is.
So. No. So, yeah. That's going to be it for the profession updates.
Nothing for Blade Sworn, guys. Dog
always,
Sworn.
This at the beginning of the stream, but as always, the notes will be posted to the forums once the stream ends, just in a few minutes.
Dog Sworn.
I did mention as well, we plan to upload the VOD of this stream to YouTube.
Yep.
So if you're watching on YouTube, hello and welcome.
Shout out to YouTube.
To the end of the VOD. Yes, thank you very much for tuning in as always. And as always, make sure you send us your feedback on the forums, on Reddit, anywhere else. And we will be keeping an eye out for that feedback. And yeah, anything else you guys would like to mention?
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate. I said this at the start of the stream, but that was a long time ago, so I'll say it again. This update was kind of finalized early last week before the update that went out on Tuesday even shipped. So we're still keeping an eye on the results of that patch, and there might be some additional adjustments made, on especially for the tuning of elite specs that maybe didn't quite land where we wanted them to as a result of that patch. But we are still kind of gathering the feedback from that patch, and we have a little bit of time to get some additional follow-ups.
Why is Trigger Bear Wrestler?
For January, those were obviously
what's the lore on that
here because, like I said, the notes were finalized before the patch was even in live, and none of us here are psychics, unfortunately.
Not yet. Well, all right, very cool. Taylor,
I wanted to type Maguma in Guild Wars 2's chat. I'm doing it now.
I think I just wanted to reiterate our thoughts on the bullet catcher change, because I think it is a pretty big shift. Staff had a lot of defensive tools in it. It had sustain, the active blocks, and mobility, and it kind of forced us to lower things around staff. We nerfed balance stance. We've been nerfing other warrior defensives for a while, all because staff exists and had these kind of
this is a good point. This is right.
This soft power in it, and we felt like it became that if you didn't put a staff on your warrior build, you really felt it. And the adjustment here is we have to bring staff down, which on paper it looks like, wow, we're nerfing warrior even more because that is nerfing their main defensive. But the goal here is that by making staff weaker, we can bring up all the other tools and make it so a warrior as a whole is in a better position without having to rely on this staff weapon.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and I think I can add a little bit extra there too. We were kind of thinking about some other adjustments that we could make for warrior around like the adjustments to staff. But as soon as we decided we wanted to change fast hands and make the weapons drop cooldown baseline functionality, it started becoming like more of started to become more of an unknown quantity. And it's like, okay, our build's going to start playing strength and defense, and now your build is just inherently more tanky because you are getting access to like both of those trait lines.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
The strength tactics build that's like might so might focus, and you have mending might on top of might makes right, and like there's an interesting sustain option.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions that are going to come out of the weapon swap recharge time being baseline, and we didn't want to make a ton of sweeping changes on top of that as well. But as always, we'll be keeping like a very close eye on what's going on with warrior as the result of this patch. If staff needs to be a stronger weapon afterwards, that's totally a thing that can happen. It's not going to be getting a block back on it, but the healing numbers can increase. The movement skill cooldowns can come down. There's so many knobs that we have access to on that kit because it's just so much functionality in it on top of that block that was already there that is no longer there. But we feel pretty confident that staff can still have a place in the warrior weapon ecosystem. And, you know, we obviously want that to still be the case. We just don't want it to be the weapon that every warrior build plays for similar reasons. You know, we don't want to have builds that are, or professions that are so tied to single build components. We want that build flexibility. We want those identities to exist on different weapons, so there are different flavors of builds that play different weapons or play different trait lines. And, you know, finding the right balance so that all of those feel good and feel like real options is, it's kind of the point of balance updates. You know, we try to adjust things as we can every update such that the build diversity or the theorycraft options are increased.
All right. Very good. Thank you for those closing words, both of you. And yeah, we that'll be it then for us today. Thank you again for tuning in and watching.
Shout out Roy.
As always, make
shout
sure
out CMC.
to
Shout out
forums, send us your feedback, check out the patch notes if you like. And until next time, we will see you in the mists. Bye-bye.
Wow. Well. Shout out to YouTube. Interesting patch, actually, guys. Interesting, spicy patch. That is a big deal for Warriors. That just opens up so many build options. It's going to be a real unknown quantity, I think. Very exciting for Warrior mains. Yeah, Chrono did get obliterated a bit. It's still going to have all the good stuff, though. It's still going to be very high utility. Very good at portaling and stuff. I think improved alacrity still existing is still pretty nifty because you're just going to have lower cooldowns on all the Mesmer utility. Its stability uptime is still going to be really good as well. You just Guild Wars? Yeah, it's interesting. That it's very interesting that it's just Guild Wars, isn't it, guys? That's kind of crazy, right? That is absolutely wacky stuff. Yeah, the no block on staff is concerning for me for support Paragon. But the thing is, maybe you can package in the defense trait line pretty easily. So you can essentially get away with having some more like passive tankiness and sustain. Because the thing is, oh man, if you're going to play like a support warrior in PvP, you're really not going to want to run shield because Warhorn's really good. You want to run dagger, Warhorn, staff. So not having an active defense is going to feel pretty rough, I think, but we'll have to see what people can cook. Yeah. We will see. Shield and Warhorn fighting for the same weapon slot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the thing is, dude, I'm struggling to imagine the universe where you would skip staff on a support warrior, like a support Paragon build. It's just such a powerful weapon. It's got everything you want as support warrior, mobility, and of course healing. No Aegis is a bit rough as well, but yeah, they were really worried about the bunker. Warrior isn't allowed good specs. Well, to be honest, I think there is a lot of potential for Warrior though. Sword, shield, dagger, Warhorn. Yeah, that would be like mega mobile for sure. But the thing is that like fast hands being baseline just frees up the class so much. I think you might be surprised. There's a lot of potential builds that can emerge out of this. I'm going to be very interested to see what happens with Warrior. Boom. "29 years since the last Reaper change." Reaper actually got changed. Well, it got indirect changes. Reaper got buffed, actually. No damage build? Well, actually, that's I think you're actually not right there, Big Daddy 030. I actually think that, as they pointed out there, strength defense is a very interesting option now. And you're going to slap if you run that. Because Strength Spellbreaker actually does crazy damage right now in PvP, but again, it's a little bit too squishy. It's quite easy to focus down. It's quite easy to punish. But if you can get away with Strength Defense, that's actually very interesting. You have a lot of potential there, I think. DJ and Kiwi Prime. 20 indeed. Any relics? Nah, no relic stuff. Heal Chrono PV bad next patch? I actually don't think so. The CC did get nerfed a lot. Which is interesting because it's funny actually. I think it might actually end up changing some of the strats on Aura LCM actually, because it was very reliant on Chrono CC potential. So let's see what people come up with there. But now Chrono will still be very good. Chrono will still be very good for boons and utility. It still does the portals. And like, well, a precog, even though they doubled the cooldown on it, like the cooldown was ridiculous. It was so overpowered when it had a 30-second cooldown. Yeah. Core warrior, tactics. Yeah. It definitely opens a lot of potential for core as well. 100%. You lose warrior sprint, you burst along CDs, and more importantly, you lose 5 adrenaline as well. That actually is true. I was almost expecting them to make the adrenaline baseline as well, but I guess that would be weird. That would be, I guess, harder to kind of express to the player that that's like a mechanic of the class. But yeah, for sure. Like, the adrenaline generation is big. And not having that is a bit unfortunate. And also, it's like a lot of adrenaline related stuff as well, because you can have burst mastery as well, right? And like burst mastery is also really good and helps with your adrenaline economy. Which is pretty interesting. Bursts. The year of Power Scourge. Oh, that's huge. It's time. It's time to log in. Planix is pugging. Wait, is he doing like 7-hour wing 7? Wait, he's still on wing 6? Ooh. Dude, I remember when Planix did a pug wing 6. It took over 5 hours. You drop blink. Well, you got to take it for free and rely on spear. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to adjust the build for sure. They left both improved alacrity and continuous. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised they left improved alacrity, because I feel like improved alacrity is kind of at the heart of the issue. But I guess that they feel like it's kind of part of the identity of the spec is kind of having that better alacrity and just faster cooldowns in general. But yeah, for sure, it's still, Chrono will still be good, I think. Like, nerfing the CC is good, and it's moving in the right direction, I think. But, again, I feel like the thing is about Chrono is that the utility is still very good. Like, the utility is very, very strong. It's still going to be one of the best, if not the best options for kind of, like, solving encounters. Patch notes, they'll be on the forums any second now, yeah? Era of Tyranny. Yeah, the Antigrade changes seem very strong for PvP, actually. Like, very strong. It's already doing pretty well as a side note after kind of like the first set of changes for VOE. And those changes are going to make it even tankier. And it's already a bit of a monster, right? It's very durable on the side. So these changes are going to make it even tankier because it's getting damage reduction while it has barrier, right? Which is going to be quite a lot of the time. Give us a conclusion. Who's the W? Who's the L classes? Chrono gets nerfed, but it's probably still fine. I'm not sure if there's... I think what like the most exciting change is probably actually Warrior. I think that there's a lot of potential for new builds and new ideas with Warrior now that Discipline isn't going to be as core to making Warrior actually work. It's in January, Magrist. Druid on Aura LCM more now. I mean, I'm sure you could play Druid. I feel like the thing about Chrono though is that it has the stability application. That's just so good. But yeah, if you want the CC, like having the CC of Druid is going to be really nice. Thoughts on fixing a time bomb to make your enemies tick? I mean, it's not a condition. It's not a condition trig. So I guess that's how it is. That was a pretty big patch. A big patch there. I think, dude, those NG changes as well. Like, the NG changes are big. Trig is unchained. You should consider it a condition. I'm not sure I can consider it a condition, guys. It's clearly not a condition. Slime time. Yeah, no, the 60-second precog nerf is good. To be honest, like, okay, I don't know. I get it. Like, they want, they kind of want a bit more stab for Chrono and World versus World. But I feel like precog giving stab and Aegis in PvE is just a bit too much. It's just such a insanely disgusting ability. Chrono has 10% less healing. I think, yeah, that's also what they're trying to do because, I mean, the thing is that Chrono is already not actually a super sick healer when it comes to throughput. There are healers that have better throughput than Chrono, but that's not really why you take healers in PvE at least. You take healers primarily for like how good they are at making the fight easier. And I think Chrono is still going to be very competitive in that regard. You're going to have to basically play better, right? Like, so, you know, you're going to get punished more for mistakes. Say that you're doing Ceres, for example, Ceres CM. If you waste abilities and do a poor healing rotation, then you're going to get punished more for that, which is good, by the way. Like, that's a good change, right? But the utility is still really strong. Yeah, one charge on Rifle 4, yeah, obviously reduced CC, and obviously, like, yeah, a slightly more awkward opener with the boon output. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, well, this is kind of a weird meme. Yeah, you're always going to be a little bit locked in on stuff like Ceres because Portal is so mandatory, but that's more of an issue with Portal more than anything else. Because even, okay, here's the thing, right? Even if Chrono was unplayable garbage, you'd still play Portal, right? So I like Chrono is a bit of a force multiplier because of improved alacrity when it comes to Portal, and hell, even CS, like if you execute well enough, you can do a CS Portal as well, of course. So Continuum Shift and improved alacrity are complex in that situation, but even if Heal Chrono was just unplayable trash, you'd still play Mesmer on LCM. Mr. Cam, aka Leaf Blower Man. His true name. The legend. I believe he is also, what is it? He's a fan of the dwarf from old school RuneScape who wants you to make him a pie. Also an enjoyer of that. Watch the balance preview. I can't. It's on the Guild Wars 2 Twitch, and they're gonna upload it to YouTube as well. Relic of the Monk for my heal Chrono for 10% missing. Well, it depends if you need the other relics, right? Because like sometimes you might want to, you know, it's pretty common to run, what is it, Feber for swiftness, right? Thurgo. Yeah, that's the that quest is cool actually. That's the quest where you have to like smith the sword, right, out of the special ore. It's a high tier one. And he's like the only guy who knows how to do it. But you need to bake him a pie before you can convince him to do it. Classic, guys. I can't watch it on my console. Why is that? I don't know. It's a good question. Nobody's going to believe me, but I have a friend whose brother's co-worker knows someone who works in the ArenaNet balance department. She said that their first meeting took, for their first meeting, they took Roy to a restaurant and Solo ordered 2 different bowls of soup. Mixed them together, 1 spoonful at a time before eating both bowls mixed together as one soup. That's when he knew he wanted to be a part of, and he wanted no part of that team. And yeah, that would be definitely some pretty questionable soup consumption. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting patch. Let's see, what were the really big changes? The really big changes is Fast Hands baseline. What else have we got? Chrono nerfs. Yeah, dude, the NG changes are very spicy. There's a lot going on there. Like, NG is... I mean, I feel like NG just feels really strong. Yeah, you can be a Bleed Furno NG, and you have the Execute as well. You have an Execute on your damage profile too. Did you know what we need? This is something that we lack in Guild Wars 2 that we need more of. We need Funnel. So Funnel, guys, is a concept where if you have more targets, you do more damage to your primary. Like, this is very uncommon, actually. Like, the main thing in Guild Wars 2 is Guardian, basically, with Permeating Wrath has access, specifically Willbender as well, because Willbender also benefits from more targets because you get more cooldown reduction the more targets you have. We need more Funnel in Guild Wars. It's actually a damage profile that's really missing in the game, I think. Relic of the Funnel. Yeah, Relic of the Funnel. Boom. 1 second of days is 25 CC. No. I'm pretty sure it's... No. It's still 1 second equals 100, but it's anything under 100 is 25 now. So basically, it doesn't really affect stuff like headshot in PvE anymore because they already kind of fixed that, right? What about 1.25? I imagine that will be 125. I think it's purely the minimum days duration. Actually, wait, maybe 50 just goes to 50 now, though. No, actually, maybe it's like 50 is 50 and 75 is 75. Actually, Trig needs to explain that. Because it would, yeah, okay, 50 is 50. Okay, tar is tar. Okay, here, I'm gonna make this deal, guys. If Warrior becomes God comp next patch, I'll enable tar. Is Chrono dead? Nah, I don't think so. 1.5 is 150? Yeah, that's right. What of us would roaming Spellbreaker is destroyed though? I mean, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Because maybe you just don't need staff. Like maybe you're going back to Dagger Shield Greatsword. And you're able to, you don't need that. Maybe you can run like Strength Defense or something. Or maybe you can run Spear Greatsword or Spear Dagger Shield or something. Blade Trailer Mob. And yeah, I think Greatsword having a decent combo setup is pretty important. You land the Immobilize, then you can 100 Blades, for example. You can land the Immobilize, then Rush, and actually land your Rush. So you have some ability there. I guess the only thing is that it's going to be weird to see how Support Warrior deals without a block on stuff. That is tough, because that would make it basically the only support in the current version of the game that doesn't have an active defense. So you need to be so tanky from just having the defense tray line or something to counteract that. What is the active defense of Druid? Oh yeah, I don't even consider that because I'm talking about PvP. I don't even like consider it as like a thing, but I guess it would be Signet of Stone. You'd definitely take it. Mesmer doesn't have a block with a rifle? No, but it has Spear 3 or Shield and Distort on like every build. So Mesmer actually has the most active defense.
I could pretty much kill an ogre.
Yeah, Mesmer having a block on rifle would be pretty disgusting. But now you already have distortion on your harp, or just distortion. And you also have shield block and spear evade. And if you play Troubadour, you have elite, of course. You have elite distortion. So you're doing pretty okay there. Yeah, you could go Scepter if you wanted to, if that's a weapon you go for. Little mini block there. Upload the preview. It's on Twitch, guys. Do we not know about Twitch VODs? Dude, I do... Look. Listen. Yo, if you guys need help setting up the multi-stream, I can help you guys with that. Just saying. Anytime, guys. Which channel's the VOD on? It's on the Guild Wars 2 Twitch. Note the Guild Wars branding, guys. It's no longer Guild Wars 2, it's Guild Wars. You have notes already? I'm not sure, but they will be posted on the forums pretty soon. Then we'll go over all of them. We will create YouTube slop, guys. You are going to receive YouTube slop, and you're going to enjoy it too. I believe Trig was tempted to say Magrest multiple times as well. However, he did resist. Even though Dragon Hunter was buffed. Druid better than Chrono? I think Chrono will still be one of the top picks. It's gonna be good. Wait, what is this? Wait, are people already saying that Warrior is dead? What? Wait, what is this? Fast Handy is a nice balance stance. It's been now in 40 seconds and PV is only fair. Bullet Catcher removed. Literally removing the only good weapon left for Warrior. Guess I need to wait another year for Warrior to be goodish again. Dead support weapon. Dead support weapons in arms. Oh no. I never dropped shield, so I won't notice this huge nerf at all. They were buff stuff if it's needed. He said something about blades from like 3 years ago. Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, it is a bit spooky. It's a very big unknown quantity, right? It's like a really big unknown quantity. Make Fast Hands Bayside. Wow, look, we got that. That happened, guys. It's looking good. Yeah, Fast Hands, it would be good. Be pretty high tier, guys. Yeah, you don't, it means you, dude, there's so many good traits though in Discipline. The functionality of Fast Hands good baseline is where the build synthesizer missing a set. Oh, so I think it's being removed or something. I like the necro of the thread. I mean, yeah, the thread is back now. Imagine if Fast Hands results in ArenaNet nerfing other traits weapons. Surely that wouldn't happen. More adrenaline to core trait lines doesn't run on CC. Yeah, because like Discipline is not only part of that, it also really helps your adrenaline economy, for sure. Indeed, indeed, indeed. cleansing ire, an infinite adrenaline hack. I mean, that is true. You know, you get adrenaline when you get hit. That's big. Extremely powerful script. I mean, yeah, it's good. Oh, wait, you actually have, we have the kp.me here. That's huge. The script is revealing, the kp.me. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys.
Hello there.
Weapon reworks. Well, I mean, they're probably, I mean, they rework traits, but I think they will change some weapon skills eventually, right? What do you think about the heal changes? I think it's a step in the right direction. Like, Chrono has been very dominant for a long time, and I think a big part of that was how good it was at doing CC. I think it's still intact. I don't think it's going to be bad. I thought they were removing improved alacrity originally, but they made it baseline. Not pushing the patch takes some time to further test and fix things before these changes go live. Well, I mean, there's no PTR in this game, so that, like, live is the test server. Is Ritualist still viable? Yes. Preview notes. We're waiting on the preview notes, but I think they'll be there soon. More for VOE specs. Yeah, there's going to be more tuning, but it's just not in the preview. But I would say, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't think the changes are giga impactful. I think the things where things could get really crazy is Warrior. Like, Warrior has a lot of potential, especially if there's a couple more changes that come through, some tuning. Maybe some tuning to weapon skills and so on, tuning to utility skills, a couple more things. Then I think there's a lot of potential with Warrior in every game mode. It's gonna, like, I think quite potentially radically change a lot of Warrior builds, which I think is pretty exciting. But yeah, broadly speaking, I don't think a crazy amount is going to be changing overall. Look, I'll tell you what, guys. I maybe be a little bit, we want to see the tuning, obviously, but Antiquary could be a bit of a monster in PvP. You may be begging for mercy from the script. Script, I'm hit. Wouldn't using AI to balance move the needle faster than tinkering? And it would certainly it would move the needle, but I mean, it might not do a very good job of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Go, 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 go.
You're gonna get it, and I'm gonna give it to you.
Boom. AI slop. Oh, yeah, also, while everyone's here, guys, waiting for the balance patch, balance notes, quick reminder, tomorrow at the same time as the balance stream, so tomorrow, an hour and 48 minutes ago, we're going to be playing Guild Wars 2 with none other than Liquid Max. Wait, did he fall at the last second there? What happened? Very exciting. It's over. Is there a team prepared for that? You guys. You guys are the team prepared for that. Speaking of which, actually, we need to go and, we need to get some openers. I need openers, guys. So we're going to get that. We will have some instances prepared. We're playing on NA or EU. Oh, it's probably NA, actually. Ooh, that's kind of a problem. Because, well, it's going to be a weird time, actually. It's going to be, yeah, people will still be at work. That is a bit of an issue. But it's fine. It's fine. We can probably make it work. No, we will not LFG. I need you guys to play on your NA account. What time? It's An hour and 49 minutes ago tomorrow. It's fine. We'll get Nike in. Oh, yeah, dude, we can just get the fucking NA PvP guys. They're all PvE players as well. What's this for? We're playing raids and stuff with Liquid Max, who's like the leader of the top WoW guild. Invite Lenny. Yeah, Lenny is going to be in. How long is the stream? It's 2 hours, approximately, awesomeness. Also, do we have any look, read my DMs, bro. Not that I would ever DM a dev. I actually have all the devs blocked. Not having gear. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We will try and arrange something, but it really doesn't matter. It's, you know, it's whatever. Benching right now. I like that. Okay, half is in. That's huge. Huge. Walk the thin line of not carrying him. Like, okay, I mean, this is my plan, okay? My plan is everyone in the group is only allowed to do what he says. Like, we're not allowed to do anything. Because, like, what he does for raids in WoW is he's, like, the raid leader. So he's in charge. So he tells people what to do and, like, you know, when to do stuff and how to do the mechanics and stuff. So that's the plan, basically. Yeah, he's gonna 21st man, but you know, while also playing the raid. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that he's not gonna play a core spec. I don't know exactly what's going on with that. It's a bit weird, but we'll see. Where's this happening? It's tomorrow, basically 2 hours ago. I don't think we can make it to the end in time. No, unlucky. The plan is to pretend you don't know what to do? Pretty much, yeah. I think that's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting content. Let him figure it out. Doom CM. Yeah, I was planning on doing like Mercer Overseer CM, Doom CM, Largos CM, maybe Desmina. I think would be really interesting actually to see what he would want us to do there. Basically, the ones where the ones where where everyone has to do mechanics. Like, because like Guild Wars 2 fights where you basically have like people just doing a mechanic on their own the entire fight. They've got a little mini game. I think they're a little bit less interesting. I think that it would be really fun to see how he would approach a fight where everyone has to do the mechanics. Because those are the ones I think typically have the kind of like the most flexible strategy to them. Like with stuff like, okay, Kadim 1CM, I actually don't think so. Because Kadim 1CM has a very rigid strategy. Weirdly enough, I did think about this, but I think it's actually one of the least interesting ones. Because there's only one solution to it, really. Whereas something like Desmina, there's actually a lot you can do with that. Like, there's a lot of weird ways you could approach that fight. You can knock the ad, you can push it into the middle, you can just, like, lock it down and then move away from it, right? And just kind of run around in circles. There's actually a lot of approaches you can take. Like, Kadim, there's one solution. Like, you have to do it. Like, you have to do things a certain way. Sarah CM. Sarah CM it's probably just a little bit too long. If I had 2 4-hour streams, I would do it, yeah. Because we could probably kill it in 2 4-hour streams. But we only have 2 2-hour streams. It's not long enough. Greer CM and Sarah CM. I mean, Greer CM, in my opinion, we would actually kill with current power level. Because it's not actually that complicated. It's mostly like a throughput check and a dodging check. But I also want to play Rainbow Comp. I want to play Rainbow Comp. I want one of every new elite spec, because we're technically supposed to be showing off VOE. So I need everyone to play, you know, Rainbow, right? We're playing every spec. Preach told people not to carry, but they did it anyway. Well, to be fair, it's like very difficult to not do it. It's like, it's actually very difficult to pretend like you don't know something. It's, if you know, you know, right? Some of the good fractal fights. The problem is that, well, I mean, look, I'm hoping we have some potential to do fractals. I'd really want to do it. The problem is that he's on a fresh account, basically. He has 0 AR. So we're literally cucked by the kind of outdated AR system. But yeah, I would actually really like to do Nightmare Fractal in particular, because it's the best dungeon in the game. And obviously, like, dungeons are also a really big part of World of Warcraft. Whereas his old account, I think he might be on that account again, but the problem is he obviously hasn't really played on that account since, right? I will extract his account name. Well, actually, I think I probably have it, actually. Let me log on to my main. Buy him Ghostlies. Yeah, no, the issue is Ascended gear, though, right? Like, we can... I don't know if he's going to be playing on this account, though. That's the thing. It is this one. Well, I think I don't know if he's playing on this, though. Like, this is his old account, Shark Shoes. I'll actually ask him. Okay, I've sent the message. Is it only max? Yeah, it's only max. It's like a sponsor thing, right? NM or CM? We're doing C. I want to do CMs. NM is way too easy. Purely raiding counter design. Is there an area that ArenaNet have not tried at all yet? In general, I'd say multi-target fights. There's basically no multi-boss fights, like council style fights. Even the closest is OLCCM, and even that is not really. Lagos isn't council style. You only fight one at a time. KO, KO and OLC are the closest. But you don't have, like, in my opinion, a full council style fight. Also, an area that I think is very lacking is high boss mobility ones, like very tanking oriented fights. But that, I think, is actually an engine limitation. Game level 60 is kind of difficult. Want to know if you discuss that statement? They're going to be playing classic. It depends. Wait. Difficult in general, difficult in HC. Difficult in HC. I mean, it depends what you mean by difficult. Like, almost everybody fails. The average death in hardcore is level 15, which is like not even 10% of the way there. It's like 5% of the way there, to be honest. Well, actually, maybe even less than that. It's like a very short amount of time in. Is it like mechanically difficult? No, but is the game very punishing? Like, will it kill you if you're not paying attention? Yes. Is it a long journey? Also, yes. Like, HC takes it's good. Realistically, getting 1 to 60 in HC is, for a first-time player, 150 hours or more. And if you make a mistake, it's very easy to die. Especially if you do dungeons. Which legendary do you recommend? Gloves from Fractal Legendary Rune, Prismatic Regalia, and Aurora working on Vision. I would honestly keep going on the trinkets. I think you're on the right track. Just keep going from there, I would say. It's what I've got here. You can go for a backpack, I would say, would be a really good one, because backpacks are kind of annoying to get. Yeah, I just keep going in that direction. Go for rings as well. Ring from Raid, ring from World vs. World, backpack, and Relic is also good. Relic's expensive, though, actually. Maximum? Correct, yeah. Delete alacrity in PvE. I mean, yeah, that would be interesting if they did that. Well, I guess that would be weird with, well, I mean, they still have improved alacrity, so that can't happen. Even easier to die if you play with Pirate? True. Your mage is not going to help you. Your mage will not polymorph or blizzard. Conflux next? Yeah, I think that's a very fine choice. But yeah, there's a, it's very, yeah, like, is it, it's actually, in my opinion, it's actually, like, classic hardcore is one of, like, the best versions of difficulty because anyone can do it, but it's, you just have to pay attention, right? Like, it's quite punishing. And it's a big commitment. It's like a long grind. And yeah, most people will not, they will not make it. It's pretty fun. Isn't it a bit the same with Guild Wars 1 HD? Oh yeah, for sure. Like, it's very much the same. Like, both games, I think, are quite similar because they're old school, right? They're very knowledge checky. I would say the main difference is that Guild Wars 1 HD is very fast. And honestly, it changes how people play it. Like, one thing that I wasn't the biggest fan of with Guild Wars 1 HC is that, in my opinion, people missed the point. So for example, some of the guys we were playing hardcore with, no joke, died 7 times in 1 day. I'm serious, by the way. Because of how quick the leveling was, it kind of makes people almost like not respect their characters and treat their characters as disposable. And that's not really what we intended, obviously, but because the leveling journey is so fast, I understand where people are coming from there. Whereas like my idea was like, oh, I want to commit, I want to beat the entire game on one character, right? I want to get like, 100, 200 hours on this character and do the entire game. People were like, okay, I'm going to beat this section of the game on this character, die, and then just like repeat again, right? Oh, dude, Prophecies was sick. Prophecies was by far the best Guild Wars 1 HC. We had Operation Dog Food, Rot Scale. There was so much good stuff, though. Nova Honor Light the 15th. Exactly, yeah. Like, bro was, like, dying like, 10 times a day. Within milliseconds. Who would be the best fit? Roy, CMC, or Trig? I think Roy would be very good at hyping up a new game. I think Colin would do a very good job as well. And Mike Z as well, obviously. Is the War vs. Legendary Backpack easier to get than Ad Infinitum? I'd say the Fractal one is probably the easiest one to get, I think, anyway. And also, the good thing about the Fractal one is you can do it at the same time as the World vs. World ring. I think you need some tickets for the ring. So if you do the backpack, you also need tickets for it. So if you do they kind of like compete with each other, I think I recall correctly anyway. Mike Z deserves to announce something that's actually hype. True, he does. Incredible. Hoping for the studio update. I'm just very, well, what am I expecting? I'm expecting them to say that VOE did really well and so did Reforged, which I think is like guaranteed. And then, I mean, for me, look, I don't want to talk about it too much today because I want to talk about the balance patch. But to me, the elephant in the room is there another expansion for 2? Like that is the huge elephant in the room. If they don't confirm another expansion, that is extremely interesting. That's all I can say, I guess. Is repeating the JP good gold pro? I think it's okay, actually. It's not that good, but it's all right. Evoker, I mean, Elementalist, the part of Enjoy Shaman and WoW, the nerfs. No, Evoker is still fine. Don't worry about it. You like Vanquishing? Yeah, Vanquishing's all right. No, Evoker is fine. I don't know why. No, Evoker's fine. It's still pretty broken, no? Isn't it like mid-50s DPS? How is that not juiced? Quickness radius? Yeah, quickness radius in general is a little bit low on some of them. But look, we can always increase that. No expansion confirmation. I mean, Guild Wars 3 a completely different product. It just means that if there's no... Look, again, to be clear, guys, I don't work at ArenaNet. I don't know anything, obviously. I'm just a fucking pleb, right? But in my opinion, if they don't confirm an X-Pack, it very strongly implies that the next project from ArenaNet, shout out Colin, is coming sooner than you might expect. Pretty much. You hate Wednesday? Yeah, I know you don't like the JP content, do you, Nike? He's not a fan of the JP content. To be honest, it's actually one of the reasons why I do it. I will admit that. But for those who don't know, guys, Nike like despises Winter's Day jumping puzzle and the fact that basically every streamer spams the Winter's Day jumping puzzle. And, you know, that is actually one of my motivations for doing it. But no, look, guys, just so everyone's aware of this, the PvP arc is actually going to be the main gameplay arc now. I'm a little bit done with World versus World, I think, like World versus World AFK. It's going to be ranked AFK. Duo queue with Plenix. I'm not doing push. Does Plenix know about this? Yeah, he knows. He was in Daily AT with us yesterday. Do more fungus? The thing is, Verdian, I would do more fungus, but I kind of want scrappy gameplay. Like, when it gets too zergy, I'm just not really that interested. Like, I liked it when we had, like, 10 scuffed players, and it was kind of, like, a little bit cloudy, and we were just, like, screaming, saying, like, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. And it was like less like dodge left, dodge right, you know? Like when it started to get a bit blobbier and the fights got bigger, I started to lose interest, to be honest. Will push come back to ranked? I think in off seasons, yeah. Monthly AT winner Plenix. Dude, Plenix would literally win monthly first try. Add overtime with a no healing debuff. I loathe the healing debuff in push. Like, nobody knows about it. Nobody plays around it. It makes every game fucking miserable. Because people just don't know and they feed. It's not good.
Clock's ticking. Not much time for talking.
And also, people don't break out of combat quick enough, so even when you win a fight, like, you almost like slowly bleed out. It's like very difficult to resustain. I need to watch the push tournament to see how that actually went. Maybe it's better when there's actual good people in the games. But to be honest, I found push incredibly frustrating with just like randoms. Why are people spamming the puzzle? Because it's like very brain dead, like farm content. I can be Hardstuck, be there tomorrow. Yeah. If you can summon people, that would actually be good as well, Sneb, to be honest, because I forgot that we're playing on NA. Like, obviously on EU, it's no issue, but I don't really know anyone on NA. I'll actually move my main over while I remember. Isn't Hollow 2 billion DPS? I mean, yeah, like, NG is super exciting. The NG traits sound really powerful. Well, it's like every power build, right? Does Max have an account through the actual content? I'm not entirely sure about that, boys. We're working on that. This. Look, I will publicly say this, guys. This hasn't been the easiest thing to set up. I will be fully transparent there. It would be good. It could be so much better. Like, if it was a little bit easier and I had a bit more understanding of what the parameters are. Well, dude, I would account share with him. I give 0 fucks, but obviously that's against TOS. I would literally just give him, he could just play on my 0 to hero account, right? But yeah, we're not gonna do that. I don't think ArenaNet would allow that. Can you ask Max to sponsor us a free Demencius kill? I mean, look, it's gonna be WoW tokens for that one. Best server architecture? I'd say it's probably Guild Wars 2. Can't think of anything better. Who's the person we're talking about? We're talking about Liquid Max, who's the leader from the top WoW guild. Very exciting. Jester, you have an NA account, yes? Boosted Celigate. It's more of the case of like, do we really want him playing core when we're supposed to be showing off VOE specs? Oh shit. I don't think we can make it now, right? There's no way. I'm gonna go for it. Nah, there's absolutely no way. Let's see how far we can get. Hero point train in VOE? Dude, we have 2 hours. We have 2 hours total, guys. Oh, actually close. Nice. Guild Wars 2 set up later? Oh, shit. Yo, awesomeness, you hear that? Wait. What is this? Oh, shit. Yeah, he's live. He's live. Awesomeness, activate, do something. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 set up later. Okay, this is big. This is big. Okay, oh, he went live 5 minutes ago. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna be in there. We will fix it. Forcing to play Antiquary? Dude, Antiquary is getting strong now, calls in PvP. I assume you're gonna be maining it. Farm hero points today during setup. Yeah, we could maybe do that. We will materialize and make it happen. I'd show him open world events. Nah, I don't think so. At the end of the day, that stuff's not going to be particularly interesting to him and his audience. Like, he is a hardcore raider. He likes raids in particular, and obviously dungeons. And obviously a lot of his audience is also going to be leaning hardcore. It makes a lot more sense to show them like the part of the game that they're going to be interested in, or like most likely to be interested in, which is going to be the raid content, and the dungeon content. Show Wing 8. I mean, Decimus CM could be interesting, but I actually think that boss is actually a little bit too complex. I'd rather show more variety, if that makes any sense. So bosses that have like a couple of key concepts rather than more of a puzzle style encounter. I'd like to show variety. For example, we could do Decimus CM. And even if, I think with him and 9 of us, with him telling us what to do, we'd actually beat the encounter within the allotted time, within 2 hours. In fact, we definitely would. In fact, but it would kind of eat a lot of the time because the fight's long. There'd be a lot of wiping, and we'd probably only see Decima, for the session. I think it's better to do a couple of quickfire ones, and show some variety. It could be fun to maybe do Decima on the second day because we have Tuesday and Thursday. But yeah, maybe we could do something a little bit more challenging on the second day. 2 2-hour blocks, correct? Yeah, 2 hours on 2 hours tomorrow, and then 2 hours on Thursday. Guilty doesn't really offer hardcore instance content, no. That content really sets it apart from WoW is open world. I mean, yeah, but like, why would we not show something that people are interested in? Like, we could show like Dragon's End maybe, because that's pretty cool. But to be honest, like, we want something challenging and like, you know, a bit spicier. Like, open world is just too easy. It's very much like knowing the audience here, guys. So we have a lot of stuff to do them. The fire elemental. Yap with bears for 2 hours. Let's maybe not do that. The crackle will go away when I nuke late tonight. Bro, I have no idea. Audio is crazy. Boom. It's my stream, but yeah, I mean, look, I'm very confident this is the correct way to go. We do not want to show, like, open world here, I think. We want to make the game look spicy. And, you know, look, something to maybe, I don't know, like, play for fun in downtime, like, between WoW raids is, I think, the angle. Because, yeah, obviously, it doesn't release enough content to sustain you, but you know, it's a little bit of fun in the off season. Pick one or the other. I mean, yeah, if we had more time, I would do all of it. But I would always focus on raids, like raids and fractals. Like, if we can somehow get agony resist, that's crazy. Okay, that is actually crazy. That would be very powerful. Because Nightmare Fractal is probably like the... Nightmare Fractal is like the best, one of the best pieces of content in the entire game. A peek on Dragon's End. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Look, I'm going to be honest. Dragon's End is kind of lame these days. Like, it's very power crept. So it's not high on the list. And also the pre-event is fucking deplete. So, I don't know. If we could somehow, like, leech into a map at when the fight starts, maybe. But, yeah. Strike mission Harvest Temple. Yeah, I think Harvest Temple normal mode is pretty hype. Fractaling with less than 5 people. I mean, that's not super difficult. In fact, that's honestly better. Like, Fractal CMs die too fast when you have 5 people. Speed through the Ascended. I mean, Ascended gear is kind of annoying. Look, it's fine. Awesomeness is gonna save us. Dude, doing Adina would actually be really fun. Like, I want to do Adina for sure. Adina is a very good one. Adina CM is a very good one because, again, it's like a very, very simple concept. It's not that complicated. But it's also very obvious what you're supposed to do. Which is good. Let me get a list. Okay, what do we want to do? In my opinion, we want to do Mercer Overseer CM. Do we just want to do like all of... Like, do we want to do Wing 4 CMs? I thought Mercer Overseer CM is so good. All of Wing 6? I don't think all of Wing 6 is good. Wait, is it? Maybe Conjured Amalgamate and Lagos. I don't think the last boss is that exciting, actually. Why the Golem boss? Because CM. CM is rather interesting, I think. He's have Jackal Wing 6. That's not that important. Especially if we have a Lagos instance. Yeah, no, Lagos is good. So, okay, here's my plan, guys. This is what I've cooked. I was thinking... I'm so tempted to do Samrog, actually. Like, Samrog CM, but it's also completely defiled. Wait, holy shit, it would be so fucking funny to see if he could figure out Samrog CM. Because Samrog CM, I think, is one of the most nonsensical fights in the entire game, and I honestly love it. Like, the fact that you have to, like, push, you know, Rig'em under Samrog, I think it makes no intuitive sense whatsoever. So that'll be interesting. Yeah. Very unintuitive mechanic. Oh, also Doom is also spectacularly unintuitive as well with how greens work. It's very hard to notice that. Be very fun. Overwhelming first time raiding it in Guild Wars 2. I mean, this guy's a mythic raider. It's not going to be overwhelming for him. It's not a problem. Doom pre-event? Oh no, it's just vanilla. It's fucking vanilla WoW. Where's this gonna be? Tomorrow, 2 hours ago. But yeah, that's also kind of why I want to do some of the similar ones. Like, you don't want to do, like, the really complex bosses, because it's just boring. Like, it will take too long to figure it out. Like, it will take too long to uncook it. So I was thinking, like, MOCM. It would actually be real. I think it would be really fucking funny to do Demos CM as well. But maybe not that exciting, actually. Nah. Oh, I kind of want to, but I don't think it'll be that exciting. Videos on YouTube channels? Yeah, it'll be on YouTube too, yeah.
Freezy isn't evil, he's just wounded. Let's crack his cold shell and heal.
Let's see, do we want to do anything else in Wing 4? I feel like it's just Mercer over CSCM. How do you know about Aegis? He wouldn't, that's the thing. Like that's like something that it would not be very obvious just looking at the fight mechanically, right? That you have to block, specifically block it. So I think Demos is bad for that reason alone. It's like too specific with what you have to do. It will be fun on a longer stream though, actually, because he'd probably come up with a no kiter strat. Actually, the idea of or something like that. Demos normal mode. Ah, no, way too easy. Way too easy. Way too easy. Freezy? Did Freezy LCM? Zera could be interesting. It is, yeah, dude, Zera would actually be really good if nobody does any damage, yeah? So if we all sandbag insanely hard. But no, I don't think Zera is a good choice. Fast way to get spirit shards? I think it's just like do general PvE. I think Lagos is good. So, what do you guys think about Conjured Amalgamate CM, by the way? What do you guys think about that? Actually, I feel like the CM is scuffed. Like, it's actually so scuffed. So maybe even just normal mode, actually, for Conjured Amalgamate. I think it's a rather interesting boss. Can you even players? Nah. That boss is overcooked. It's... Adina is good. Adina is good. Isn't the basis a squad con to him though? Nah, no need. We'll just play builds that like vaguely make sense. I'm just gonna play rainbow comp anyway. Any rainbow comp fans? Rainbow got all classes. Yeah. Well, all VOE specs. All new VOE specs. What boon DPS will use? He'll obviously be Paragon and Troubadour. Let's see. I guess Ritualist. Ritualist with the Paragon. And what are our options for a lack? Oh, yeah, Amalgam. Yeah, wouldn't you just do a lack Amalgam? That feels like the obvious choice. Or Luminary. Or Luminary.
Use these to heal his heart. No, I need the bitter ice. Vengeance, restore me.
Choose the com based on vibes. Well, the thing is, well, look, full disclosure, guys, because this is a sponsor deal, we need to show off, we're supposed to kind of show off the VOE features, right? So, we're showing off the VOE specs, right? That's part of the deal. That would be really fun, though. I would fucking love to do that. And I will actually mess it. Look, this is one thing that I am gonna try to pitch to ArenaNet guys. I think this will be so fucking sick. I am going to pitch to ArenaNet that for the quarterly release 1, we should ask like Echo, Liquid, and Method to see if they want to do like a little mini race to worlds first on the new CM boss. Obviously, no, it's, look, I don't work for ArenaNet guys. It's an idea that I'm going to suggest, but I think that'd be really, really cool if we did that. It's sponsored, correct, yeah. It's also very well paid. Be very exciting, I think. But yeah, so let's see. What's on the agenda, guys? What are the good fucking bosses? MOCM. I want to do Lagos CM. I want to do Adina CM. Yeah, definitely Soulless Horror. Soulless Horror, big time. Soulless Horror CM. Anka CM, ooh, dude, that would actually be a decent strike mission to do. Are there, yeah, I'm just thinking if there's any like strikes that really stand out that would be really good. It has to be quick fire, guys. The goal for this is my thought process. We want to show off a lot of different encounters. They're kind of fun, but not too hard to figure out, not too long, right? Like relatively simple, so we can kind of go like, oh, look at all this cool variety. Look at these cool mechanics. Look at these fun fights. Look how action-packed they are, right? So we can kind of get some stuff done, like get through it. And then maybe on day 2, we say, we maybe dedicate to a harder boss. I was thinking we could almost say, yeah, let's do Doom CM on Thursday. And that's kind of like more of a all session deal. Dude, the pre-event is so bad. Oh, fuck. Dude, we can't do Doom CM because the pre-event is 2 minutes. No. I don't think we can do it. I don't think we can do it, guys. There's no way. That's just not a good look. It's not a good look, guys. I still understand what event will happen. I mean, well, you're not paying attention then. Forged Steel. We are not doing Forged Steel. Decimus CM for day 2. Yeah, that could be pretty interesting, actually. Like a more modern boss. Try and figure out Decimus CM. Yeah, okay. That would be fun. Oh, we might need like more than 2 hours though. Fuck. Maybe, well, yeah, okay. Well, we could try Decimus CM day 2. We could do like Variety Pack day 1 and have a go at something more difficult. I actually like that idea. Try and do Decimus CM day 2. I actually do like that. Demos, I don't like Demos because it's too, you need to, like, it's not obvious how you deal with Mind Crush, right? It's like very not obvious how you would deal with that. And I don't want to have to explain anything. Doom pre-event on Prog. Yeah, because it's extremely unintuitive the way it works. Wait, Darren's failed Umbriel CM? I'm actually going to quickly check that. I'm checking the VOD. Darren's with S, Darren's with soy. Darren's with no hair. Let's take a look, guys. Let's take a look. Wait, he didn't even stream today. Wait, you deleted the VOD? What the fuck? Dude, what is this? It was too embarrassing. You just try. Yeah, I was just looking for it on YouTube, see if I could lock him down.
Right.
Dude, holy shit. Silhouette just dropped his tier list of DPS builds. This is very powerful stuff. Wait, so is there a clip? Maybe I'm gonna check the clips. Dude, what the fuck is this? Planix is still in Wing 8 Pug. I'm gonna see if it got clipped. Did he get clipped?
Dude, I don't like minis. Get the mini out of.
He doesn't like minis? Oh, this is all that remains. Yeah, we have Sorrow here. Darren's main's Antiquary, by the way, guys. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy stuff. What are your thoughts on all of the pruning of Midnight? I think it's something, I guess. Probably fine. I think class changes in general look fairly interesting. The end? Wait, I think I remember this clip. Wait, isn't this like you know, is Guild Wars 2 dead or something? This is good. Yes, it's over. Cinema. Dude, wait, I'm going back on the forums. I'm on the forums. What are people saying? Oh no. Yo, shout out to the, look, we even uploaded a video of attacking this mower. It's the go play Guild Wars Reforged. Dude, people are not happy. They are mentally broken. Hilarious Mesmer updates. Okay. Mental destruction. Did NG get nuked? I feel like the opposite. Like, NG is probably one of the big winners. When's the reaction we're gonna drop? It will be up tomorrow. We will be reacting hard. Well of Precognitor feels awful. Bro, God, go on, man. It was so OP. That's actually what it looks like. That is not what it looks like. Dude, look, this is where you need the Wingman plugin. Because, dude, it's because Chrono is busted. That is why. Mentally smashed. Yeah, there has been the smushing. People are now mentally smushed. Are you going to pro with him figuring out this? That's basically the goal, Scott, yeah. Yeah, because bear in mind, guys, you still have improved a lack, so it's a 40-second CD as opposed to a 20-second CD. So it's still good. Like, well of precog every 40 seconds. Still very strong. It is not bad. Well, I think there's going to be tuning. Like they said that there's more tuning that isn't in the preview, so there will be some tuning coming in the patch as well. NG should be buffed every single patch. Dude, I'm going to the dude, what do the warrior mains think of this? I think it's pretty hype, actually. It's pretty exciting. Dude, the fact that Lone Cat goes for the mushroom icon is actually crazy. Amalgamate NG issues where they keep dodging. Yeah. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I think you're right. Like, we do need to see some tuning. To be honest, I don't know. I do feel a little bit like we are creaking under the weight a little bit of how many specs there are. Like, I do get that idea. It feels like it's really hard for them to make agile changes quickly because there's just so much in the game now. But yeah. So yeah. Incredible. Weaver buffs a Knight to see, dude. I mean, Lone Cap is literally rank 1 warrior. Warrior is dead when the new year. Warrior is over. Dude, I love the forums. We're about to push the game into end of service. Holy shit. I love this. But yeah, maybe they meant embodiment of sin. Maybe they did mean that. It's possible. Very nice. Push. I love push. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't know. I think adrenaline is a problem. So to be honest though, okay, right. Listen up. This is important. I actually really like this change for Warrior, and I do think we need to see how it actually plays out. Like, it's possible that this actually makes Warrior fucking insane, but it's also possible that it's not enough because the adrenaline economy problems are really problematic. Because you're not going to have burst mastery or adrenaline swap, adrenaline on weapon swap unless you take discipline. And in competitive modes, especially in PvP, the adrenaline economy is an issue. So this change is a little bit unpredictable. It feels like, to be honest, like we might need to see adrenaline generation added in a couple more places. But again, like it's possible that people just kind of cook up some builds that kind of work around that. And they're able to overcome those issues with adrenaline generation, and the build ends up really strong. So I think I really like the change though. This is a big step in the right direction, I think, for warrior build variety and like really freeing up like a lot of build diversity and options for warrior. Like, for example, the idea of strength defense spellbreaker, basically kind of like the spear build right now, that sounds kind of sick, actually. If you've got the adrenaline to fuel that, that's the question. That sounds like a really exciting build. For sure. I think also for Berserker builds as well, kind of having an extra trait line could be pretty hype as well. Because you've got that 5 second swap. So let's say you want to play some kind of Condi Berserker, for example. I think that's pretty interesting. You can go from your mace set to your offset pretty easily. A brutal nerf. Dude, I like this. See, Lone Catcher knows the lingo. Lone Cap, rather. Lone Catcher. Lone Cap knows the lingo. This is a brutal nerf. It is a brutal nerf. Dude, I actually like this idea. Ooh, dude. 1 second of quickness, that's actually hype. So you weapon swap directly into a quickness-juiced burst skill. That sounds kind of disgusting, but kind of hype at the same time. Yeah. What do they do to the revenge counter? It's renamed Resolute Counter. Full counter heals you and removes conditions from you. Okay. Does it still give you the resistance? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming it just gives you the Condi removal. I think this trait was honestly really cancerous. I think this is a healthier design for it as well. Warrior sprint synergy, yeah, I guess so, yeah. So you have the swiftness. Swiftness uptime is pretty decent. So you can zoom. Any zoomers? Any zoomer gamers, guys? Wait, who's got the, guys, who's got the wiki changes? The link to the wiki, so we can do YouTube slop. T-Book you answers, why do people play PvP when they cannot PvP at all? Listen. Lean true. Look. I'm a little bit tired today, and as a result of that, I'm gonna tell you the truth, okay? You've been going berserk, like accusing everyone of win trading, like going crazy, posting some wild stuff. Just stop doing it and play the game, okay? There you go. Boom. You are unhinged, and you need to not be unhinged. Listen, guys, I've had a long day, okay? I want to tell you. I had to be awake at a normal time today. I'm absolutely fucked. Right. What is normal time? I had to be up at like midday, which is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Dude, isn't this just a huge win for NG? Isn't NG just feasting? NG feasts, no? You get modified ammo for free, and we get an execute now with heavy metal. We get even more crit, although I guess it's not that relevant in PvE, but you get the crit damage in PvE. Below 75, and then 50, then 25. This is feasting. This is crazy. And there's a new build with Blood Furno. With Sharpshooter. So NG wins hard. NG wins big. Daily reminder that Trig made Amalgam. He's literally an ooze. And did Prybar 3 target? That's crazy. That, dude, that is a goofy change. Just whack someone with the Prybar. It already does a shit ton of damage. Now you hit 3 people with it. Magnet 3 target as well. That would be extremely funny. This is actually a very good, this is a good healthy change for Catalyst, I think. I like that. The guard changes are kind of fun. I like the design here. I hope they do the same thing for some of the virtue stuff. I like this new one. This new one's fun. In fact, a lot of the new stuff here is good on guard. I like this. Symbolic Avenger is basically now a passive one. You have that all the time. And you get the new one, Furious Focus, right? Yeah, you get a free Symbol of Blades, which is that's the Symbol of Blades is the sword symbol, right? So it's like, it gives you a little sword too when you use your F1. Pretty cool. So I think that's kind of interesting. Has some cool synergy with anything that like resets your F1 or gives you cooldown reduction, so you can proc it more often. It does have a 10-second ICD though. They said that on the stream. Core Guard getting a free stun break, same with DH is also cool. Dragon Hunter changes. Dragon Hunter. Yeah, the Chrono changes are really interesting. Like, it's very hard to actually nerf Chrono though. Like, I honestly think Chrono will probably still be the pick a lot of the time. Purely, well, oh, dude. Okay, do you know the problem here? I'm going to tell you guys the problem. Because every strat in the game is designed around Chrono right now. So, the thing is that there's a lot of inertia with the meta, right? Like, even if Chrono was bad, let's say that Chrono actually isn't best in slot next patch. Because every strat in the game for every hard piece of content in the game is completely strategized around Chrono. That you build your comp around Chrono, you build your strat around Chrono. It's weird. The meta might not shift, even if theoretically it should, because of how embedded it is into the strategic metagame and how all of the strategies are devised. Yeah, and exactly, yeah, the strength of core Mesmer combined with how good Chrono makes those core utilities also makes things difficult to balance as well. It's like very hard to nerf Chrono without nerfing every Mesmer spec. Which is obviously what they don't want to do. Guys, this change, in my opinion, this is spooky. Like, these two changes, bro, I don't know what to tell you. This could be insanely brutal in PvP. Barrier when you use an artifact skill, and you get reduced strike and coin damage while you have barrier. That's pretty juiced. This is pretty juiced up, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, damage reduction and barrier. This is like potentially very strong effect. Like very strong effect. It's pure DR as well. It's strike and conny damage. And Possessive Hoarder is also kind of fun. The barrier grants the barrier to nearby allies as well on Possessive Hoarder. So whenever you proc it, whenever you proc barrier from your minor traits, Enterprising Aristocrat and Magpie's Defense, it's AoE barrier too. It's the flip, yeah. Basically, Star 5 is just the flip over now. Wicked PvP, yeah, no, I think Antiquary will be quite strong in PvP. I mean, it's already pretty good, actually. But yeah, with these changes, it could be really spicy in PvP. Okay, look, guys, I'm going to say it. They should have put more. They should have maybe put some more stuff on Warrior here. Because, dude, this is such a brutal nerf, dude. Like, the bullet catcher nerf is so brutal. Although, dude, it's really difficult to it's really hard to evaluate this because there's so many options now. Like, you were hard locked into discipline on so many builds. So Warrior is so volatile now. It's hard to say like what's going to end up being good and like how strong certain things are going to be because there's so many options now. Yeah, I am a little bit worried about support Paragon Shuriken. I completely agree with you, actually. Like, this concerns me. Like, one, no Aegis, that's kind of sad, I feel like, on Linebreaker. And Bullet Catcher, dude, you need that block on Support Warrior, right? You need it. You need Support Warrior, right? You need Bullet Catcher. Like, how are you going to live without it? I feel like you're just too easy to focus without that block. So that's a bit spooky. Exactly, yeah. You're just going to get run down. It'll be so hard to survive if you play Support Warrior in PvP. And you really don't want to play Shield, right? You obviously really want to play Warhorn on Support Warrior. So I don't know, maybe you can play some kind of like crazy, really skirmish-focused build. Like Sword, Shield, Dagger, Warhorn. Or Sword, Warhorn, Dagger, Shield. But, dude, losing Staff would just be so bad. Like, you lose so much healing. No Linebreaker. No Valiant Leap. No Pull. And then, of course, like, no Defiant Roar. Yeah, I think it's so expensive. It will be so expensive. It will be a very different type of support build in PvP, though. Like, very focused on, like, 2v2s and 3v3s. But, again, a support in PvP without some kind of active defense is just going to struggle so much. You're just too easy to focus. Was Staff really too much? I think maybe they could have just not done the nerfs and just put it in the game to see what happened. They could always hotfix it later. Because I was actually really looking forward to some kind of Paragon meta in PvP. I think Support Warrior is actually rather exciting. Yeah, it's maybe a bit too cautious. I understand why they're being cautious, because obviously this is a colossal change. And maybe, again, maybe it turns out that, let's see, what you could, let's say you run defense tactics on Support Warrior. Maybe that just makes you super tanky? Because the defense trait line is pretty juiced? Because the thing is about Support Warrior, I feel like Support Warrior is actually one of the builds that kind of benefits least from not running Discipline, because Discipline has good traits for support, right? Just in general. Like Warrior's Sprint is really fucking nice for getting out of immobilizers. You can have extra healing modifiers in there. You can have adrenaline management. There's like very good stuff in there for Support Warrior. It's like the other trait lines don't help you that much. Grim with the raid. What do you think, Grim? What are we thinking? Is the patch nuclear or what? Wait, Grim's not a fan. Worst patch of all time? Jesus. Okay. Okay. It's the second worst patch. February 2020 was worse. What class 1? I feel like NG wins. NG wins, no? You have, you know, you can be a bleed Furno. You have Execute now. NG is feasting. High for Power Warrior, though. Yeah, you think, Strength Defense Shuriken for Power Warrior, right? What weapons? Do you think Spear GS? Or you think like Spear with Dagger or something? That's pretty hype, actually. Sustaining Cleanse early on Spellbreaker. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, because you have the Revenge counter, right? Is Resolute counter, so you get juiced. Ranger 1? I mean, Ranger got... They just want Beast Mastery to be better. They just kind of rejiggled it. Plenix is queuing push? That's not cleanse? Yeah, no, it is. Look, they changed Revenge counter. It's full counter heals you and removes condies. Any cleanses? Did Guardian get shafted? No. I'd say the changes for Guardian are pretty cool in PvE. Yeah, dude, the block removal is fucking brutal. Like, that feels very, very cautious. They're very worried about, like, some kind of crazy bunker, I think. When Scourge hasn't been up since EOD. I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Scourge has been out power crept for sure, yeah. It's like still, you know, it's obviously fine. It's playable. But yeah, definitely has fallen behind a bit. I mean, I think we need to see some more tuning, right? No referral link. No, it's because the bot can't. The bot disconnected. It can't see any of you guys right now. I don't know why. It can speak, but it can't hear you. Let me restart it and see if it works, actually. Ah, yeah, it's working now. I need to fix that. It needs to have some reconnect logic, I think. It just lost connection to the channel. And I don't have any reconnect logic on it right now. Example. Magra said example, frog wide, frog wide, frog wide, frog wide, frog wide, frog wide, frog wide. Yeah, the necro changes, and it's just like a Reaper buff, right? You get Awaken the Pain for free instead of the downstate trait. And you also, you get this, right? You just get more vitality based on power. So you're just going to be a bit tankier on, Reaper, power necro builds. I mean, that applies to power Rit as well. It's a tankiness to buff to Rit, right? Well, any power necro build, I suppose. Thoughts? What is this? What the fuck is this, bro? What? That is actually one of the most insane tweets I have ever seen. Okay? That is a wild tweet. That's crazy. Every split needs to be a support. Every needs its support traits and most into a trait like Transfusion, but more severe. Adding support to every skill trait. They don't run out of design space in PvP. Open world survival can play support and Antiquary in their one week code. Yeah, that is the thing. Like, you know, did we really need to put the boons, like the AoE boons, on Antiquary and Conduit? Was that like necessary? I'm not sure about that one. I think it was actually one of the things that kind of felt a bit refreshing, right? About some of the VOE specs, is that the VOE specs didn't actually have that. They were a little bit more like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's fine. You know, this spec is just a DPS spec. There's nothing wrong with that. It can have self boons, nothing wrong with self boons, but like, does everything need to be a healer? Does everything need to be a support? I'm not sure about that. It also feels like they're kind of making more work for themselves, right? Because if everything has to be a support, then you're essentially kind of like increasing the number of builds that need to be balanced and maintained, which is already crazy, right? There's like so many builds already, right? So do we really need more? I'm not sure if we do. How is Luminary looking? No changes for Luminary. At all, actually, right? Just for Core Guard, really. And Dragon Hunter, of course, guys. Dragon Hunter changes. Fury on HDH, which is pretty nice. AoE barrier or chain reactivity. No purity of purpose as well. That's kind of a big change. Like that's completely gone. There is no purity of purpose anymore. Obviously relevant for world versus world in particular. So you don't have that boon conversion now. Heal Chrono is pretty dominant in Fractals. Do you see a meta shift? I mean, the thing is about, like, it's weaker, but I feel like Chrono is still going to be very dominant because it's the king of Stab and Aegis. Although, actually, having said that, it maybe opens the door a little bit to other builds. But the thing is, it's got Portal, man. I guess Portal is, like, less relevant for just, like, farm groups. But if you're in a speedrun group, like, you want Portal. And Mesmer is just really good for that. Yeah, like, I was, yeah, for sure. Like, precog, I feel like maybe just should only do Aegis and PvE. Just no stab and PvE. Luminary, a lack. Yeah, it brings a lack. It's actually quite good. It's one of the stronger new healers, I think. It has a lot of Aegis. I think it has, Luminary has some potential in Fractals because it has really good CC. And really good Aegis and stab. Like, a lot of stability, a lot of Aegis. And that's obviously kind of the thing that you want for Fractals. CC is decent as well. You know, because you can take the elite skill, you can take Sanctuary, obviously, right? And then you've got a bunch of CC kind of baked into the rotation as well. So it's got some potential. So yeah, Luminary I think is decent. Purity of Purpose was big. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Purity of Purpose is, you know, obviously a really important trait in NG. Bring all the specs back to their most overpowered state. I mean, maybe. I feel like that's now though. Like everything's so strong. Everything is juiced. Unnerf Epi. Oh, dude, imagine that. Imagine if we bring old Epi back to Scourge. We honestly love to see that. It's crazy. Isn't that crazy? A 40k DPS spec is weak now. That's so crazy. God damn, guys. It's getting wacky. Look, quick question, guys. Do you guys think that we're currently living in Mickey Mouse world? Is that what this is? Is this Disneyland now? Are we in Disneyland, guys? That's crazy. It's been that way since Weapon Mastery. So you wait, do you consider Weapon Mastery to be Disneyland, Magros? That's Disneyland mode? It's the tickets to Disneyland. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, I think exactly. You guys are right about the Mesmer stuff, though, right? Like the issue with Mesmer is very much the utility, right? The utility is pretty good on Mesmer. What do you think of the alley changes, Grim? I kind of like the Staunch Auras change. And it's good to see some buffs to Weaver. And they finally started to move towards fixing Spear Weaver, which I think is pretty hype. Because that was obviously a pretty... Dude, man, think how long this took. It took like over an expansion to actually fix Spear being scuffed as fuck on Weaver. That's funny. And surely, are you hyped about this? Look, these are Fresh Air Ellie buffs, no? Log in. Fresh Air Ellie is back, guys. It is back. We are so back. It's time. Yeah, no, I think, dude, I think it's time. I think it's time, guys. more stability for Druid in PvE, and Tempest gets 2 charges on all shouts in PvE. Just fucking do it. Just do it. Just think of it, guys. Think of that. 2 charges on Rebound. 2 charges on Aftershock and Eye of the Storm. Just think of it. Yes! Yes! They should remove every elite spec. Dude, do you know how much I would pay a lot of money for Zlint to be in charge of the game? Like, I would want some kind of mechanism where ArenaNet is forced to do everything Zlint wants to do to the game for 1 month. He has 1 month and he has like full control. Like he has utter control of the game. And just like think about what would happen there. Would you shit yourself, though? Darren's, would you? Answer the question, Darren's. Would you go for it? Accept the deal, brother? Brother! May I have some oats? Did imagine Zlint being community manager for 1 month. He's just in charge. Full community management. From 1 to 10, how do you feel about this patch? 1 being dog water, 10 being Guild Wars 3 announced. It's... I wish we were swinging a bit harder, and there was a bit more in it, obviously. And there is going to be some tuning, I think, so I'm definitely looking forward to see the additional tuning, because I think look, I gotta be honest with you guys. We have still got a problem. VOE specs are still completely broken, which is obviously not ideal. In every game mode, not exactly what we like to see. So I wish there was a bit more. And some of the changes, it is feel like, okay, we're just doing this because, right? Like, Necro, for example, not a crazy amount going on here. I guess like the Greatsword changes are going to have some impact, right? Like Nightfall, particularly in World versus World, this is going to very fundamentally change the way the spell works. Because now you're not going to be able to like plonk it down as an AoE. You're going to have to actually like, run up to people and whack them with it to get the boon crop. So it's a very different spell. Thief changes. Not the anti-grid changes, but the thief changes. Wait, are you memeing? Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say. Yeah. I was like, wait, what? Did I miss something? I thought I was getting memed. I was like, yeah. I was like, wait, did I miss changes? Yeah. Obviously, just like all anti-grid changes. Yeah. Yeah, I think people quite liked this trait, didn't they? Like the GM, equal and opposite reaction. So you're going to have to go for alchemy if you want this, which is obviously like a really nice trait for giving yourself quickness and stability. But you take that instead of purity of purpose. This does mean that you're basically going to sack damage if you want to have this trait, essentially, because obviously not a lot of DPS in alchemy. So if you want to be like a mega stable tank, then you have to go for alchemy now. So watch out for that. Conduit seems like a meme. Well, they're just basically trying to add, I'm assuming, QDPS onto this, basically. So you're going to be a QDPS power conduit. which is something, I guess. Curses Presser, exactly, yeah. See, I think this was like a pretty cool trait. So it's going to be very expensive to take now if you want this, like very expensive. You want Conduit to be giving boons now? Yeah, like I actually agree with you, Jans. I'm not the biggest fan actually of Conduit being given a boon roll, you know? Does it really need a boon roll? I'm not sure. Like, wasn't it, what was it not fine as like a really strong DPS class? I'd rather see them develop those builds rather than try to attach boons to it. Especially not healing, right? Like, what? I don't know. I'm not sure about heal Conduit, guys. To be honest, look, I'm going to go a little bit conspiracy mode, guys. Like, this might be just part of, like, the design brief that they have to kind of go with. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, they could fix Heal Herald, right? Like, Heal Herald is basically scuffed. Heal Vindy is unfinished. They tried to make it a thing, but it's not really there, to be honest. Hell, Renegade too, right? What does design brief mean? It'll be like their broad ideas, right? Like, it might be something that is just part of how they want the game to be. Like, they basically want you to be able to do everything on every class. That just might be the philosophy, especially because, you know, people want to play a Conduit. I want to play a heal Conduit, right? A manifesto, if you will. Dude, Soul Sparrow not giving Life Force feels kind of bad. It's kind of cool that it gives you Lifesteal, though. And they put the Life Force back on Nightfall. Like, this is a pretty cool ability, actually. Like, you stand in it and you get Life Force now. That's kind of hype. And you also get Life Force on Spiteful Fortitude. This could actually be, like, really strong. This could be, like, very good potentially, right? Because if you're ever hitting stuff below 50, you're just going to be juicing. You're just going to be feasting on Life Force with Spiteful Fortitude. If you think about this, this is actually a crazy sustain trait, no? Because wait, if this procs while you're in Shroud, isn't that just absolutely cooked? I wonder if it does. I assume it does. Like, you can gain Life Force in Shroud, right? There's no reason why it wouldn't do that. But yeah, if you're in Execute, aren't you just an unkillable god on Reaper and Ritualist? Because you're just going to be capped, 100%, right? Lone Cap will be Unchained. Dude, Lone Cap is rank 0. He's actually bugged. You don't even see him on the ladder right now. The guy is bugged. Because he's too high. His rating's too high. The game can't even handle it. Boyce checks. He actually does. I heard that too. I did hear that Boyce Q dodge is Lone Cap. I did hear that actually. You just gonna get Lone Gapped? Ooh, I like that. They fixed mirror chests? Wait, what's in the patch? What do they fix? They fixed them not spawning or what? Link me the patch notes. Bit more brawly. Set above 50. It hits someone below 50. It flips into Gravedigger with a buff that allows you to cast it 3 or 5 times. I mean, yeah, that would be cool. For sure. Dude, you know what? Look. Think about this, okay? Check this out. What if Gravedigger gave you a buff that gave you more damage? And when you hit it, it refreshes the stack. So in other words, if you are below 50% health, you can... Yes! I have been saying this for years now. What if it just ramps up over and over again? That would be so sick. So you have like a mini game where you have to keep hitting it. You have to keep hitting it over and over and over again, and it ramps your damage over time. I fucking love that. That's hype. That's what I'm talking about. It just scales you. You scale. Oh, wait, what do they do? What do they do? 12 minutes ago. Client crash. What? Fix an issue that could cause a client crash when inspecting the build of a profession different from the player's own. They're obviously talking about PvP spectate there, but it's really funny that they phrase it that way. Oh, they're talking about linking builds, actually, aren't they? No, they're talking about build linking. But ArenaNet confirming that gear check is in the game. Now they're talking about build links. Fix an issue that prevented obscured chest. Okay, nice. Okay. Nice. That is what we like. That is what we like. The mirror fix was here since last week, was it? Well, I mean, I guess they just put it in the notes now then. VOE is now fixed. Terrible nerfs on Warrior. I mean, I think it makes DPS Warrior quite a bit better, but yeah, support is maybe in trouble now. So that's the situation. Good or bad news for Mesmer? I mean, it's bad news, but it doesn't really change that much, honestly. Like, support Chrono, I think, will still be a very popular pick in PvE content because it has good utility.
Give me a report. You'll find everything you need here.
And utility is typically what you need. Like, the problem with Chrono is improved alacrity, it feels like, and... Precog's probably a bit overstacked.
Welcome.
As well. And also core Mesmer is very strong. Like, you have the stab mantra and you have portal. And portal is just... Oh man, portal is so difficult to get around, I think. That's like very difficult to get around. Make it 10%, but also nerf restorative mantras. Yeah, and that's a way you could put, like, affect Troubadour less, right? Because then you can go, well, you know, you can take the heal, right? Like, take the heal skill instead. Ranger? Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually, like the Beast Mastery changes. I like the new GM as well. You get like a mini Sikkim whenever you connect to a Beast skill. Ecto gambling video? Listen, don't do it, guys. Do not ecto gamble. Do not ecto gamble. Do not do it. Do not do it, guys. You will lose. All right, come on, guys. Buckle up. It's time for some YouTube slop. You guys want YouTube slop? To nerf it that much when it was already competitive with the other gyms? Yeah, for sure. I love YouTube slop. And so it's going to be a fair bit less healing in PvE for sure. I think what's interesting here, I wonder if part of their goal is to actually move it towards single chrono setups versus double chrono. Or maybe that's kind of like step one. Because if the healing and the boons on chrono are actually kind of mediocre, then maybe you still run a chrono, but you just run like you run a second, you run a non-chrono as well. It's tough though. Like, it's kind of weird, right? Like, it's kind of weird because of how, because you just don't really need the healing very often. So it's hard to move that lever. And yeah, you just play Troubadour, and then boom, you still have Portal on Troubadour. True, actually, true. Dude, Portal is a good skill, man. Portal is such a good skill. Yeah, that was actually new, Grim. Yeah, I think that was last week. They did that in a little like mini patch. Soul Beast got gutted? Did it? I think it did. He doesn't know what he's talking about? Gambling, trust the process, don't get it twisted. This is where, yeah, you got all of this gold from Ecto Gamble, bro? Well, I'm assuming, no, I think it's the increase that doesn't apply, Grim, right? This increase does not apply. So I think it's 150 for, it's still the same for Soul Beasts, but for non-Soul Beasts it's better, right? So I'm pretty sure Soul Beast is essentially entirely unchanged. You know, outside of the other, you know, the new stuff they've added. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it's gonna work. Well, I mean, it's gonna change every warrior rotation, right? Like every single warrior rotation is gonna be changed. Well, the ones that don't use discipline, obviously. How Resounding Tomba works? It causes you to copy boons from yourself to your pet when you use a command skill. So when you use a command skill, which is like the Ranger Shouts, basically, you copy boons to yourself to your pet. And if you're a Soul Beast, you extend boons on yourself. No, yeah, no regen and swiftness. Go for the throat. Yeah, there's no ferocity on honed axes, but you get go for the throat, right? So you get lesser sick'em. So you get more damage there. Yeah, it probably should actually be one of the rare cases where a skill is like better in World versus World than PvE. Right? Like the stab stays in World versus World but goes in PvE. Or they just put the stab elsewhere, right? They could put the stab on somewhere else on Mesmer, right? So instead of precog, have it on another ability. Does Lesser Sick'em count as casting a command? Usually they do. So yeah, theoretically, I think those would actually interact together. Because that's how it usually works. Is that traits like that will proc traits that benefit from casting a certain type of ability. So I believe the answer is yes. Dude, Nitro, stop posting these slot memes and post the only good meme you've ever made, which is the, the Gru Despicable Me meme with Solar as lead game dev on Guild Wars 3, okay? Like, that's the actual good meme. Untamed even better. Was thinking about playing Untamed. Yeah, Untamed is good. You can definitely play Untamed if you're a fan, if you're an enjoyer. Ooh. Oh wait, wait, wasn't this when this was bugged, right? Wasn't this when abrasive grit was bugged? And it just was ridiculous. It was proccing on every. Oh yeah. This was with the barrier, right? Like you healed yourself and got barrier, and it procced abrasive grit every time. So you were completely immune to condies and had 25 might permanently. It was like the most. Oh yeah. It was the sanctuary. Yeah. The sanctuary rune. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what it was. And you were just absolute god mode, completely unstoppable. I remember that, yeah. Ah, yes. But obviously they hotfixed that pretty quick. Quite strong, guys. Pretty OP. Most well-rounded general suppression to start with. Any opinions? I think Guardian would be a good place to start. Somehow a sub. You probably got gifted. We have many generous viewers here who simp for me absolutely mercilessly, and we love it. We absolutely love it, guys. You in the master plan? Yeah, dude, the fucking master plan is so good. Look at this. Look at step 2, guys. Step 2 is very powerful. Am I griefing if I play power DPS on Rev? No, you're fine. Think power conduit's all right. I mean, look, if you're not playing a VOE spec, you might be a little bit underpowered. But, I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Just play what you want. Who do you think got the biggest net positive change? It's really hard to say until we see the numbers and what it looks like in the game. But I'd say basically almost guaranteed win is like power necros in PvE. I just can't imagine how... it's just going to be better, I think. There's just no way around it. Like, it's just better. Power necros in PvE. Antiquary in PvP. Well, I guess and PvE as well, actually. But also, PvP in particular is going to be spicy, I think. But just buffs, right? It's like only buffs there. And I think the guard stuff's kind of fun. I think it's hard for me to imagine NG not being better after the patch as well. Heavy metal, this trait is good. You get modified ammo for free, and there's a new Bleed Furno build with serrated steel, not serrated steel, sharpshooter. So yeah, those are the big ones. Yeah, and Warrior also. The Warrior change is big. This is a really exciting. Like, I think they were maybe a little bit cautious with, nerfing staff at the same time. But this is very exciting. A lot of new options have been opened up because of this. Very nice. Right, guys, I'm going to quickly be right back. I'm going to refill my water. We're going to juice up. And then we are going to initiate YouTube slop. Because I know you guys love it. I know you guys love it. Ah, yes. Wait, what was this? I don't understand. Wait. You can only use some specs working with the new 5 seconds. So a lot of builds still require adrenaline. Oh, yeah. I think he's talking about how discipline wasn't just for, like, fast hands was not just, and the discipline trait line in general is not just about the weapon swap. It also had good adrenaline management. Like, it was very good for your adrenaline economy with burst mastery and obviously the adrenaline weapon swap. Because, yeah, discipline was just good in general. So basically what he's getting at is that the DPS builds have potential, Spellbreaker in particular, which I think is very much accurate. Because you can go strength discipline, strength defense, which I think which is quite likely to be good, I think. But if you play a support, it's a little bit more awkward because your adrenaline economy is a problem. And just in general, the adrenaline economy is also just an issue without it as well. So you're gonna have to make up for that adrenaline generation and adrenaline management elsewhere in your build, which is, you know, it's a complexity. Warrior Sprint. I mean, yeah, Warrior Sprint. Warrior Sprint, if you think about it, is actually Warrior Sprint is an insane trait. Like, it is an absolutely insane trait because you might think, oh, but it only removes immobile, right? But here's the thing about removing immobilize. Being able to specifically remove a condition is actually a big upside. Because let's say you've got 5 Condis on you, right? And you use your Condi cleanse, it might not get the one you want. But the fact that every movement skill you have is going to break you out of immobilize is big, right? Like, it is really, really big to be able to do that. Especially because Warrior has a lot of skills that do that. Like, you have a lot of leaps, a lot of mobility skills, and that will all get you out of immobilize, which is obviously incredibly good. And dude, look how good this trait is. Base movement speed, which is already incredibly good. You have a bit more damage. It's only 3% in PvE to be fair, but you know it's very good in PvE with 10%. And your movement skills break you out of a mob, which is like which in a weird way is almost like a stun break, because like immobilize and being stunned is surprisingly similar to a stun. It's an insanely good trait. And as you can see, it procs on a lot, right? Because like Warrior has a lot of spells like this that will interact with it, right? Yeah. Free immob remove is incredibly good. Very powerful. Dude, look, I have a different referral link now, guys. I actually have 2 referral links right now. Play Guild Wars 2, an award-winning online role-playing game with fast-paced action combat, a rich universe of immersive stories, awe-inspiring landscapes, deep character customization, and PvP modes, all with no subscription fees. Join over 20 million players. Click my WeHype link, guys. What is WeHype? So WeHype is a promotion company that ArenaNet is working with for doing a bunch of sponsors. Specifically, it's how the thing with me and Max is set up, the thing with Lara and Annie, for example, Annie Fisher, also from World of Warcraft, popped up as well. And I think they also sponsored a bunch of, other streamers as well, with some little mini WeHype campaigns as well. So that's what WeHype is. 20 billion. That's correct, guys. 20 billion players. Okay. All right, I'm going to reduce and then we're actually dropping the nuke. We are doing a full review of the patch, guys. Full review, full breakdown, full content. Dude, it's crazy. I actually streamed every day this year. To be honest, it was a little bit scuffed. What the hell has happened here? Oh, dude, yeah, my gown is stuck in my chair because my chair is broken. This sucks. Ugh. All right. To be honest, it was a little bit scuffed. I might have to do another year, to be honest. Do it properly. Like the streams this year, like my streaming performance was mediocre at best. We have to crank up the hours. We have to get like fucking 1 billion hours. You're getting bold. I fucking wish, dude. This shit doesn't stop growing. Right. I'll be back. I've returned. Wait, when is this patch? Oh, January 13th. Okay. Nikas, is it? Oh, for sure, yeah. I'm working on that. We're working on it, guys. Herald Bus. It's true. It's true. One of the most fun specs in the game. It's in the gutter, man. Planix leaked? Yeah. Bro. Dude, that's crazy, actually. Ritual is dead? Yeah, Ritual is dog shit now. It's actually better. Dude, that is Craigasm. Gachigasm. Plus there's tons of unhinged clips. Dude, Planix, he's openly said that, like, it gets really hot there sometimes, obviously, where he's at. And sometimes there's just, you know, he goes naked, streams naked. I respect it. He does what he has to do. He does what he has to do, guys. $48 Celsius, that is insane. All right, are you guys ready for slop? What's the zoom? 250%? Slop? Aboba? Aura progress halted. I actually wouldn't worry about it too much, to be honest. Like, you might need to do a bit of a CC recook with how you do the CC rotations on Aura, but I think it'll be fine. And also, the patch is not in the game yet. Bear that in mind, Mazalius. It's on January 13th. So you actually have a while before this happens. So even if you're concerned about Chrono, good news. Just kill the boss now. You're in business. Oh, he's doing static raiding groups and how's it in there such place? Help? Might come back next year. Stay tuned. Chilling on Necro. It's just, yeah, it's a class I have a lot of experience with, and it's also very OP. Like, very good for, like, random open world stuff right now. Because it gives quickness and does a billion DPS. Tier list? Oh, yeah, I will do. I have actually a couple of tier lists I want to do. We'll drop some fat tier lists. New build? Well, yeah, the new build's like them fixing the chests, which is pretty good. All right. How many people we got on YouTube? I'm checking. Oh, dude. Whoa. Dude. YouTube rising. Today on YouTube, we peaked at 456 people watching. How about that? That's crazy. Impressive. Very impressive. Just bots? No. Hi, YouTube. Maybe we need, we need to find some way, because Kat sent me some very interesting emotes, actually. Kat sent me, Frog Wall and Frog Wider as well. We may need to somehow incorporate these into the chat. Yeah, it is interesting stuff, yeah. Bird Rest. Yeah, we also have Bird Rest activated here. Also a good emote. All right, then. Come on, then, gamers. I think it's about time to actually go over these notes. Do you guys like my mug here, by the way? Got some birds. Kind of bird-themed, as you can see there, guys. Yeah, speaking of Bird Rest. But anyway... Come on then, let's talk about the balance patch. This is for January 13th as well. This is the preview. Don't worry, this is not in the game just yet, so you have some time to brace for impact. And wow, we have got some pretty spicy stuff here. Some kind of general reworks to a couple of classes, looking a bit at fresh air. Elementalist, bit of Weaver Spear fans are going to be happy. We got some reworks to Engie, to Necro, Guardian, right? Some stuff going on there. And then we got some spicy stuff, guys. Okay, the big stuff is for the warrior mains out there. And we'll talk about it later. It is all the way at the bottom. There will also be timestamps. So if you want to skip ahead, if you're a warrior fan, check that out. But I'll tell you what, it is an exciting time to be a warrior player. I think there's going to be a lot of really exciting possibilities for different types of build that you can play. Because look, I'll spoil it now. I've got to spoil it now, guys. I'm going to spoil it now. Okay. Fast hands is going to be baseline, specifically the weapon swap portion, not the adrenaline, just the weapon swap component. So warriors are going to have, by default, 5-second weapon swaps, which is obviously going to give them way more access to their profession mechanic, their burst skills, because you can swap between them much quicker than you otherwise would be unless you have discipline. So yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit more, but I think a really exciting change. And, you know, Warrior, I think, has definitely needed some kind of modernization for a while. I think this is kind of like the first step. To be clear, it's the first step, and ArenaNet did say as much, by the way. And, you know, speaking of things that aren't in the notes here specifically, there's also going to be more tuning. These changes here are about stuff that isn't a VOE spec, broadly speaking. There are a couple of VOE changes, but it's mostly kind of core and, you know, tidying up a couple of things, adding a couple of new options, but there will be some additional tuning, because obviously VOE specs did get a bit of a tuning pass last week, but yeah, you know, they're still pretty strong. The numbers are still pretty high, so we are going to see additional changes go through as well, which is pretty exciting because, you know, do I really want to be playing VOE specs for the rest of time? Not sure I do, to be honest, but anyway, let's get down to also, yeah, very ominous change here, guys. Like, what could this be? This is an omen of something later in the patch, perhaps heal Chrono getting a little bit of a bop, but, well, anyway, so first up, we have a general change, and you might think, what on earth is going on here? So minimum defiance damage has been reduced from 100 to 25. So, recap, there's a mechanic in the game that if you do, let's say, a half-second stun, it doesn't do 50 defiance damage, it does 100. That was the minimum defiance damage, was 100 from a CC. So even like a 0.1 second stun would do 100 defiance bar. That's going down to 25, and this is fully granular. So in other words, a 0.25 second stun is 25, half second 50, etc., etc. Like, that's the granularity. This is actually a slightly targeted change towards Chrono in particular, because their F3 ability has like a little micro CC on it, basically, that generates lots of extra CC. This is aimed at reducing the CC potential. That's going to be a big theme as well for the Mesmer changes that we'll get to a little bit later, is toning down some of the crowd control potential of Necromancer in particular to kind of free up options. Because, of course, anyone who's played PvE knows that Necromancer is incredibly dominant in the support meta, right, and has been for a long time, and is kind of like a real bread and butter, just absolute baseline, the standard for how strategies and compositions are developed. So that's what they're trying to tackle there. But before we get to that, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Let's start off with Elementalist. So let's see what the objective is. Weaver's Land Spear dual attacks are receiving some major updates. Each of them will now augment the Weaver's next outgoing strike to deal additional damage in an area around the enemy while also inflicting conditions or granting benefits to the user. Catalyst's Staunch Auras trait has been reworked to lean into more of the specialization's combo theme, creating a powerful personal effect when you finish a combo. So what's going on here? Why are they doing this? So basically, Weaver Spear had the most half-assed dual skills ever. Right? Like, it kind of made the weapon a bit unplayable, to be honest, on Weaver. Like, especially in PvP, actually, it was not good. Really, it was a bit wonky. With that, so they're, you know, we got there in the end. We're now addressing that because you're still going to have the baseline effect, but now what you're going to have is also this extra bonus, a bit like a Venom. So when you use these abilities, your next strike gives you a bonus effect. So Frostfire Ward, next strike does damage and removes condies from you. Galvanize, you just get more damage. This is the Fire Air one, just big damage. Fiery Impact, extra damage, and you have Burning and Bleeding. Elutriate, you have extra damage and you get chill and vulnerability. Soothing Burst, you get damage and you get some self-healing. So you can see the theme here, right? You get like some damage, it's all AoE by the way, and then you get some kind of extra effect, either conditions or some kind of self-benefit here. And then Shailstorm, your next strike deals additional damage and inflicts blind and cripple. So these are good skills, by the way, actually. These are actually good abilities. It's going to give you some self-peel. Let's say if you're playing a PvP build, right, you're going to be able to do a bit more damage and get a bit of AoE pressure off this, and also some sustain. You're going to be able to, you know, heal yourself. You're going to remove condies. You can blind, all that kind of good stuff. I think this is good. I actually think this is a pretty interesting idea. To kind of fix some of the really, really baseline issues that are currently associated with Elementalist Spear, rather. Of course, we're going to have to see tuning on what this is going to look like and how this is going to pan out, obviously, in PvE from the DPS perspective, and indeed in PvP in World versus World from kind of like the more sustain-oriented and, you know, livability perspective here too. Let me log in. I don't want to listen to the login music. Come on, no. And up here in core Elementalist land, we also have Ether Renewal. You get Endurance each pulse, and Inscription and Bountiful Power have been changed. Inscription is the glyph trait in air, and you basically, they kind of like reverted it and added bonuses. It used to give resistance when you use a glyph. Now you get a boon when you use a glyph, depending on what element you used it in, and you get resistance when you're attuning to air. And of course, that's got big implications with, let's say, Evoker, right, which has access to very quickly getting back into air, or indeed with the Fresh Air trait as well. This is pretty exciting, I think, because Fresh Air Ellie is a build that I feel like has really fallen off. To be honest, like that has really, really not worked out super well. And resistance is going to help it be even slipperier, right? Like it's going to get super speed when you go into air. You're going to be able to get resistance, so you can ignore weakness, you can ignore blind, right? You can ignore chill, right? Which is super frustrating for elementalists. And you should be able to get some pretty serious uptime with this, with either an Evoker build or indeed with Fresh Air as well. So this is actually a pretty exciting option. You do have to trade some damage, to be clear, because that you're either going to be sacking some Ferocity and Fury, or you're going to be sacking damage to CC'd enemies. So it does come with a cost, but it's going to give you some ability to survive a little bit better, right? And additional ability to kind of kite more effectively. So kind of a PvP-oriented thing, I think, here with Inscription. And Ether Renewal, this actually was, like, you do, like, heal skills for Ellie. It's been kind of Signet of Restoration. It's been Glyph of Restoration a lot of the time. Ether Renewal is pretty interesting, though, because this actually did used to see play on some Ellie builds, because it actually removes a lot of condies from you. You kind of channel it, removes condies. Now you're going to get a dodge back as well. I think that makes it a lot more competitive. Of course, it is a channel ability, so you can be CC'd out of it, which is obviously really, really brutal if that happens. But again, maybe you have Arcane Shield, maybe you have some stability, so you can kind of cover that, so you can get that off, and then you get a dodge back as well. So I think these changes are actually pretty exciting, and with any luck, this is going to give some of the more kind of aggressive Roma-style Ellie builds something to kind of play with. And similarly, actually, with Bountiful Power, by the way. So gain charges when you switch attunements, and at 5 charges, you gain quickness and increased strike damage. Very similar to the Engineer trait Kinetic Battery. And of course, again, think about this. Fresh Air, Evoker. You can swap attunement a lot, right? You're going to be able to go back into your attunement very, very quickly. You're going to be able to build this up and then spend it getting that burst damage. Maybe that compensates for the damage that you lost with Inscription. Now, you do have to trade this for Evasive Arcana, and that's obviously a very powerful ability. It gives you that cleanse, it gives you the AoE blind, it gives you a blast finisher, so it's a relatively expensive trade. And of course, the other one would also be Arcane Lightning, which is also seeing a lot of play right now, the other Arcane Grandmaster, because that also gives you really powerful effects and just kind of in general improves your Arcane. Wait, actually, I need to check. Is it called Arcane Lightning anymore? I know what it does, but I can't remember if they renamed it, because they actually changed this quite a bit. Okay, no, it is still called Arcane Lightning. But yeah, it's the one that looks like tentacles, and it gives your arcane skills bonus effects, because arcane skills in PvP, they are seeing a good amount of play, right? And they are powerful, especially when you have those additional effects kind of attach them. And of course, you get the extra ferocity from Arcane Lightning. So I think it makes the Arcane GMs pretty competitive overall, and you're going to play them on different builds. Like, you know, for example, maybe Evasive Arcana kind of ends up more on Catalyst and Weaver, and then Bountiful Power and Arcane Lightning are on the more aggressive Roma style builds, you know, your Evokers and your Weavers and stuff like that. So I think this is pretty cool. I actually like these changes. I think there's a lot of potential for some of these more aggressive Elementalist builds with this set of changes. So these are actually cool. Same with the spear changes too. Like spear also a weapon that I think has been a bit underutilized. And obviously in PvE, Bountiful Power does see some play as well. And well, we have to see the numbers, right? Like I don't have a problem with this change as well. And if anything, it makes it a bit more dynamic, right? And that's a theme. Like one of the things that the devs said here was they don't really want very passive Grandmaster traits. They want them to be a bit more interactive, and that is a theme of this patch, actually, which I personally really like. You know, Bountiful Power, very strong trait, does see play in PvE for throughput purposes, but it's pretty boring. You know, you commit a Grandmaster trait and you just get, 2% damage per boom. Don't get me wrong, very strong, but not very exciting. So obviously, I think a better design overall. You know, because think about this in PvE, right? It's like, oh, you're going to want to do a rotation such that you get the damage bonus when you're lining up your burst, right? And that's something to think about, a little mini game that you're going to be playing. So you attune, get that damage bonus and unleash a big burst. So I think much more interactive, pretty exciting. In my mind there. And a couple of buffs to Condi Weaver as well, which is a build that is completely vanished into thin air in PvP. And I'm not sure if it's coming back just yet, especially with how strong VOE specs are right now. But I think the design philosophy over here is good in general, just making the damage output of some of the water spells better, giving it more evasion as well with Riptide, better kiting potential with Twist of Fate, which is also going to help Fresh Air potentially as well with the additional super speed uptime. And Pyro Vortex, which is a key damage ability for Condi Weaver, is going to have much more upfront damage, right? You have 2 stacks for 6 seconds as opposed to 1 for 2 in PvP and Waterstone. So if you land this, you're gonna have a lot more damage. Is Condi Weaver coming back? I'm not sure about that one, guys. But you know, it is one of those builds that I almost have fond memories of, right? Look, I'm an HOT and POF PvPer, right? I've got some kind of fond memories of, you know, your Condi Berserkers, right? Oof, don't remind me. Yeah, your Power Heralds, which you see a bit with Conduit these days, right? With your Spellbreaker, like that type of stuff. Core Ranger on the side node. Yeah, Condi Weaver, not that Water Weaver crap. Condi Weaver on the side node, right? The Sage build. Stuff like that. So I think anything that moves us back in that direction, I think is going to be pretty cool overall. And yeah, it's nice to see this, that, you know, we've had some time to do this. Is this like super impactful right now? Not sure about that, but we shall see. Also, I believe, this isn't in the notes, but I believe the cooldown reduction here on Riptide also happened to Earth 2 as well, which is the evasion. So both of the evasion skills on Sword, I believe, are coming down to 15 seconds. So this is actually, yeah, there's one thing missing here, if I'm not mistaken. And then finally, and this is actually an exciting change, by the way, Staunch Auras. This trait has been reworked and renamed to Elemental Synergy. This is the Catalyst Grandmaster. Gain an additional bonus when finishing a combo based on your current attunement. This bonus can trigger once per attunement per interval. This is a really big design shift, and it's very, very healthy. This trait is the one that gives you stability on Aura right now, but it's been an incredibly problematic trait. And essentially, Catalyst, in PvP in particular, got nerfed for the sins of this trait so many times. Absolutely torn to shreds because of this trait, pretty much. And the fact that it's getting a redesign, I think, gives a lot of room to bring Catalyst back into the meta again in that side node position. You know, the hammer build or whatever, right? It's going to go to right now. So in fire, you're going to gain might. Water, you're going to get a self heal. Air, you're going to get endurance, which is nifty. And the stability is now on Earth, much healthier, right? Like, it's not all the time. It's going to be whenever you combo, you're going to get this effect, right? So any combo finisher, you can blast, you can leap, you can whirl, whatever, you're going to get a bonus. Really cool design. I like that. Very like Evasive Arcana, which is also really exciting, I think. And again, Evasive Arcana is going to give you some potential to even activate that combo, right? If you have in Earth, right? You get a blast finish when you dodge. That will then give you stability, which is kind of cool, right? So yeah, I really like this. And I think, again, this removes a pretty toxic piece of design from Catalyst and gives the devs a lot more room to make it stronger. Obviously, nothing else really happening to Catalyst here in particular. But now that Staunch Auras is in a healthier spot, I think there's a lot more potential to kind of bring it back into the mix. And yeah, there you go. Engineer, that's it for Ellie, by the way. Engineer coming up next. And look, I'm going to say it, guys. Engineers are kind of feasting, man. Like, this is, well, the only thing is if you liked equal and opposite reaction. So if you like to be a full self booner, I do have some bad news for you. You're gonna have to take Alchemy now, which is actually a bit unfortunate, to be honest, because that's kind of expensive, that you basically got a 6 sustain trait, basically, and that also gave you quickness. for free almost, right? Like in firearms, right? Which is obviously a really aggressive trait line. Unfortunately, you can't do that anymore. So unlucky, slightly unfortunate for some of the solo builds. But everything else, we are just feasting. Box of Nails always immobilizes on the first pulse. Pry Bar is 3 targets now as well, both on the toolkit. Net Shot's going faster. Overcharge Shot going faster. Backpack Regenerator, you just get a free blast finisher when you use your heal. Really cool trait, love that actually. Because again, NG is a class that loves its combos. You know, you've got your mortar kit, right? You've got your healing turret that loves to blast, right? And you're gonna get a free blast basically there with that as well. Really cool. With that one, HGH, now you give Fury. This is kind of aimed at some of the kind of support builds, right? Because support NG doesn't actually have the best Fury application, and this is aimed to kind of address that by putting some Fury on your elixirs, which of course does include Elixir Gun, by the way, guys, remember that. Because, you know, Super Elixir is an elixir and it does interact with HGH. Chain Reactivity. This is a bit of a weird trait. I feel like it didn't really come into its own that much, but basically this is when you, the third trigger of Chain Reactivity is now going to give AoE barrier. So Chain Reactivity is Leap or Blast, you get barrier, right? And then third, every 3 times you do that, you're going to give AoE. So it's basically a bit of AoE barrier support. I think, again, kind of aimed at PvE and support engineer builds. So you now have the ability to kind of go, oh, okay, I've done 2 blast finishes. My next one's going to give an AoE barrier, kind of a little mini game to play around. Personally, I think that type of design is pretty fun. Optimize activation. This is just quality of life. 4 seconds of vigor when you use a tool belt skill in PvE. This is because there is a Grandmaster Minor trait that gives you more damage when you have vigor. So in other words, it's going to make it so that you're basically going to be able to upkeep your own vigor uptime, so you have that damage modifier, and you're not as reliant on other people for that. Kinetic Battery. This is basically being made into the same thing as Bountiful Power. You get extra strike damage. So again, Kinetic Battery. This is when you use your tool belt skills. You're going to get super speed and quickness at after 5 stacks. So again, very similar to the Elementalist Grandmaster. And you're now also going to get extra strike damage too. So you're going to get that super speed. You're going to get the quickness and extra damage. So any kind of burst-oriented build is going to find this very, very attractive. And yeah, Kinetic Battery already does see play on some burst builds. So this obviously just makes it better, right? So kind of aggressive engineer builds are going to be happy to see that. Adrenal Implant, also another fun one. Again, kind of on the vein of we don't want Grandmasters to be boring, even if they're good. So this used to give you 50% endurance regenerate, which is actually really strong. It's really, really good. But now it's going to be 25%, but whenever you dodge, you get tool belt skill reduction. Hard to quantify, right? Like, again, this is a strong trait, actually, and I can definitely imagine this actually seeing play. And we'll have to see how much it recharges your tool belt skills, of course, but this has the potential to be pretty damn good. Like, tool belt skills are strong. And I imagine what's interesting is that this might have some interactions with Amalgam as well. I wonder what this will... Well, I guess it could be really, really lame, and it could just, like, recharge your F1, I guess. But, dude, imagine if it recharges your morphs. That would be really spicy if it did that, but I would guess maybe it doesn't, and it's just maybe a little bit low energy on Amalgam, but I guess we'll see. Because, of course, like, you know, morphs are not tool belt skills. They are their own little category, but we'll see what we're cooking. Serrated Steel, here you go. Look, see, NGs keep winning. We're getting a brand new build here, guys. Check this out. So Serrated Steel, this trait also causes crits to inflict bleeding and is now an adept minor. And this is basically the bleed thing, the bleed duration one, but now we're getting extra bleeding on crit. Why are we doing this? Well, here's why. Modified ammo, we're getting that for free now. Boom! Whoa! Okay. So we get modified ammo for free in farms, which is sick. This is whenever for every condi on the enemy, you get more damage, which is amazing. Obviously, like when you're in PvE, you very often are fighting a boss that has all the condi, so you're getting a crazy amount of damage mods. That's now free, which is also nice, by the way, for any kind of hybrid build in competitive, right? Because modified ammo, not always what you want to go for in those types of situations. But now if you're a hybrid build, right, you're going to be able to just get that extra power damage for free. If you have the firearms trait line. And Sharpshooter is now getting shoved into modified ammunition. And this one is Bleed Furno. So bleeding scales with power instead of condition damage, but at a reduced rate. So basically, it's the same as the Elementalist burning build, where you do you're a power build, but a lot of your damage comes from burning because your burning scales with power. It's now the same thing for bleed on NG. This will almost certainly be a build that will pop up. It will be playable. There's a lot of bleeding access on Engineer, of course, so you have a lot of potential there. And equal and opposite reaction, of course. You know, we've got a new GM trait, so basically this has got to go. That goes over to Alchemy, and it just deletes Purity of Purpose. Now, to be honest, this is a good change. Like, Purity of Purpose, kind of fun trait, don't get me wrong, and maybe it could have been kept around in some kind of capacity, but it's just so... It is potentially very oppressive, and it just has to get nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed because, look, do we really need more boon spam in current year, guys? I don't think we do. But yeah, Purity of Purpose, just for some context, is when you cleanse, you apply a boon. So basically, you convert condies into boons whenever you cleanse with an internal cooldown. So very strong, obviously, particularly saw a lot of play in World versus World because that's where, you know, you get condies, you want to convert them, obviously, as much as possible. But equal opposite reaction is now going there. Equal opposite reaction, again, this is when you CC, you get stab and quickness, right? So in other words, very good for any kind of build that, let's say you're in open world and you want to, you want to kill a champion or something, right? Some kind of solo-oriented build. Very, very good for that. And this kind of sucks for those builds because obviously having firearms was really nice because you could stack damage. Basically, you stacked modified ammo for this. So you could basically take a full DPS build and become a bit of a juggernaut with just one trait swap, bit of a DPS hit, but you still crank big time. Now it's going to be more expensive, but fear not, my friends. We have heavy metal, which is going to be replacing equal and opposite reaction. And look, this is cool. So critical strike chance and critical strike damage is increased against enemies below the health threshold. This begins against 75% and increases further against 50 and 25%. So yeah, you have execute on NG now, and it's kind of a special execute. Most executes are sub 50. They start executing at 50. This starts at 75. So this is actually kind of a slightly new damage profile that's being brought into the game here. You're going to start ramping and doing increased damage from 75% or below. Also note that it's critical damage here as well. Critical damage is very good because it's not just Ferocity. Ferocity increases your critical strike damage by a certain percentage. When they say critical damage, they mean all of your crits are multiplied by a number, right? Which, if you think about that, right, the more Ferocity you have, the better it is, if that makes any sense, right? So this is like a multiplier on top of your crit damage. It's not added to your crit damage, it multiplies your crit damage. Like, effects like this are very strong. And yeah, you're gonna have that and modified ammo. So if you're a power NG fan, guys, you're feeling good. You're loving life right now. Because you're gonna have modified ammo for free, and you're gonna have heavy metal at the same time for a bit of execute. And honestly, I like execute. Execute stuff, in my opinion, is fun. We love that, in my mind. I'm about that life, guys. I think that's a fun damage profile to have. Love it on the Necro, of course. Love it on the Elementalist with Bolt to the Heart. And now Engineer also has, is basically in on the action. It's multiplicative crit, not additive. And yeah, the crit chance is mostly a competitive thing, to be honest, guys. In PvE, you're turbo crit capped on NG anyway. Like, you don't care about the crit chance. Like, the crit chance thing is like a PvP thing and world versus world thing. So in other words, when targets get low, you're gonna like lock in, right? And go crazy. So that is that for NG. I think some pretty cool changes, actually, overall. So a little bit of help for support engineers, some kind of buffs in general to rifle and toolkit and backpack regenerator, and then some fun stuff happening in firearms there with some pretty spicy trait changes. And of course, Bleed Furno, brand new build. Cool. Cool. Next up, it's Guardian. Not a lot going on here, to be honest, for our Guardians. Basically just a bit of a rework to Zeal and actually some buffs to Core Guard and DH. So Virtue of Courage, this is the Core Guard F3, and Shield of Courage, that's the Dragon Hunter F3. These are now stun breaks. Nice. I mean, we love to see that, don't we? Just kind of basically modernizing, to be frank. Like, the game has moved on. It turns out that having one of your profession mechanics be given Aegis, right? Like every 30 seconds or whatever, that doesn't cut it in current year. And having that as a stun break is big, by the way. Like, in PvE, you might not be super excited by that, but I'll tell you what, this is actually really nice in PvP. For Core Guard and indeed for Dragon Hunter. Having a stun break baked into your kit is so nice, especially because these are relatively short cooldown as well. And of course, they have additional effects. You have the blocking effect of Shield of Courage and Virtue of Courage. I can't talk about balance right now, guys, because VOE is just crazy. Like, you're never playing... You're not playing any guard spec except Luminary right now in PvP, so... We've got to wait until we see the tuning to see if Core Guard and DH could come back, but right now it's just not even close, right? Like, you know, VOE is completely crazy, so we can't really talk about balance just yet because of how good Luminary is. Like, Luminary is so good in PvP. Listen, guys, if you're a Guardian player, you got to log on a Luminary, yeah? It's absolutely wild. But anyway, let's see what happened to Zeal. A couple of cool changes here. First one is one that's been a long time coming, actually. So Zealot's Resolution, this trait right now, when you get hit below 50%, you get a Symbol of Wrath, right? Which is just, like, really, in current year? Now, it's when you strike someone or a target, probably under 50%, I would imagine. So it's kind of like oh, we got them low, boom, get that symbol going down. Which, of course, is really nice to have because it gives you resolution, which funnels into a lot of your damage. If you're in PvP in particular, it's funneling into your Radiance trait line where you're getting extra critical strike chance, you're getting might, right, for having resolution. And, of course, resolution is a decent ability in general. And the symbol itself is going to have a little bit extra punch. That's good damage, right? So let's say you're cleaving a down state, right? Like you're trying to finish off and pressure an opponent. You're trying to force them away from a position, right? Like dropping that symbol down is going to give you some value there. And it just makes the trait a lot more dynamic, a lot more active. Symbolic Avenger. So again, kind of this theme here of we don't want GMs to be very passive. So Symbolic Avenger, this is the one where when you do damage with a symbol, right, you get a damage mod. That's just now, boom. Grandmaster Miner, that's just in there for free, basically. And Symbolic Power is being, or Symbolic Avenger rather, is being replaced with Furious Focus, which was the trait that says whenever you have Fury, you apply Vuln and you hit stuff, which is a very niche trait. It did actually see play a long time ago, but it doesn't really see a lot of play right now. This trait has moved to the Grandmaster tier slot, previously occupied by Symbolic Avenger, and has been reworked. It now increases the player's strike damage and movement speed while under the effects of Fury, and creates a lesser symbol of blades when activating the first virtue skill. So basically you get a Fury symbol, that's the Sword F2, Sword 2 skill rather, whenever you hit your F1. Big synergy here with basically like a lot of Guardian builds, to be honest. Like a lot of them want to burst when you go for an F1. So Luminary 100% does, right? Because you want to land your F1 and then boom, you empower your Forge 2 to get big damage. Dragon Hunter in PvE, you throw out your F1 and you unleash your burst. You're going to get a free symbol now. With that at the same time, blah, 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 blah. Just very solid synergy with how Guardian builds work. With their damage output, it's quite often linked to that F1 with the power builds. So that makes a lot of sense, of course. And it's kind of cool, right? You know, you actually have something to play around. It's something I like actually. I'd love to see this in GM traits where you have a mechanic that you play around, right? I think that's always fun. And you have a thing like your F1 now does something extra when you are using this trait, which I think is cool. And Fury giving you kind of swiftness, right, is actually kind of exciting. Because Guard is actually slow, right? Guardian is not a fast class in terms of its movement speed. It often does have access to teleports, right? But in terms of actually walking from A to B, it's not actually that fast a lot of the time. So having that is going to help it gain additional mobility, right? The exception is Willbender. Obviously, Willbender has some extra movement speed. But, you know, Guard does have that kind of weakness. So you can spec into that. You can have that additional movement speed while you have Fury. Because Guard has plenty of ways to get itself Fury, not so much swiftness, funnily enough, actually. Like outside of, you know, taking something like Advance. It's a little bit easier, a little bit harder to come by than you perhaps might expect. And to kind of synergize with this, the kind of Zeal, very symbol themed, of course. This trait fills the master slot. We've got Renewing Splendor. You heal yourself when you create a light finisher or finish in a combo field. So this is a master trait. It has some interesting competition, to be honest, because this is going to be competing with the Greatsword trait, which is obviously like a pretty decent option. A lot of the time. but it is going to be kind of an option for players who kind of want to go for a bit more sustain, right? So this is a more sustain-oriented approach there, which again, let's say you want to play kind of a more brawlery style build. You know, I could maybe see something like Luminary going for this, that doesn't necessarily want to go for that trait, wants a bit more tankiness, a bit more bruisery, a bit more brawly. Then depending on the numbers, this could potentially be good. Because again, lots of light finishes on guard, lots of blast finishes, lots of combos going on Luminary. So there's potential there if you want to be a little bit brawly, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's basically it for guard. Symbol of Energy is also unblockable. So if you've got longbow in World versus World, you'll be able to guarantee get your symbol down to either do damage or give boons to your allies or whatever. Just a bit of a quality of life change there, to be completely honest with you. Not a big deal because the projectile itself doesn't actually do anything. But yeah, basic changes for guard. Nothing too crazy, right? I would say. And actually, one thing I will say this. One thing here. And again, this is very exciting for future balance patches. They mentioned that a bit of a theme of where they're feeling about balance right now is they want to reduce the reliance of classes, professions, on one trait line. For example, Guardian has been very reliant historically on virtues because you really want to have that AoE stun break on your F3. That was so powerful with Indomitable Courage, right? And well, Discipline with Warrior, right? Fast hands, right? And that means that they are also thinking about looking at virtues and some other stuff, actually, in terms of maybe making some of that stuff baseline and then changing the virtues specialization functionality to kind of compensate for that. So again, they're really looking to get rid of the idea of like a mandatory trait line. To create more viability for different builds. But yeah, that's it for our Guardian. Ooh, on to Chrono. Right, I'm just get this out of the way, guys. Chrono's eaten some nerfs here. Some pretty big nerfs, actually, in PvE, in particular, because, of course, that's where it's very dominant. However, is Chrono going anywhere? To be honest, guys, I kind of don't think so. Like, there's a couple of reasons for this. So we're seeing, look, what's the TLDR here? Big nerfs to CC output, nerfs to stability and Aegis output as well. Those are like the two big things that are going on in PvE, and healing output nerfs too with Illusionary Inspiration. However, it's very difficult to nerf this build because Improved Alacrity is really good, and so is Continuum Shift. These are very, very good spells, and a lot of the power is on core Mesmer. For example, a lot of strategies in some of the hardest content in Guild Wars 2, let's say Saras, for example, it's quite oriented around Mesmer's capabilities. It's oriented around Portal, right? And that sort of stuff, like allowing you to handle mechanics more efficiently. The stability application of Chronomancer is spectacular, allowing you to do really well on, let's say, Greer, let's say Ura, right? And that is the strength of Chronomancer. So there are some other issues here. And don't get me wrong, I do like the idea. I think these nerfs are good, right? They're very much deserved. Signet of Humility, this is Moa, less CC, nearly halving the CC, but you got a lower cooldown. And that means that it's basically less nerfed on other specs here, because the thing about Signet of Humility, you would CS it, right? You continuum shift it and you double it, and that's 1200 CC. And we haven't even talked about modifiers yet and all the other stuff you do in continuum shift. So crazy good on Chrono. So what this is trying to do here is nerf it, but make it, make the nerf like less impactful, right? Essentially on other Mesmer specs. Phantasmal Sharpshooter, this is the Rifle Phantasm, again, more CC. That's going down to 2-1 in PvE only. Mental Collapse, stun duration 3-2 in PvE only. Illusionary Inspiration, 10% heal modifier getting chopped in PvE in World versus World, and 10-5% in PvP. Well of Precognition, one of the most godlike abilities in the game. Cooldown doubled, 30 seconds to 60 seconds. In PvE only. Well of Senility, another key CC ability. Days duration 3-2 seconds in PvE only. Gravity Well, Chrono-specific CC ability, 3-2 knockdown duration. So again, less CC, kind of across the board. Now, it's not all bad though. Nobody panic. Improved Alacrity is actually baseline now. Like I thought they were deleting this. I actually got baited because I read this and this trait has been improved and replaced by Time Bomb. I thought they actually kind of nuked Chrono, because in my opinion, removing improved alacrity would actually be a fairly significant nerf to Chrono, because it would actually it would touch what makes Chrono so amazing in PvE, is the fact that it empowers the utility of Mesmer to the nth degree. That improved alacrity giving you that huge cooldown reduction, so you can use your portals more, you can use your stability more, you can use your Aegis more, you can use your rifle abilities more. Like, the force multiplier of this trait really cannot be overstated. And I got baited. I thought it was gone. I was like, oh my god, they nuked Mesmer, guys, oh my, whoa! But they didn't. It has instead been combined with Time Marches On, which, by the way, also, this is not super relevant in PvE, to be honest. It's not irrelevant, but it doesn't give you reduced duration of movement impairing effects. That is actually, in my opinion, quite relevant in PvP and World versus World. That type of effect is really nice to have. It's going to reduce your chill, immobilize, and cripple. It's really nice to be able to just have inherently reduced your duration on that. You still have the movement speed, I imagine, on Time Marches On, but that basically you've traded away that movement impairing reduction in order to have improved alacrity baseline. Instead of improved alacrity, we kind of have a bit of a rework to how power builds work, essentially, because they've always been a bit wonky on Chronomancer, because danger time is kind of weird, right? Like critical strike damage against targets with slow. Now it's inverted, right? You apply slow and you get a bonus, right? You get like a buff that gives you crit damage. Way less annoying to play around, way less comp dependent. Love it. And Time Bomb for improved alacrity here. Enemies struck by Time Sink are affixed with a Time Bomb. Time Bombs increase your strike damage dealt to the target and explode when they expire. So it's a little bit like the Pulmonary Impact on Daredevil, right? So this is when you get them with a Time Sink, that's your F3. You get them with a Time Bomb, and that is, of course, AoE, so you can like AoE Time Bomb people, which, if you think about it, it's kind of spicy, right? Because let's say you hit 5 people with a Time Bomb and they all stay stacked. Everyone's going to Time Bomb. So there could be, look, I'll tell you what. One of you lot needs to make a funny montage of this. I think there is some very high meme potential, I think, with this. We absolutely love to see that with improved alacrity. But basically, we've just rejiggled stuff to make it a little bit healthier in terms of design and make the build like a little bit less comp dependent, which we like to see. But kind of back to the real meat of this here. Chrono is tough to deal with. I do think this is moving in the right direction, and it's actually going to be really difficult. I'm going to go rambling here. Listen, guys, buckle up. This is going to be like a 5-hour video. But what's really interesting is that even if this does change the metagame on a theoretical level, everyone plays around Chrono, and Chrono is still probably going to be like the easiest way to solve mechanics, because that's really what you want in a healer. Healers in Guild Wars 2, what you want is a thing that does all the mechanics for you and makes it so your DPS players can ooga booga DPS rotation on the boss. And Chrono is just so good at that. The healing nerf is relevant, but here's the thing, like, Chrono's healing, it's got nothing on Druid, right? Like, the thing is, Druid is the green number god in Guild Wars 2, but the thing is, there aren't that many situations where you really need crazy green number throughput. Like, you're much better off to have a really high utility, really high boon throughput, particularly the really important utility boons, the stability and the Aegis, which is kind of where Druid is a little bit tricky. Right? It doesn't quite have that same level of mechanics and it does have the CC now. Like, Druid is going to be a monster in terms of CC, but Chrono won't be a complete slacker either. It's not like, there's no CC available on Chrono. It's still going to have some of the better CC, 100%. But I don't know. Like, it's a really complicated issue because it's not just Chrono's fault. Like, to be honest, Mantra of Concentration and Portal are just so good that it's hard to get rid of it. And just the amount of utility that you have. You've got feedback, precog, stab mantra, right? Like, all this stuff is just so nice. And hell, rifle portal, you see that to great effect on Urus CM, right? You can retrieve one player with the Mesmer portal on rifle and regular portal as well. Of course, you want to go in that direction for a different encounter. It just does so much. And that's where its true strength is. So I'm not actually entirely convinced we're going to see major meta shifts. What I'm predicting here is that in PvE, you're just going to see strategies recalibrated a bit to basically account for these nerfs. But I think Chronomancer is still going to be one of the top picks, if not still the top dog when it comes to like hardcore PvE content in Guild Wars 2. Like, because it's just so powerful. I think there's some potential, though, to maybe reduce the number of Mesmers that you end up playing. And encounter design does kind of funnel into this as well. If you make an encounter where Portal doesn't do anything, I think that really opens things up, especially with how strong Paragon is as a support in PvE right now, and stuff like Luminary also kind of rising as well. There are actually other really good options. When it comes to Aegis and stability, stuff like Luminary and Firebrand are absolutely insane. When it comes to pure gamut of boons, that's where stuff like Paragon is pretty incredible right now. You know, Barrier, you want Spectre or Scourge, right? Like, oh, and Troubadour as well actually has excellent healing throughput. Like, if you think about the healing throughput of Troubadour compared to Chrono, it's kind of crazy. Same with honestly basically every other healer. Like, Chrono is not the sickest healer in the universe, but it is the best healer for turning bosses into DPS golems. So there is that. The other stuff here as well is Illusionary Inspiration. It is getting nerfed in World versus World and PvP as well. I think kind of to tone down Troubadour a bit, to be honest, because like the healing throughput on Troubadour is pretty wild right now as well. So just kind of bear that in mind too. That's like the other reason that that's coming into the mix. But overall, I think very positive changes, actually. Like, I think it's not healthy when one build is as dominant as support Chronomancer in PvE. And that's clearly what they're trying to tackle here. Like, there might be some stuff that needs to be done. If that's adding similar utility to Portal in other places, if that's looking at improved alacrity, so it becomes more about Mesmer and less about Chrono, which, if you think about it, is a lot more acceptable, right? Because let's say you're doing Ceres, right? Yeah, you'd still need a Mesmer, but it could be a Virtuoso, right? And then your healer slots are free. You know, you could play anything. You could play all sorts of different, you know, builds that are the support build, and you could have a DPS player doing the support, which, look, again, it would still be a Mesmer, guys, so the Mesmer haters out there wouldn't like that, but it would free things up a bit, because right now, improved alacrity combined with that Mesmer utility is kind of warping the strategic approach to a lot of encounters. So that's kind of like the key issue here, I feel like. So yeah, I feel like I've talked about that enough. It's a really complicated issue. We're going in the right direction, I would say, overall. And yeah, I also do like the design changes to Danger Time and, well, Time Bomb. That's kind of fun too. So you can have like 2 different options for doing some extra damage there as well. Just make the build less awkward to actually use correctly. So we do like that. Oh, I guess one comment I would say here is maybe Well of Precog should actually just be worse in PvE than it is in World versus World. Like, maybe Well of Precog just needs to not give stab in PvE and just only gives Aegis. Maybe that's what needs to happen. It's entirely possible that's the case, I think. Because it has the stability up to on Chrono is just so good. And giving stability and Aegis on one ability, that just feels illegal, man. Like, that just does not feel legal at all. Especially because it's pulsing Aegis as well, so it can absorb multiple hits. And by the way, that's not all. It's also a stun break, and it gives endurance back. People probably don't even know about this, but when the well ends, it gives people a dodge back, okay? That is insane. What is that skill? What is that? So yeah. Do you know what's crazy, guys? It's still really good. Like, Well of Precog, dude, do you guys know how many, if you asked other healers in Guild Wars 2, would you take Well of Precognition as your elite? A lot of builds actually say yes to that, by the way. Like, that, it's that good. Like, this ability is insane. It's funny, making it elite would actually be interesting, funny enough. If you did actually make it elite and you kind of reworked Gravity Well, or, well, probably rework Well of Senility and put Gravity Well on utility, that would kind of be an interesting approach to go there, because this is elite skill worthy to us. It is very, very good. But anyway, that is enough of that. That's enough of that. Necro. Not a lot going on here, to be honest, guys. Just some... actually, that's not entirely true. There's some spicy with the greatsword changes, but, you know, we're not going too crazy. Moving a couple of traits around. Just some kind of general buffs to Spite, really. So Spiteful Renewal has replaced Blood Bond in Blood. I'm kind of sad about that. I kind of like Blood Bond. Blood Bond, for those who don't know, it's when you apply over the bleed threshold, so you apply over 4 bleeds, you cast a little mini signet on them, mini signet of vampirism. I kind of like that trait, but it's gone now. Feels bad. And it's been replaced by Spiteful Renewal, which is whenever you use a heal skill, you eat a condi, basically. You do like a mini consume conditions. Malicious Swarm is new, and you're going to get a Signet of the Locust when you use a heal skill. I actually like that. That's fun. Signet of the Locust, it's going to remove a boon and basically do a little bit of lifesteal from everyone around you. So you use a heal skill, and you're going to get a little AoE boon removal, and also a little bit of lifesteal. I like that. That's pretty fun. It's weirdly enough, it's surprisingly competitive because it's competing with Spiteful Talisman, which is a trait that says you do more damage to people who have got no boons, which is really, really nice. But, you know, more boon removal for, let's say, some kind of world versus world build, I think is always going to be pretty welcome. And a bit of extra sustain there as well. So I can actually see this trait seeing some play because like having extra sustain is always good on Necro because getting your health back, you can get your life force back, but not always your health back. Awaken the Pain. Ooh, dude, if you are a power Necro, my friends, get ready for some pretty juicy buffs, actually. So we're just dropping the downstate trait. So look, you're not going to get memed by Necro downstate in PvP anymore, but we're getting Awaken the Pain for free. And it doesn't nerf our condi damage anymore because right now it says your might gives you more power but less condi damage. Now that's not the case. Does actually open some possibilities for Spite builds that also apply condis. That would be probably more of like a PvE, either a solo PvE thing to stack up might on yourself and do extra damage with Awaken the Pain, or PvP. But still pretty cool to have that possibility. You're not as locked into power with the Spite trait line, which I think is rather cool. But we're now getting another trait for free. Look at this, guys. This trait fills the Master slot, Spiteful Fortitude. Gain Vitality based on your power. Gain Life Force when you strike an enemy below 50% health. Now, depending on the internal cooldown, I think this almost like makes you an unkillable god in PvE. Especially on a power Reaper build, because this is going to refill your Shroud quite a bit, and you've got lifesteal from being a Reaper as well, so you've just inherently got some sustain there, but also on Ritualist as well. It's going to give you like almost infinite life force in the execute phase, so you're going to be super tanky, and you just get free Vitality. And by the way, Vitality is special because Necro is actually basically the only class in the game that scales directly with Vitality, because more Vitality means you have a higher base life force pool. And remember, all of your life force generators are percentage based, right? So the more Vitality you have, the more numerical life force you generate. And think about it. Life force is health in a way, so it's directly translating to more self-healing, basically. With this, and you're just getting that for free, basically, right? You just have that for free. The other traits are not going to be crazy DPS increases, really. Like, you know, there's like, what is this? It's competing with a free Spinal Shivers, right? And the Signet trait, which, don't get me wrong, like, you know, you could take the Signet trait. Hey, maybe you can take Malicious Swarm and the Signet trait as well, and then you'll kind of get a little bit of extra. There'll probably be some synergy there that I think could definitely see some play in competitive modes where you want that additional power, the additional boon removal on some of your Signets potentially. I've got a soft spot for Signet Necro. Look, I'm going to show my age here, guys. This is a self-report, and I admit that. But one of my favorite builds to play in PvP was Condi Reaper with Signets. Can you guys believe that was a meta build? You play like Signet of Vampirism, Signet of the Locust, and Plague Signet with the Signet trait, which gave you boon pressure on your Signets, right? And of course, that was AoE on Signets of Suffering. It was a Grandmaster trait in Spite back in the day. Very, very powerful. Very, very good. But kind of a build that is no more, to be completely honest with you. But anyway, maybe now it will be. Maybe it will be back with the Malicious Swarm synergy in Spite. But anyway, and yeah, actually, we did actually get a very interesting confirmation here, by the way. Roy confirmed that the Locust is the most spiteful insect. He knows that, by the way, because he is actually a proud subscriber to Bugs Monthly. Ask him about that the next time you encounter Roy. So yep, that's kind of some, bit of jiggling around here in the spite trait line. So yeah, if you're a power ritualist, power reaper, good job, I guess. You got buffed. Enjoy. And yeah, I think this actually will potentially also help out necro builds in PvP as well, because spite, it's like so aggressive. It's hard to take, it's hard to actually play spite seriously, if that makes any sense, in PvP, because it's just too squishy, right? You just can't live. And a trait that directly attempts to assist that, and it's still going to give you that very high damage output that Spite can bring to the table, is potentially exciting. Some kind of power ritualist build. Again, Spite Reaper, it's honestly a bit of a fan favorite. It's a fun build to play, but goodness me, if the enemy team like realizes you exist, you just flop over. So there is that. And speaking of Spite Reaper and PvP, Dread also getting a bit of a change here. So this gives, basically this says whenever you fear, you're going to get boons. So quickness and fury. Now you're going to get a strike damage buff as well. So you're going to get quickness, fury, and more damage at the same time, right? So super burst oriented build, super nuke build. Again, this obviously, I think this is going to be a buff from the perspective of a lot of builds that would use this trait. The only downside is we're not getting the recharge reduction on Shroud 3, which I think is going to suck for Reaper in particular, because you could basically, get a lot of Shroud 3s out if you're like farming enemies. But bear in mind, when you have an effect that activates on kill, that's something we call like a win more. That's like a win more mechanic. And in general, you would rather have a win mechanic, which is exactly what Dread is changing into. Because now Dread is going to give you the ability to get that kill by giving you additional damage when you actually unleash fear on your opponents. Also, incidentally, really fun for any kind of like open world build where you want to give yourself quickness, because you can just give yourself fury and quickness, which is super nice, actually. Although, to be fair, I feel like every build can give itself quickness now with either the Relic of the Pirate Queen or just it has quickness. Like Reaper is not a build that struggles with that much, but hey, Fury's nice, I guess. And to top it all off, guys, a little bit of a Greatsword rework, actually. So Death Spiral doesn't give you Life Force anymore, which initially sounds bad, but nobody panic. We'll talk about that later. It's now Lifesteal as well. So you get Lifesteal when you hit stuff, and the power coefficient has gone down a little bit, unlucky, but the Aftercast is going down too. The power coefficient is because obviously it's kind of accounting for the life force, right? Or the lifesteal. And the aftercast is going down. It's a very long aftercast, so you're actually going to notice that quite a bit. I think it's going to make Greatsword feel quite a bit smoother. And also, this, dude, every power necro build is actually wild. Like, power necro has so much sustain now, because Spear, boom, mega lifesteal. Greatsword, now going to have mega lifesteal as well. So we're loving it. There. And of course, Reaper itself has a bunch of lifesteal. Ritualist has self-healing. So does Harbinger. So every necro build is like very, very tanky at this stage. So yep, but no life force feels kind of bad. Well, good news. Nightfall is also getting reworked quite a bit. So now you only get convert boons into condies and blind on the initial strike. So you do like an initial swipe, right? And then you put down a little puddle. A little field on the ground, and it pulses. It was also weird. It pulsed every 2 seconds, not every 1 second, like most pulsing AoEs. That's now changed. It's pulsing every 1 second, so it does damage quite a bit faster, actually. And it gives you protection when you cast it, and you get life force while you're standing in it. That's really fun, right? So you put your Nightfall down, and you're going to get life force. Interestingly enough, by the way, this actually helps. There's a fun interaction that's actually going to help any build that uses Greatsword in PvP quite a bit. Because one of the worst things about Greatsword, and actually one of the things that Necro struggles with in PvP, is how do you get life force before you're in combat? Because your life force is your sustain, right? So if you go into a fight with no life force, you're in trouble because you've got, you just don't have durability. What this means is you're gonna be able to plonk this down before a fight, or when the match is starting in PvP, and get yourself some life force. at the start. And yeah, basically the life force is being moved from Death Spiral onto Nightfall, and a bit of protection as well is going to be very useful for helping this build survive. And bear in mind, you're going to have burst boon removal and burst blind as well still here. This does change things in World vs. World a little bit, because this was almost like a zoning tool, right? You would put your Nightfalls down and then the enemy would push into you. This kind of changes it into more of an offensive tool. You're going to have to actually clash with the opponent to get value out of that condition, boon corruption as well. So that's something to kind of think about there as well. It kind of changes the nature of how this spell works. Overall, I think I kind of like design a bit more. You know, you have this aggressive thing at the start, and then you're kind of standing in this pulsing AoE that's sustaining you at the same time. I think it's a little bit more interesting to have that type of approach there as well. I'll be very interested to see the numbers on this, though. The numbers here are very relevant, because Greatsword in Necro builds has been really tough for a while. Like, builds, particularly in PvP, have been very dominated by Staff, right? And Axe, Focus, that kind of thing, right? And Spear. And it's because you're just too vulnerable with Greatsword, right? It just doesn't have the meat. You don't have the meat to survive, right? And that's before VOE. Like, now, good luck with this. I think this actually might push it in the right direction, giving it some protection, some lifesteal so you can get your health back, some life force generation by standing in it, like some faster boon corruption, and some faster AoE counter pressure, I think is good, particularly because now we've got Grasping Darkness, which is going to give you quickness if you hit an enemy. So if you actually get a pull, well, I guess not even if you get a pull, if you just hit someone with it and they don't get pulled with stability, you're going to get quickness. And that means, boom, you pull them, you can whack them with Nightfall, right? Get that boon crush and get that blind, and then whack them with the Death Spiral. Or maybe, you know, you're pulling, boom, into the Death Spiral, because Death Spiral does a lot of damage. It's if you can, and also you can kind of precast it, you can pull someone, right? And then as soon as the pull's cast, you can Death Spiral, and by the time they get pulled to you, you boom, you get them with the Death Spiral. It's going to give you that lifesteal effect. And because the aftercast is faster, then you can do something else as well. So I think there's a lot of combo setup here with Grasping Darkness, which I think is pretty cool. So I'd say a fairly nifty overall rework there to some of Greatsword's abilities. And hey, look, we'll take a bit of free sustain on Spite. We don't complain about that, guys. And maybe some Signets kind of pop back into the mix there. Signet trait maybe becomes a bit more attractive because you don't have to sack Awaken the Pain for it. And Malicious Swarm also kind of capitalizes on that Signet trait synergy because now this is a brand new trait that you can take in your Adept that will then combo with your Master potentially. And then also some other Signets can also be taken, of course, as well. So I think this is a surprisingly decent set of changes. Well, surprisingly impactful set of changes. I think there's some potential for experimentation here. Next up, it is Ranger. So what is all this? These buffs? Basically, the damage from two-handed training is baseline. Because two-handed training is gone. It no longer exists. So Greatsword is no longer reliant on having that 10% damage modifier from two-handed training. Boom. There you go. And their big goal here is to basically make Beast Mastery good on something that isn't a Soul Beast, which I think is a pretty noble goal, right? You know, if you're a Ranger, you're a Master of Beasts. Okay, why would you not want to be a Beast Master? So what is going on here? A couple of buffs and a couple of changes. So, Pack Alpha, 150 extra stats on your pet in PvE only. Okay. We got to talk about the wording here a little bit. The same kind of change here on Loud Whistle. Increase the strike damage bonus from 10 to 15% in PvE only. This increase does not apply to Merged Soul Beast. To be clear, that means only the buff here. So in other words, Pack Alpha is still 150 if you're a Soul Beast. It's not 0. And Loud Whistle is 10%, not 15%, right? If you're a Soul Beast. So just be clear on the, this is not a nerf to Soul Beast. Like Soul Beast is the same. Interacting with these Beast Mastery traits, just to be clear. And two-handed training, again, is gone. And this is kind of part of the thing. They don't really want weapon traits as much anymore. They're kind of moving away from that. And this is kind of just a continuation of that. It's now Bestial Rage. Gain Might and Fury and disable a foe. Obviously really good. I think Trig said that it's actually pretty juicy. In particular, he said, ooh, nice numbers. So we'll have to see what that means when we actually make it into the game. Natural Healing is now Adept, and it's just replacing Potent Ally. That's just gone. That's the one where it's like, what is it? When you and your pet crit or something, you give each other might. Bit of a weird one, to be honest. Honed Axes, this is now Master, so we're shuffling some traits around, right? Like, it's basically replacing Natural Healing. This trait no longer grants extra base ferocity to merged Soul Beasts. So this is actually a little bit of a nerf to Soul Beast, because again, they said they want to kind of take the power down a little bit because it's a Master trait now, and then they're going to give that power back with the replacement, which is Go for the Throat. So Go for the Throat. This one's pretty cool, actually. Replacing Honed Axes. When you strike an enemy with a Beast skill, cast lesser Sikkim on them. So in other words, when you get someone with a beast ability, you get a Sikkim, which is then going to give you a damage modifier, right? So again, let's say you're an Untamed, you unleash your pet into the mix, you're going to get a damage mod. That gives you that burst window. Really like that. Like that design actually quite a bit. And of course, there's even some potential to use this on a Soul Beast, right? You could, well, one, you have beast abilities like on Soul Beast, so you can use that. So you can still get access to that. It's not completely useless. There as well. And I think it kind of makes the rotation pretty spicy, right? You're going to be, kind of weaving these pet abilities in, getting the Sikkim. You might have a Sikkim of your own as well, right? Kind of cool. I like that. And then Resounding Tomba as well. This trait has been reworked. It causes you to copy boons from yourself to your pet when you use a command skill. If you're a merged Soul Beast, extend the durations of boons on yourself instead. And bear in mind, Resounding Tomba, this is a command skill, so Go for the Throat will actually be triggered Go for the Throat will trigger Resounding Tomba, right? Which is pretty cool. For some kind of Boon Beast style build where you want to extend boons on yourself as a Soul Beast, or indeed, if you are just a Ranger, like your pet gets juiced when you use a command skill, so it's going to do more damage, right? Because maybe your pet doesn't necessarily have all your boons, you might not have nature magic, right? So your pet is going to get juiced before it uses its power move, right? Which I think is actually pretty cool, right? Like, that's good RP, right? Like, that makes it, you're commanding your pet is motivated, it lunges into battle, just starts going crazy. So overall, I think this is very positive, and I do agree, yeah. I think that Ranger build diversity has actually been fairly mediocre, I think, for a while, especially in PvP, I want to say. So the idea of kind of bringing Beast Mastery back into the mix for stuff that isn't a Soul Beast, I think is pretty hype, and the same in PvE as well. Some kind of different options for dealing damage, different options, different builds, different combos. We love to see that. We absolutely do. We're gonna have to really kind of get into the mix to see how that's going to work out in general, like see how the numbers play out as well. Yeah, that is a good call actually as well. Bear in mind, guys, these traits, this bonus does actually apply to Soul Beast if you unmerge, right? Bear that in mind, right? On Loud Wilson Pack Alpha. That's a good shout. I should fully clarify that because this is actually surprisingly complicated 2 changes here. But overall, I think pretty cool. And another really big one, by the way, particularly for PvP, but hey, get it for free in PvE as well. Pet death timer, 35 seconds instead of 60. This is one of the things that actually sucks the most about Ranger and causes Ranger to actually struggle a bit in PvP. Your pet is just a noodle. It just dies. And reducing the punish on that, it's not going to stop the pet dying, obviously, and it's still going to happen because there's so much damage. It's so much damage in PvP right now, but I think this is going to make Ranger feel quite a bit better, actually. Like, this is a significant change because you do need your pet in PvP. You want to be using those abilities to great effect. And if it's dead for 60 seconds, that does not feel good. So I think this will actually really help out Ranger in PvP quite a bit, which we definitely love to see. Because Ranger has not, it hasn't been, oh, well, it had that Condi Soul Beast build, but again, that's Soul Beast, right? But yeah, we haven't seen like a pet Ranger be super good. Gale Shot has some potential, actually. It's good in ranked right now. It just struggles in, 5v5, like full competitive mode. But it would be nice to actually see Ranger kind of pop up and kind of dominate a little bit. It hasn't really done that for a while, to be honest. So that will be fun to see, especially if it was like a new type of build, right? That's utilizing all of these beast abilities and some of these new tools that's being given. So that's pretty good. And yeah, they also, of course, to comment, the same change here for Savage Slash is the Untamed Ambush skill. Just giving it that 10% extra damage modifier, right? Because of two-handed training being deleted from existence. Which, of course, bear in mind, guys, if you don't have Beast Mastery, this is just a flat buff to all greatsword using builds. Just kind of keep that in mind as well. All right. Next up is Rev. And what are these abilities, guys? Are these new abilities? They're underwater. Look, guys. Look at this, guys. We're getting the spear. We're getting the underwater stuff being updated to work with legendary entity stance. So there you go, I guess. Look, underwater enjoyers, rejoice. Let's go on to the real stuff. So, what is going on here? So, bug fix first. Release potential skills now use the same weapon type scaling, so it doesn't matter what weapon you have. Basically, bug fix that was causing inconsistent behavior. And the big thing that they're going for here is, and I'm not sure about this because I don't know. Like, I almost want to kind of ask the chat here, ask the comments how we feel about this. They're kind of trying to push support-oriented conduit builds, and I don't know. I'm not sure I feel about that. Like, does it really need that? Do we need every build to be able to give quickness and alacrity in some with quickness or alacrity? Do we really need that? I'm not sure if we do. I'd almost rather leave extra traits in there for design space purposes rather than try to give boons. Because that's kind of what they're doing here. So boundless knowledge, shared wisdom, you give boons around you whenever you use an entity skill, depending on which skill was used. Perpetual wisdom is found purpose. You don't have an upkeep skill anymore, so it doesn't change how your cosmic wisdom work. Instead, in addition to its previous effect of triggering numerous gifts when you swap legends, you also grants boons to allies whenever you trigger its effect. So basically, whenever you swap legends, you're going to give boons, essentially. And then you can see what they're going with this, right? Numinous Gift. The boon granted by Legendary Assassin stance is Quickness to Fury in all modes, and the boon granted by Legendary Entity stance is Fury to Quickness. So in other words, you're going to be given AoE Quickness with your boy Raza, Legendary Entity stance, combining these two together, yeah? And obviously other boons, depending on which one you go for. It would be Fury with Numinous Gift and Assassin Stance. And there's a reason why they did this, by the way. They want it to work on Power or Condi, because you play Entity Stance on Power or Condi, right? But you don't play Assassin Stance on both. So that's why they swapped it here. It's so that you can be a Condi Quickness and also a Power Quickness as well. Is their end game here with that. And Legendary, they're also trying to make healing a little bit better here. So Legendary Centaur stance, Twin Moon Sweep. This is the elite, of course, of Legendary Entity stance. It removes conditions from allies around you and a fragment instead of just yourself. So in other words, a bit more AoE support if you go with a Ventari Conduit. The number of conditions removed no longer increases based on enemy struck, because yeah, that would be a little bit crazy if it had all of that stuff there as well. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, like, okay, I guess. Okay. I almost would have preferred it if they tried to make this design work. It was kind of a crazy trait, right? It completely changes your cosmic wisdom. I actually really loved the GM trait designs on Conduit because it was like, whoa, this one is crazy. And the one that reduces your legend swap cooldown as well. It's like, whoa, that's crazy. Really changes how Rev works. This is, I guess, like ultimately a little bit less interesting at the end of the day. So I'm not super hot on these guys. I'm going to be real with you. With these changes for Conduit, but I don't know, like maybe you guys do. Maybe you guys really like, maybe you guys like this stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, Beguiling Haze also is a bit easy to use. So we're winning there, guys. We're winning big. We are ready to win big, my friends. And we absolutely love to see it. All right. That's it for Rev, though, pretty much. Thief is up next. And listen, guys, Scrit enjoyers are winning big. We have got nothing but buffs and some pretty potentially tasty ones here as well. Actually, that's not true. Zephyrite Suncrystal got nerfed. But again, same thing. Artifacts use the same weapon type scaling. Basically, doesn't matter what weapon you're using, you're going to get the same damage. Bug fix. And radius going up, Metal Legion Guitar, 240 radius, easier to land it. Exalted Hammer, easier to land it, and it gives protection now. Chark Shield, radius up, easier to use it, and it gives barrier to your allies with every pulse. Hollow Dancer, again, pulses might and additional might and fury when it explodes, so just a bit more boon support for your lads, for your squad. Zephyrite Suncrystal is actually getting nerfed here. It is increasing the radius to 240, but it doesn't break stun anymore. It blinds opponents that are struck and removes conditions from nearby allies. Basically, this was kind of crazy because you could use it multiple times pretty much and just have like crazy stun breaks out of nowhere. So it was a bit weird, pretty much, with how it is now. That is no longer the case. And instead of that passive ability being able to basically reuse it again, when you use a weapon skill that costs initiative, remove conditions from yourself, as opposed to being able to use it again. So it's a pretty significant nerf, actually. Obviously still not, bad or anything. Like AoE blind and AoE Condi cleanse is always good. And then when you use it again, you get more Condi cleanse from yourself. So kind of a good self-sustain tool when you're dealing with conditions. But the spicy stuff, right? The really, really spicy stuff is here. Enterprising Aristocrat and Possessive Hoarder. So Enterprising Aristocrat is the Grandmaster minor trait, and it says you're also going to get Barrier after using an artifact skill. And you take reduced strike and condition damage while you have Barrier with this trait equipped. Now, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of a secret here, actually. It turns out that right now, Antiquary is a little bit of a monster in PvP. It's a menace currently. It's kind of a side node, very durable bruiser kind of thing right now. It's gnarly, guys. Let me tell you that. It is gnarly. And this could potentially be quite a bit of a buff to a build that's already a bit of a menace right now. Because again, reduced just damage incoming while you have Barrier. This is also a class that has a bunch of Barrier on it. Okay, this is going to give Barrier when you use an artifact skill, which obviously you use a lot. You've got Magpie's Defense, so whenever you use a heal skill, right, or an elite skill, you're going to get Barrier as well. So that's going to give you Barrier to fuel this too. It's also going to be potentially AoE if you go with Possessive Hoarder. Possessive Hoarder is going to give AoE Barrier with Magpie's Defense and indeed Enterprising Aristocrat to nearby allies. So yeah, if you like Antiquary and PvP, you have got good news. I think you're going to be pretty damn juiced. Your abilities are easy to land. They're better. So again, in the PvP context, you're going to be getting more value, right, out of this because you're going to be able to support your allies a little bit more with boons, barrier, protection, all that kind of good stuff, Condi cleanses, right? And you yourself are potentially going to be quite a bit tankier with the change to Enterprising Aristocrat. And indeed, if you want to support your allies more, you can indeed go for Possessive Hoarder, which is pretty spicy, my friends. It is a big one. It is a big one for Thieves. Not too much, obviously, nothing really in PvE though, aside from the AoEs. So just basically a little bit easier. Again, I think they kind of want to push it in maybe like a support Antiquary direction. I don't think we're there yet. Like, I'm not sure if we're going to be playing heal Antiquary, guys, in PvE. But again, they want that to be like an option, I guess, something that like theoretically exists. But yeah, it is what it is. And finally, it is the big one, the one that you have perhaps been waiting for, the change that I think warrior mains have been clamoring for quite some time now. Fast hands has historically been a trait at the core of many warrior builds. Warrior was overly reliant on taking the discipline specialization to gain access to this, stifling other options. Warriors will now have a reduced weapon swap cooldown as a profession feature, no longer gated behind a trait. Staff has been a go-to, we're in trouble, has been a go-to weapon for all warriors in competitive modes, despite being intended as a support weapon, featuring multiple movement skills, healing, and a block. This weapon provided too much self-defense. The blocking skill Bullet Catcher is being removed while we increase defensive options for warriors outside of staff. And yeah, they're mostly talking about Berserker and Spellbreaker, but let's kind of just go through the stuff here. So, number one, warriors will always have a 5-second weapon swap cooldown. Now, bear in mind, Discipline still does something. You still get the burst cooldown reduction, and you still get the adrenaline on weapon swap from fast hands. And by the way, that is relevant because this change, I think, is insane. It gives so many build options in every game mode to Warrior. Really exciting. This is so exciting. I think Warrior has honestly needed a modernization pass for a while, and it's really struggled. Again, it struggles with two things, I feel like. One, being locked into Discipline, which limits its build options. And two, I think Adrenaline economy can be a bit tricky sometimes. And yeah, this is a potential issue with this, is that Discipline has some sick traits in it. One, Warrior Sprint. You can break out of Immobilize all the time, which is insane, obviously, and it gives you some inherent movement speed, which is obviously great. You have Burst Mastery, which really helps you with your Adrenaline economy. Same with Fast Hands. We've seen ArenaNet try to address this because Paragon basically has Adrenaline on weapon swap baked in. So that means you kind of have that support in there. But I think and it's so hard to predict this because there's so many crazy things that can go on. Like we can be playing in PvP, we can be playing Strength, Defense, Spellbreaker, which I think is really exciting for that potential. Because again, you really want Strength to do damage, but you didn't have to sustain it. You needed Discipline, but now we've got that potential. So I think really hype if you want to be like a side note of DPS Spellbreaker, really good. But again, we do see I kind of wish we hadn't seen these nerfs because these nerfs are kind of brutal, by the way, guys. Like Linebreaker, this is Staff 3, no Aegis in PvP and World War, so we'll still get the prop, but no Aegis. And Bullet Catcher, this is the block on Staff 5. That's just gone and replaced entirely by Defiant Roar, which is the flip skill. So basically, it's not a flip skill anymore, you just have Defiant Roar. This is kind of brutal. I actually don't think this is that brutal for the DPS DPS-oriented builds. I think there's actually a lot of potential for those. Utilizing the lack of discipline being required in the future, especially with a couple of the other changes that we're going to see here. But the worrying thing is actually for support. Like, this is going to be tough for support warrior, I think, in PvP, because if you're a support, you get focused quite a bit. And I feel like you just need some kind of block. You need some kind of defense. You know, Mesmer has its distortion. Ellie has obsidian flesh. Right? You have Guardian with a renewed focus, right? And all the blocks it can bring to the table. Like it's tough to live, I feel like. And maybe there's something going on here that you can cook up. There's going to be some kind of way to survive. Maybe just the ability to maybe package in defense is going to be good. But again, discipline is actually really nice on support warrior, to be honest, because it just has some like good support for a support oriented build. I think support warrior might need a bit of love. It's a shame too, because I think Paragon was actually really starting to connect. Like Paragon in PvP right now is actually doing really well as the support build, which is really exciting because I like warrior support because it brings a bit of a different flavor to PvP. It's a lot more rotation oriented. It utilizes that mobility to run around the map quickly, as opposed to just like pure focusing on brawling in the team fights, which I think is really good. So maybe this is a bit overcautious because I think they're worried about mega bunkery stuff, like and the game becoming super bunkery. So they're like, oh, okay, we maybe want to look at staff here to prevent that from happening, and having that crazy defensive value while also freeing up that weapon swap. So you're kind of breaking out of discipline. You can take defense super easily on a lot of builds, right? So they were kind of worried about bunkers. But to be honest, like it is very unpredictable. Like I don't know if support warrior is going to be bad. Like it's hard to predict, I think, because of how much this kind of opens things up in terms of it. I would definitely be a little bit worried though. Like if I had to guess, I'd say, ooh, it's not looking good for support Paragon with these nerfs to staff. But I tell you what, it does look good for a lot of DPS warrior builds, in particular DPS Spellbreaker, which I think is a bit of a fan favorite that people will be pretty excited to look for. But I do think we are going to need to see some follow-up changes here, particularly if Adrenaline economy is an issue outside of discipline, then there needs to be more support, or either on other trait lines or indeed on utility skills. Like, hey, you can go for Cleansing Ire potentially in defense, which is of course going to give you it's going to give you adrenaline when you get hit. You could maybe go for stances, right? You could take Last Stand, and then maybe you're going to take the approach of having Berserker stance, right, to generate adrenaline. That's super old school. Like that. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember Condi side node Berserker with defense with the stance trait, and you'd have Berserker stance, endure pain, all that kind of fun stuff? Yeah, maybe that's the direction we can go. Maybe we can afford to bring that into the mix. I have to say, it is pretty hype. This is very exciting. I am really interested to see what people come up with, because this really does kind of blow Warrior wide open, to be honest, in terms of all the options that can bring to the table. It might not be balanced, guys. It might not be balanced day one, and bear that in mind. It's almost certainly going to require tuning one way or the other. It might be insane, it might be underpowered, and future changes, but I do think that in PvP, this is actually a really key step to make Warrior more competitive in PvP, because Warrior has struggled quite a bit. Not support Warrior, but DPS Warrior has struggled a little bit, I think, to deliver value, particularly on Berserker. Spellbreaker's been pretty okay, but Berserker, well, let's not even talk about Bladesworn, guys, but yeah, Berserker, I think, has been a little bit behind, and I think that this does open the door a little bit to bring some of that potential back, assuming that the adrenaline economy is still going to work pretty well with that. So yeah, in compensation, Fast Hands, of course, doesn't give you that weapon swap cooldown. Now you get swiftness when you swap in combat. Again, kind of a synergy with Warrior's Sprint to get the damage modifier, basically. Maybe it could give quickness as well, so you can swap weapons into a super fast F1, like a really fast greatsword burst. That sounds pretty spooky, and honestly, they don't want to put too much power there because that's a really strong interaction that might kind of compel you back into discipline, which I think is not ideal. So they have to be a little bit careful there. Another really fun one, actually, and I think this one's really good too, is Blade Trail. This is Greatsword 4. It's now in a mob instead of a cripple, and after casts are going down, and the projectile is faster, and the cast time's faster. This is really good, I think, because it gives Greatsword a combo enabler. Greatsword kind of relies on the other weapon set. For example, a very common approach to playing Warrior is your Bull's Charge, boom, into Greatsword, into F1, into 100 Blades. You will Shield Bash into Greatsword F1, right? Like, there was no combo enabler, and funnily enough, that actually isn't good enough anymore. Back when the game was way less power crept, when people didn't have 50 billion stacks of stability, people didn't have infinite stun breaks, because cooldowns were just higher in general, abilities were less powerful, you could actually get away with that. That type of design worked. Like, you have a combo enabler, you execute your combo. But that just doesn't work anymore. There's too much mobility, too many stun breaks, too much stability. So the whole like concept of Warrior, to be honest, just hasn't really worked, because that's how Warrior's always worked, right? Warrior has been this combo class, right? Land a CC, get your burst off. But that, frankly, is just outdated. That concept barely functions in modern Guild Wars 2 PvP because of the power creep levels. So now that we've got an enabler on Greatsword, and it's an immobilized too, so you can't stun break out of it, you'll have to cleanse it, or you're going to have to resistance it. That's also going to help out quite a bit, I think, for landing your 100 Blades, landing your Greatsword Burst, or indeed swapping, and then potentially, you know, you get an immobilized, maybe you want to go for a Dagger Burst or something, or whatever you want to do, like line up your combo. So I like that change quite a bit. On Blade Trail and Balance Dance. Recharge time going from 50 to 40 seconds in PvP in World versus World. And again, bear in mind, we potentially have a lot more access to the defense trait line on builds. So that means we can synergize with Last Stand if we want to go in that direction. For that, and Balance Dance, again, is a very good ability. It gives you stability. And of course, this is a nifty one. You're immune to critical hits while you're in Balance Dance. So it's actually a pretty damn potent ability, of course. So do bear that in mind, guys. Do bear that in mind. Yeah. So that will be a pretty potent defensive tool for any kind of warrior build that wants to be a bit more defensive. And Berserker and Spellbreaker also have some defensive buffs to kind of compensate for the lack of Bullet Catcher on Staff. Because Staff really was a crazy weapon. You basically used it on more or less every warrior build because it was all you needed to kite and sustain. And I think ArenaNet want to move you away from that. They want to basically not force you into Staff as much and kind of give you more defensive potential, like either, again, by having the defense trait line and also in your elite specialization, or indeed your core utility skills with Balance Stance. So Savage Instinct, this is when you go in Berserk, you don't take any damage, 1.25 seconds in PvP only, Dead or Alive, base healing going up here, Eternal Champion, stability duration going up. They can honestly be, I feel like they can be a bit more generous with that, if I'm being honest, in PvP. But still, some buffs there to Berserker, and the same thing for Spellbreaker. Featherfoot Grace, I feel like this is one of the abilities that is one of the least played abilities ever. This is like Stun Break, and it gives you, what is it, Super Speed and Resistance, I think? Yes. Now it's also going to give you Protection as well, so you're going to have some good damage resilience there on that one. And Slow Counter and Revenge Counter have actually been reworked. So Slow Counter, Full Counter is going to give you Resistance, and Revenge Counter is Resolute Counter. Full Counter heals and removes conditions from you. So this was a really weird ability. It copied conditions off you, so it didn't remove them from you, it just put them on people around you. At the same time. Now it's just going to be a full-on heal and, of course, a Condi Cleanse. And again, the thought process here is, well, okay, well, if you're a little bit less reliant on Magebane Tether, maybe you can actually get your sustain from Revenge Counter and then play more aggressively elsewhere. Like that's essentially the thought process here. With this. It does have stiff competition because, again, Magebane Tether is really good. And Slow Counter, this is a bit tricky because, bear in mind, if you take Slow Counter, you can't take Loss Aversion, which is whenever you remove a boon, you gain Adrenaline. And again, I do have my concerns with Warrior's Adrenaline economy without Discipline with these changes, because, again, let's say you want to take Strength, you want to take Defense on a DPS Spellbreaker build. Well, you've got to kind of replace that Adrenaline somewhere else. If that's going to be stances, if that's going to be traits and so on. So I think that's something that needs to be kind of kept an eye on here as well. The Berserker changes here as well. I feel like these are pretty inconsequential, if I'm going to be honest. Like, is this really going to help Berserker survive that much? I'm not sure about that one, realistically. Yeah, I think, again, Adrenaline, I feel like is a really big problem for Berserker. So stuff like Berserker stance and just adrenaline generation on maybe on Berserker abilities probably needs to be improved in order to make Berserker a little bit better. I think the best bet would be making Condi Berserker the way to go. That's a build I can imagine working because it's kind of unfair enough with Relic of Akeem. Like Relic of Akeem Condi Berserker, can I imagine that build being good? Absolutely. If it had enough fuel, if it had the ability to survive and do damage at the same time, then I think that build could be good, but I'm not sure if it's really going to be there yet necessarily. But overall, and you know what? I will say it, guys, okay? I'm going to stick up for the Warrior mains. My based Warrior Kings. I maybe would have liked to seen a little bit less caution here. Like Warrior has not been busted in PvP for a while. I think it deserves its chance, like especially on the support. I'm a little bit sad actually that support warrior is kind of caught in the crossfire here. Really, it's kind of paying the price because I actually do think that Spellbreaker, like basically Spear, DPS Spellbreaker with strength and defense, that's going to be a pretty hype build. If you're a warrior main, you should be excited about that build in PvP, I think. But I do feel a bit sad for all my support Paragon gamers out there. And also, getting a little bit nerfed in PvE as well, because that's actually a really nice block. Having a block on your healer weapon in PvE is super nice, and that just doesn't exist anymore. So it is a little bit of a feels bad. Again, maybe there's some kind of cook with this, and maybe it's still playable. Maybe you are just tanky enough on your own, you can get away with it. But with how much damage there is, it's going to be tough to survive, I think, without Bullet Catcher. That was a really, really key ability. So we'll have to see if there's going to be any other iteration on these changes. And maybe there's some cooking. There's some builds that can be developed that might help you out there. But yeah, I think we want to see more direction towards Condi Berserker coming back as a side noder in PvP. Spellbreaker should be pretty exciting there. But in general, I do think we need to be careful about Adrenaline economy because Discipline was a really important part, well, still is a really important part of that for Warrior. And we may need future adjustments once these changes have gone through to really kind of enable and empower these new approaches to Warrior coming into the game with this. But overall, I think really positive, right? Like Warrior has been struggling for a while in PvP, and I think this is really going to open it up quite a bit. And we didn't really talk about PvE actually that much, but I'll tell you what, it's kind of a big one actually in PvE. This is going to essentially change every warrior build's rotation that doesn't use Discipline, which is kind of hype actually. And also Discipline is so strong that a lot of the time you do end up really wanting Discipline in PvE as well, quite a lot of the time. So this is really cool, I think, for all game modes in Warrior, because this is just such an impactful change, just across the board to have this really powerful effect made baseline. So Warriors, I can't tell you that you're going to be broken OP necessarily, but I can tell you it's going to be exciting and something is going to happen, which is very much what we like to see overall. Build ? But yeah, that is the summary of the changes. I think that will just about do it for my take on all of this stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Overall, I would have liked a bit more actually, and it is a relatively small patch there, but I think everyone's getting at least something to chew on there. That's for sure. And bear in mind, guys, just bear in mind, there is going to be more tuning as well. Like all of these changes, they contextualize us on the stream, which I'd highly recommend watching. It was, of course, my Kings, Roy, Trig, and CMC walking us through these changes. It was very enjoyable. I highly recommend watching it. It will be linked in the description, of course. It will be on YouTube and Twitch. And indeed, you could watch me react to it on my Twitch VOD as well. Wow, how exciting is that? But anyway, I've distracted myself now. Oh, my game crashed. Oh, no, it didn't. I think I got kicked out because there's a new patch. That's why, yeah. Never mind. Okay, now I've terminally distracted myself. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. There is tuning coming as well because all of these changes were cooked up before the first tuning pass, right, that came to VOE. So there are going to be some additional changes that will be in here. And as always, guys, they're going to be looking at feedback. They're going to be on the forums. They're going to be going, oh, maybe we'll actually leave Bullet Catcher in, or maybe we'll just increase its cooldown, right? So it's not gone, it's just got an increased cooldown. Maybe we're just going to play around with some of the stuff. You guys know the drill, right? They may do more changes, they may remove some changes, right? Like, so definitely give your feedback. Leave your feedback in the comments as well. I want to know what you guys think about all of this stuff. Leave your comments on the forums and indeed on the subreddit, all of the usual discussion locations there. But overall, I think a relatively interesting patch. I would have liked to see more. Hopefully we do see another update relatively soon, and maybe even some kind of hot fixes and adjustments to kind of keep things nice and shaken up. But overall, things are going in a good direction. Particularly would love to see, Chrono getting dethroned a little bit, or at least made less OP. I think we're going in a good direction there, and some fun stuff for basically everyone else. And I think a really exciting set of changes for Warrior. And let me tell you, watch out for side node Antiquary, guys, okay? Watch out for the rat. Scrit, I'm hit. Let me tell you that. But anyway, that is going to kind of wrap things up. I guess I'll give you guys a little bit of a bonus change as well. They actually fixed... Look, guys! They fixed the mirrors. The chests that didn't spawn correctly and didn't show up on your minimap. They also patched that today. That's actually big. Mirror Farm. Oh, I actually never made a video talking about this, but Mirror Farm did get nerfed. But actually, it's not that nerfed. It's still good. Especially if you do it while you're doing other stuff. So anyway, that's that. Get in there and do some mirror farming. It's a good time. But yep, that is pretty much gonna wrap things up. Stay tuned for more slop content. Stay tuned for Studio Update Review coming next week. It's gonna be massive, guys. Definitely follow and watch the stream for that. We're gonna be reacting to that live. Obviously, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be content. It's gonna be nuclear. Wait, it's not next week. Isn't it in 3 days? Oh, it isn't. Yeah, it's on Friday, I think, theoretically. So never mind. Stay tuned for that. Not even next week, guys. This week, get ready for the content. But anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thanks for watching. Like, follow, comment, subscribe, watch streams. Go on YouTube, go on Twitch, social media, join Discord, buy game using my referral link, watch every stream, watch every VOD, have a playlist of all of my VODs playing for every single moment that you're awake. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed this YouTube video. That'll do it for now, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm out of here. Boom. Slop completed. I do think the Batfire mechanic should be addressed or changed. It's a trait, finds any bit of use in PvP, some headshot spam builds with coin toss. It's kind of it is a pretty fucking weird mechanic, to be honest. I don't know, maybe? I'd have to think about that one. But I don't know. Also, shout out to YouTube. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying the videos, by the way, Fallen Serpent 666. That's a banger name.
The connection is pretty small magical interference, so it might take a
quick healer. I mean, I think Troubadour is pretty competitive now, no? Because it's Mesmer and it gives quickness and it heals. To be honest, okay, look, there's a for Ranger and Warrior. Oh, okay, for Ranger and Warrior, yeah. I mean, I honestly, I think I feel like heal Untamed is like underrated, right? Yeah, if Paragon had been quickness, that would have been interesting, to be honest. Because, yeah, like Warrior, Q heal Berserker is a bit sus. It is quickness in World vs. World, that's right. It feels like frog-wide when Chrono is right there. Well, yeah, that is definitely a bit of an issue. Like, you are basically frog-wided. I mean, the thing is, though, every build is frog-wided by Chrono. Fast Hands is DOA for Defense Warrior and PvE. Well, I mean, they made to do additional, you know, additional memes. But I mean, okay, hold on though. Even if you still camp, isn't it still like a quality of life thing? Because doesn't it mean you're just going to be... Okay, so let's say worst case scenario. You don't really get a DPS increase from Fast Hands. Isn't it nice just to be able to swap to whatever weapon you need? I saw that. Look, guys, we need a montage. Someone needs to make this. Also, dude, Darren's. Dude, this is actually insanely appropriate. Umbriel is the 3rd largest moon of Uranus. Okay, which is appropriate given that Umbriel in Guild Wars 2 destroys Darren's anus daily. But look, you guys are fucking welcome. I will be coming to NA during Community Eternity. Right, during Community Hell, I will be in. And you guys are not gonna fail Umbriel when I am there, okay? You fail Umbriel now. Dude, I fully admit that Nike's Operation Condor Dusk obtained total victory. There was not even a single win for Eagle Dawn. Not even one. Not even one. However, I will be returning to the NA server during Community Hell. And we will save NA. We will bring NA back. That's a good question, Mize. I would assume it's multiplicative, same as everything else. In fact, it has to be. Because even if... Yeah, it'll be multiplicative, I think. You will emerge onto NA and see the wreckage. Community Hell is coming, guys. I will actively counteract your efforts. Is that where you did? How many of you are actively sabotaging the NA server now? Is it worth it for an NA player to transfer to EU for World vs. World? I actually think NA World vs. was pretty good content, actually. I quite like NA World vs. World. I played there a little bit, and it's actually like, or at least on the servers that I played on, it's almost like a little bit more chill. I kind of like that. Like, EU is fucking sweaty, man. And NA is chill in, like, the based way. What? How did that not hit? The fuck was that? Paragon and Max's raids? It depends on what we mean. I think Plenix will want to play Paragon, actually, because I think Plenix is coming. So I might play, yeah, I'll play, like, Quick Writ or something. Or maybe I'll play Luminary. Could play Troubadour. Yeah, I could play Heal Paragon, actually, and Plenix plays Troubadour. Do you to link our KP to group with you? No, not usually. Lenny is Paragon main? Okay, then Plenix can play Troubadour, and then I'll play Ritualist in that case. Shout out to Lenny, rising star of the NA scene. What time is it? It's actually an hour later, because Max wants to go an hour later. So it is at, I mean, this might be useful for you, Nike. It's going to be 1 p.m. Pacific. Which is, it's 9 p.m. my time. Dude, Darren's, you should get in, bro. Holy shit. Darren's, are you here for that? Let me know. Ah, unfortunate. What day? Tomorrow and Thursday. Dude, holy shit, we're getting Darren's in. Wait, Darren's, you play Antiquary, right? Holy shit. We're just gonna do raids, basically. I'm gonna gather a bunch of openers tomorrow. We need to have openers for the instance so we can do the bosses that we want to. Holy shit, dude. We're getting Darren's in. We're getting Plunix in. Plunger. This is gonna be huge. Every millisecond I plen my Gar. I don't think I want to do Doom, actually. I think the downtime's too much. I think our current plan is basically, our current plan is do, like, Mercer Overseer CM, do Lagos CM, do Adina CM, and then what we might do, and I'll probably talk to Max about this, like, if he wants to go this way, we'll do Decima CM progression. If he wants to do something that's going to basically take us a bit more time, we do Decima CM on day 2. Thoughts on the stream, dude? I fucking love, dude. Of course, I love the stream. Roy, as always, Roy was pristine. There's no other word for it. It's interesting though, actually. Like, I'm not sure if you were aware of this. You kind of tipped your hand here. You revealed that you were a subscriber to Bugs Monthly. Because you actually had the information that the Locust is the most spiteful of all bugs. And that was, of course, one of the key facts that was included in this month's episode, or this month's article, Bug Facts in Bugs Monthly. So there you have it. Oh shit. We're getting sniped. Because I love the stream. Look, this is an open offer, by the way. If you guys do want a hand with, like, setting up dual streaming, I am very happy to help. I am down. Same with anything OBS. I'm pretty experienced with, OBS in general. So if you guys ever need a hand with anything related to OBS and stuff, I am definitely down to lend a hand if you guys need it. Oh boy. This is not looking great, is it? Too busy? Ah, yeah, I hear you, bro. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Goodness me. Yeah, this isn't looking good. Oh, yeah. I guess actually, new PvP God comp, Gale shot with birds and 15% damage trait, 300 tributes, and then proc the second and one shot the peepers. Dude, yeah, that bird is gonna go crazy. Dude, that's big actually. Why was Magrest not mentioned? I mean, look, the devs, they know not to overuse it. They know that they have to save it for a special occasion. It makes sense. Yeah, we got to do something about the inventory.
You break it, I break you.
The last time the M word was mentioned on stream, I didn't show it to another balance stream for almost a year. Yeah, what's up with that, Roy? What's up with that? You left us. You abandoned us. You'll never say it? Out of World vs. World team called Maguma's Rest as a subtle Mag Rest reference. And they could literally just call something Mag's Rest. They could very easily put Mag Rest in the game. Yeah, dude, look. Dude, my chat, whenever triggers on stream, is just a constant stream of trees and, like, say it. It's crazy. I love CMC, I mean, who doesn't? I hate asking, but what is Magrest? I mean, okay, so like, I think this is the easiest way to express it.
Nurse.
Dragon Hunter changes.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Hunter, which I know a certain person very excited for this. I've been told I can't say their name. Magrest, anyways. So yeah, modifier increases to Dragon Hunter. It's about 5% on Adept and then 5% on the GMs, which hopefully bring it up in line with some of those other bursty builds. So yeah.
But also, look, thing is, but that's not all, guys.
GMs.
Lest we forget.
But all right,
Never
fair
happened
enough.
before.
Once again, Cal doesn't want to talk anymore until we get to the wrap up.
well,
And we're
chat.
going to use
Yeah, OWEE. The balance stream.
thank you about them. And as always, thank you very much for watching. Any final words from either of you? And when I say final words, I mean
Look at this guy.
Hold on,
brief
let me pull
words.
up the bingo board. See if there's any last minute.
Bingo,
things.
that's my.
I don't even have it open. A big mistake. Can you fill some of the squares, Taylor?
What's one? I know one of the squares was it was in alphabetical order, and we didn't do that, so I'm sorry. But
Upbeat.
Okay, thank you for that very enriching interaction. Taylor, anything you'd like to say before we end?
Magrest.
Well, everyone, thank you very much for watching. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And until next time,
What are you guys eating for lunch?
we'll see
I'm
you
gonna
in
go
the
get
mist.
some lunch.
That, like, I feel like this one is actually better. Is this one not better?
Okay.
What's one? I know one of the squares was it was in alphabetical order, and we didn't do that, so I'm sorry. But
Upbeat.
Okay, thank you for that very enriching interaction. Taylor, anything you'd like to say before we end?
Magrest.
Well, everyone,
Look at
thank
the
you very much for
reaction.
watching. Hope you
Look
have a
at
lovely
that
rest of your
reaction,
day.
guys. We love to see that.
And until next time,
What are you guys eating for lunch?
we'll see
I'm
you
gonna
in
go
the
get
mist.
some lunch.
Oh, lacking Connors? Oh, no. I mean, dude, Magrest is just the name of a player. It doesn't, it's not like a word that means something as such. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's here. Look, he's in the chat. Explain the meme? Okay, I'll just let myself explain the meme. Here we go.
Yeah. You know, it actually is funny, by the way. Like, the whole Magrest arc, it was actually a psyop. Like, no joke, it was straight up a psyop. Because he was just like a random chatter who would occasionally say kind of insane shit, followed by XDD tree. And then we built up this lore around him that he mains Dragon Hunter. And Trig was like fully all in on this, and he was like, yeah, I know that he's going to be really excited about these DH changes.
Yeah.
And the reason the lore kind of built up is because Magras would often comment that some of the lowest skilled players in the game are Dragon Hunter players, and that, you know, he would say something like, oh yeah, look at this guy dying on doing 5k DPS, and he'd say, oh, of course, right? Like, of course, it's a DH, right? It's a DH player, because there is that reputation.
Yeah. Roy, how was that? Wait, I have to watch the push tournament, actually. I have to watch the push tournament. Was it good? We lost by 1%? Oh, no. Wait, versus USA, right? Yeah. Wait, was that best of 1 or best of 3? Best of 3, okay. Wait, do you guys go to 1-1? So 1-1? Oh, shit. That's crazy, actually. That is a wacky finals. I'm not sure about this one, guys. We should have kill. We can't finish it, though. Second Magrest hits the ArenaNet stream. Very nice. Okay. Exclamation mark add command Magrest 2. Jester 9? I mean, I don't think there's that many clips. I'm only the bringer of streams. And the bringer of nodes. So you tell me you're going to be playing Bird Wizard, Mice? Is that that's your next build, is Bird Wizard? This guy's going to vapor. Jester dead to level 14 Moonstalker.
Oh, we pulled 2. We pulled 2. We pulled 3. That's very bad. Okay. Okay, this is actually bad. Okay, pet. Go. Go for this one. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, I don't know where they come from even. Like, what the actual fuck was that? Dude, fuck's sake, I'm so annoyed. Okay, this is actually bad.
Fucking brutal, man.
Okay,
dude, it's so brutal. Because look, when you die, it's just over. Like, boom, level 1.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, I don't know where they come from even. Like, what the actual fuck was that?
Yeah. Dude, just to made HC. Yeah, this is a very old clip, yeah. He made HC. He got 60 HC. So he's actually good. So wait, hold on, guys. What bosses do we need to do with Max tomorrow? I kind of want to do HT normal mode. Am I crazy for that, guys? Am I cooked for that? I want to do MO CM. I want to do Lagos CM, Adina CM, Soulless Horror CM. Bone Skinner? What? Why the fuck are we doing Bone Skinner? Bone Skinner's piss. Piss Skinner. Mercer, dude, Mercer Overseer CM, I think is actually really hype. Because of the client-side mechanic. What is this for? Oh, yeah, dude, we could get Roy on in this as well. So basically, I'm sponsored to play Guild Wars 2 with Max from Liquid tomorrow and Thursday. And obviously, we're gonna show him the raids. Show him the raids in this game. He hasn't seen them. Yeah. Like, oh, yeah. Awesomeness is in, right? We can get you in 100%. I haven't got a team for it. But yeah, sure. It's at 1 PT both days, I think. 1 PM, that is, obviously. PvP. He actually did pretty well in PvP. Funnily enough. He did pretty well in PvP when he played it. He played Condi fucking Rev. Of all the... Condi Herald. Like, he started out strong. Old Lions Court CM actually would be pretty interesting. I wonder if that would actually be a better CM to try and tackle versus... Would Old Lions Court CM be a better thing to do than Decima CM? Decima actually might be a little bit too much. Oh, it would be good though. It would be good to show Decima because Decima is kind of modern Guild Wars 2. But Old Lions Court is actually pretty cool. It's why not both? Well, because my concept here, Roy, is that we're basically not allowed to do something that Max doesn't tell us to do. Like, he has to basically solve the fights. Decima positioning will be weird. It will be, but you can kind of YOLO it, to be honest. Oh... Old Lions Court CM is pretty good. What I like about Old Lions Court CM is that the positioning is really spicy. It's like a very positioning-oriented fight, whereas Decima doesn't really move, right? She just kind of chills out. Ooh. What time is this? It's at 1 PM PT. So, it's 1 hour after you guys stream today, basically. Is when it is. Yeah, 1 hour after you guys did your stream. Or started your stream, I should say, to be more precise. Melee range comp too. I mean, that's actually trivial. Like, once you... the moment you see, oh, the 5 furthest players get targeted by that, you know exactly what you need to do, right? Yeah, and well, I mean, I guess, yeah, theoretically, you could just have people move out. You don't have to be DPS efficient. You just have to, you have to bait it. You don't actually necessarily need to be ranged. And I mean, our comp is going to be weird. I'm hoping we can play Rainbow comp and basically play one of every new spec, one of every VOE spec is the plan. But yeah, I think the raids are so good because they're less about throughput checks. I like MOCM is hype, Lagos CM is hype, Adina CM is hype. I love Soulless Horror actually. It's such a good boss fight. That is super interesting. So we can do that. Let's see, what else should we do? Okay, guys. Okay. If we want to do one hard boss on day 2, what do we think the best like hard boss to actually spend some time on is? Because basically the raid ones, we can kind of do them quick fire. We should be able to get through them pretty easily. What is like a hard boss we should try? Because my original thought was Decima, but maybe it's Old Lion's Court. Old Lion's Court is kind of hype. It would be nice to show some of like a newer fight though. Like, and Decima is new. Is Ura interesting? What do we, how do we feel about Ura? Ura is too boring after it gets solved? Yeah, okay. Dude, I actually wish that we had like 8 hours, because then we could actually do Saras, which would be pretty hype. Play for 1 month, I can't understand what to say. Well, don't worry about it. You'll get there. You'll absorb it. You're going to be like a sponge. Jam through Wilds. Decima is the most interesting. I would actually agree with that. I would agree with that. Dude, do we want to show Harvest Temple Norm mode? I feel like the orb mechanic is so sick. I'm an orb mechanic enjoyer. I'm trying to get, look, full disclosure, guys. I'm trying to, like, juice max, because I really want to do Nightmare Fractal. Nightmare CM is sick. And Shattered Observatory. But it's literally unplayable, right? Unless he has AR. ArenaNet juice him. I'm working on that. I really would like ArenaNet to give him a test account. Or just like give him some shit. Because it's actually so cringe. Like, I can't show him like some of the sickest shit in the game because it's fucking unplayable unless you have AR. It's actually, oh, it's so cringe. Because Nightmare Fractal is mega based. It is actually legit good. It is extremely good, yeah. Nightmare Fractal is one of the best pieces of content in the entire game. Even now with power creep, it's still one of the best pieces of content in the game. The tech to allow someone to get skill progression, get ascended quickly. I mean, yeah, obviously, like they're literally God in the video game. They can do anything they want. No, we're not showing him Lonely Tower, guys. Okay, so I need to get an opener for MOCM, Lagos CM, Adina CM, and Soulless Horror CM. Oh, well, that's obviously easy, isn't it? So basically just Mercer, Overseer, Lagos, and Adina. Well, dude, that's the thing, actually, Roy. Like, it's funny. Like, I would really like to do this. I'm going to talk to the partner people because I was thinking, because it's funny. True story. I just did this, actually, with Method. There was a multi-platform mobile game, and Method, Echo, and Liquid just went to play it. They had like a mini race against each other in this game, in the new raid that came out. And I was there. I was commentating it for Method. Very exciting. I was thinking, why are we not getting Echo, Liquid, and Method to try and beat the new boss on challenge mode, right? When it comes out. In QR1. That would actually be so sick. It'd be so hype, actually. Mention the bugs? I'm going to, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to mention it after I'm done with this. Too expensive? I'm not sure. Dude, look, okay, guys, I value transparency here. Do you guys know how much WeHype is paying me to do this? Guys, WeHype is paying me 4,000 euros for 4 hours. Like, ArenaNet have got some cash, apparently. They don't mind spending it. And they'll obviously be paying Max as well, right? It's not, and Lara and, you know, Annie, etc., etc. Yeah. Like 2 pulls? Well, it depends how hard they make it. Like, I don't know. There's some variety, you know? You've got Dagda, but you've also got Greer, you know? Lara and Annie have already done those. They've already juiced. And yeah, they probably won't go, if I had to guess, they probably won't go quite as hard as Wing 8 CMs. I think nobody does those. And do null raid CMs? I think people farm those. Yeah, those are pretty farmable. Wing 8 CMs less so. It's awesome value per hour. I mean, yeah, guys. We're juicing. We're pumping. Bard Frog was added to Dota 2. What was this? This is a new hero? Frog. Wait, this is high tier. These little froglets. Largo. Melee durable disabler support. Oh, shit. Ooh. Largo licks the target with his tongue, pulling it back a short distance. Applying a basic dispel and dealing damage as an enemy. Dispelling an effect from the target gives Largo temporary health regeneration. Ooh. And it also works in allies, so you can lick your own team. Okay. Frog Stomp. Largo, whoa! Largo tosses froglings into an area. They stomp the ground every 1 second, dealing damage and mini stuns. Enemies in the area have reduced movement speed. This is big stuff, guys. Croak of Genius. Largo strums a tune to a friendly hero. The hero's items and abilities have reduced mana cost, and a percentage of their damage reverberates over the following 5 seconds. When the affected hero spends mana, the remaining buff duration is reduced by 0.5 seconds. Ooh. Pretty cool. Kind of like a support-oriented ability. That's kind of a support character, right? No, Amphibian Rhapsody. That's nice. Okay, Largo gets Raider Groove. He is disarmed and his ability bar switches to 3 song abilities, each with different effects. Songs are only effective if... Wait, what? Dude, his ult is a rhythm minigame. That's crazy. Each time he strums successfully, he gains a stack of Groovin. Each stack gives him bonus armor and reduces the mana cost of every song, but he loses a stack if he misses a beat. Stacks linger for a short duration when Largo's song ends. Frog. Okay. Bullbelly Blitz. Largo plays a song that increases nearby allied heroes' spell amplification and grants their attacks additional magic damage. Hot Feet Hustle. Largo plays a song that increases nearby friendly movement speed and grants slow resistance. And Island Elixir. This is like a heal, so he just juices people. I mean, he's a frog. Look at him go. That's a pretty cool character, actually. Yo, Frog. Featured hero reworks. Oh, they're also reworking Lone Droid, Slark, and Tree and Protector, I guess. And some like new items, I guess, too. Terrain changes. Oh, shit. Oh, they're actually changing the map quite a bit then. What? Oh. The Frog trailer. Play trailer. Whoa, dude, look at these little froglets. Ooh. That's pretty big. Frogs. Is that frog enough to get banned in ANET's chat? I think it is. Frogwide? You actually can't. Knives already has the name Frogwide. So it's too late for you. There are 5 trinket infusion slots that Max can get in 5 minutes, for like 400 gold. Even with legendary weapons, it's just 7 slots. Yeah, and that's not really enough, unless you buy insanely expensive infusions. Your Warriors Frogwide? Dude, your Necro is going to be Frogwide Mice in Guild Wars 1. That's what's going on there. You are going to bip me, Mice. You are going to bip me. And there's nothing you can do about it. Dude, look, I need to log into Nightfall because I'm getting this. I'm putting this onto the main tank, and then it's over. Seed of Life. Directly onto the MT, and everyone's God mode. Especially when we have the Imbigon, right? Because then I'll have 20 Divine Favor. So what is that? All party members will be healed for 40 whenever they take damage. Whenever the MT takes damage, which is a lot. Paragon Monk or Monk Paragon? I want to do it all on my Monk. So, Monk main. I don't know what my secondary is. I feel like on Monk, I'm not really sure if I need that many abilities from my secondary. At all. That the only one that I found to be pretty good is Men, Body, and Soul, because it has pretty good synergy with the Ritualist. Oh, Pea Soup Hobo. Gifted subs. Appreciate that. Support role, high demand, and high tier content? Oh yeah, always highest demand. You're playing this? You're not playing that, bro. You're playing Heroic Refrain. You are Heroic Refrain, Jester. You are playing it. This is you. This is your only purpose. You will put Heroic Refrain on all of us. It is. You are going to give us +4 all stats. No, you're not adrenaline. You are heroic refrain. You are heroic refrain. Limboni is we peak as one. Jimmy is my favorite psyop? Wait, how is Jimmy a psyop? What do you mean by this? Look at this spell, guys. All party members near you or your pet gain 15 damage and plus 7 regen. Absolutely beautiful stuff. PvE skill. We're going to be so strong. Yeah, we are going to be insanely strong. Well, the thing is, we're just going to have an actual front line. Like, I feel like one of our biggest weaknesses is that we've just never had a proper front line. But when Limboni comes online and peaks, then it's fine. Oh yeah, we did have MSC, but didn't MSC die? But now we have Limboni. We do need to rebuild the group though. We need someone to play Mesmer. We have no E-Surger right now, right? So we need an E-Surger. Some DPS. We need Magres on Guild Wars 1. We won't need. I mean, who do we have doing DPS currently? We have no DPS, no? Lyn is ST. Jester is Heroic Refrain. I'm Heal. You're Bip. We have no damage. And Limboni is Tank. We need DPS. We need 3 DPS, no? Order of Undeath. Isn't that like all the minions do big damage? Dude, we could do that. We could have that approach. Have Order of Undeath. But then we'd still need a BIP though. Like someone else would have to play BIP for us. Because you'd never drop that. You just have like the Necro would be DPS. I see reading my thread? Wait, what thread? $75 damage. Wait, does Together as One still affect minions? I thought someone told me it doesn't work on minions anymore. But I mean, yeah, obviously the battle standard does, right? Okay, okay. So Mice could be minion god. And then Roy bips us. That'd be pretty cool. Dude, this would be pretty spicy though. Like Order of Undeath will be kind of healing intensive, no? I have to juice this fucker. Because you lose 2% whenever any minion hits. Yeah, that is crazy actually. So obviously you get to 20 death magic, which means that you get plus 20 damage on every minion hit. And it's you have them on fiends, right? So the fiends are just going to be cranking. We have double writ. Benjamin can channel Resto. I mean, yeah, if we play... I mean, it's not... I mean, SOS is kind of boring, but it's not bad, right? Especially for single target. Like, having SOS will be pretty decent, no? What are we doing? Well, we're gonna after we're kind of done with this, we're gonna finish Guild Wars 1 HC, Roy. So we're gonna do Nightfall and Eye of the North hardcore, and probably do, you know, DOA maybe. Do DOA, do some of the elite areas. Halfway through Nightfall, yeah. We'll probably catch up with you. It's fine. because yeah, I'm going to start playing a bit. Like after I've just got a couple of things to clear the schedule. We've got to do this sponsor with Max. Oh, I was going to go to bed, but Max says he's troubleshooting in 20 minutes. So I might stay up and we'll just, we'll do that as well. Although maybe I'll just host him actually and take a quick break because I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'll just raid Max and then I'll come back on his stream instead, I think, because I'm a bit tired. And I also want to eat something before that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll cook the hardcore as well. I think I'm on non-HC characters as well. Farming X's. Oh shit, yeah, nice. DOA HC with cons or no? I think we played no cons because normal mode. I think it will be fun to try and do it. I don't know, it depends. We might do Eye of the North first. I guess it depends how confident we're feeling. I wouldn't mind going for it pre-Eye of the North. But I also wouldn't mind doing it after we play Eye of the North as well. Particularly because I really like Eye of the North. I like that campaign quite a bit. Yeah, no, I would definitely like to do Winds of Change as well. Dude, like, you know, it's funny, Nike. I feel like I'm no joke more scared of, I am more scared of some of the elite of the dungeons in Eye of the North than I am of like Underworld and maybe even DOA. Like, because I feel pretty confident in that we can actually beat the elite areas. But dude, I'm so fucking terrified of just getting crushed by a snowball. Like, it's so scary to me. Like, fuck those snowballs, dude. They're so scary. Because you don't have no counterplay, right? Like, they just one-shot you. Like the traps and stuff are very spooky. It's the same with like the giant worm in the worm in the story that you have to kill in Destruction's Depths. It can just do a lot of damage to you, right? They're not a death to survive it, but they are, look, they're a death for HC, right? Simple as that. They are HC deaths. And in my opinion, any death is a death in HC. Oh yeah, Cinder the Mountain Heart. Worm. Look at this thing. Pyroclastic Shot. The fragments spew forth, dealing 80 damage to target and all adjacent foes. The skill causes any powder keg in the target's hand to explode. But he's a higher level and he has he's a boss. He does double damage. Pretty spooky. He just worms you. He uses Flame Burst when someone comes near. This will deal around 400 to 500 damage to a low armored character. If you don't bring any melee, you can spread out and wand him to death. When protected by Mountain Heart Carapace, Cinder is immune to all direct attacks. Oh yeah, you can like lifesteal him to death, can't you? Yeah, you can like degen him. I remember this. Life stealing, life draining. Occasionally, removing his carapace will have no effect on his immunity. Unlucky. If your party hasn't brought any such skills, there is no way to complete the dungeon. GG. This is more likely to happen if Earthbind is present to bypass Cinder's knockdown immunity. Fucking unlucky, guys. More the Mountain Heart. Ooh. Oh, yeah, this is like one of the early elite skills you can get. Look at this guy. The worm, he has Feast of Corruption. Look at this thing. Feast. We lose him to the Desolation. I am a bit worried about the Desolation because obviously it's like there's an instant death mechanic. But I think we can avoid most of the worm things. And I'm pretty sure with players, the worm is pretty strong. Like, I think it should be fine. It should be fine. All right then, guys. I'm going to raid Max. I'll be back on his stream in 15, yeah? I'm going to eat something real quick, and then we'll see if we can fix this. Look, Roy, if there's ever a moment to use some ArenaNet powers to get this guy some ascended gear, it's now, okay? It's time. It's time to cheat. All right, here we go. Let's go. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Fun stream tomorrow. We're playing Raids in Guild Wars 2 with Max. I'll be here early to prep the instances. We're going to need some openers for this stuff. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to get some openers set up, get our instances set up, and play some fun bosses. And then on Thursday, we might try something a bit spicy. We might try a hard boss on Thursday. So we'll do some kind of chill ones that are just kind of fun and interesting. So Emo, Adina, Largos, right? That's not too crazy, but it's fun. And then on Thursday, we might ramp it up a bit and do something a bit harder. That's the plan. And I will see you guys then. And again, yeah, I'm gonna be on Max's stream in a moment while we like set up his account. But yeah, that's it. Sorry, I was replying to a DM. Take it easy, guys. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.